All right, we're live. Change things up a little bit. Hopefully everybody likes it. I think it looks cool. We are live. No goals for today. Just seeing what's happening and gonna go from there. Probably play some video games. Make some shorts. And yeah. No, still too long. I'm trying to create a pinnable X post. We gotta pin this one. All right, we should be live on every platform now. Let's just double check that we look good on YouTube. That's the wrong one. I want this one. I want this one. I think. There we go. Good there. Yeah, the perfect pausing moments. Everybody knows how that goes. Hopefully, my audio is not too crazy. Just double check for a second that I'm coming through and the music. Yeah, the perfect pausing moments. Everybody knows how that goes. Okay, I think we're good. We're cool. We're cool. Cool Running. It was a good movie. I haven't seen that for a while. Has been a minute. This could be minimized because it's been my saving grace for making thumbnails and stuff. I am not the most creative person in the world, and I can thank ChatGPT for all these images and any other AI source that's helped me make them. So been watching to see what's been going on in Venezuela, so let's listen to Max
So the
Afterburner, see what
Caribbean
he's
is a
got going on.
hotbed. Fighter jets from the US Navy and the US Air Force are screaming across the Caribbean. Any day now, this could kick off. But Venezuela's Air Force just went on red alert. And this is happening at a point where President Trump and Maduro had a phone call where President Trump asked him to leave. He was like, hey, pack up your stuff. You're done. So the whole world is holding its breath right now on whether America is about to light up the region and what deal might go down. Will Maduro leave peacefully or not? He's basically said, yeah, I'll leave, but I don't want to cede power to the military. Interesting. So you're saying that you don't want to leave. But that's the scene right now. Venezuela's Air Force is hitting full red alert. They had a big Air Force Day parade last week, and there they showcased their Su-30s and F-16s, and they put on a massive display for Venezuela as far as that goes. They're basically saying we're ready. President Trump was on the line with Maduro just a few days after that red alert parade, and he straight up told the guy, pack your bags and bail before things get ugly. And the phone call, from what I'm hearing, it reported that President Trump offered safe passage to Maduro and his family, or they were going to have to face the music. So basically, the ultimate ultimatum just happened. But what we're seeing now is more aggressive patrols from Venezuela. They're going up and down the coast. They're loading and using lots more GPS jamming equipment. And there's whispers around the clock of a U.S. strike that could happen within hours at any point. So you got to know this stuff because we don't know when this is going to kick off. And to is raw aviation muscle from the US Navy, raw sea power from the US Navy, and raw aviation muscle from the US Air Force, and even the Marines are in on this. So this clash could happen real time. But I want to talk to you about the timing of this. So why Venezuela's Air Force is going on red alert right now, like it's happening right now after this phone call. And we'll talk about what the implications might be and maybe some air battles that we'll see here in the next few days or next few weeks. So let's start with the stars of Venezuela's parade that are now literally on red alert right now. That's the Su-30 Mk2, and that's Venezuela's workhorse. So this is what they would be looking at to go up against the F-18s if anything of theirs was going to go up against F-18s. To them, this is their beast.
They're going to be outnumbered,
it's been their go-to since the early 2000s. It's a twin-engine fighter jet,
Crazy jet,
flanker variant, and it's a stretched out aircraft from some of the earlier models to give it the ability to carry more fuel. It's also got the ability for super maneuverability. Some of these actually have thrust vectoring. It looks like these that Venezuela has don't actually have the thrust vectoring, but they're still relatively maneuverable. You can think of them like Russia's version of the F-15C, and it does have the ability to do that Cobra maneuver, which is essentially like the Top Gun maneuver where it flips physics and it basically stops midair. Power plant wise, it's rocking 2 AL-31FP turbofans. Each of those push out about 27,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner that lets it hit Mach 2 or roughly 1,500 miles per hour. And when it comes to high speed, being high speed in a fighter jet is huge, but being high speed in entrepreneurship is also massive. So I want to tell you guys about this opportunity. There's a link in the description for you to attend a webinar that's taking place with me on December 8th. And this is talking about one of the most incredible entrepreneurship opportunities I've ever come across. So I'm so excited to share it with you all. And it's a book arbitrage company. It's owned by my friends Luke and Nick. They sat me down over coffee and told me all about it. Basically, people right now, everyday people like you and me, are making $500, $1,000, even $3,000. It's on December 8th, but if you can't make December 8th, just click the link in the description, and they told me they would record it for you, and then you could access it basically anytime you want. And my friend Luke will basically describe to you how this business works and how to do it, and attending the webinar is completely free, so definitely click that link in the description. Who knows, this could be a turning point for you where now you actually can get your head above water. You can get that side money that you need, or maybe eventually you end up going full-time from your house, from your laptop, where you're not having to have a room that's full of products. You know, you don't have to do that kind of thing. It's just on your laptop, which is huge. So definitely check the link in the description, December 8th. I'll see you all there. So excited for you guys to learn more about that opportunity.
Sounds like a pyramid scheme,
again,
though.
That jet can climb up to 62,000 feet per minute. Doesn't have external tanks if it's climbing up that high, likely, just so it has the ability to get up that high. But they also lug external pods, and those are basically there for maritime strikes. They're there to potentially do jamming against F-18s, against F-35s, and it's built tough. The Su-30 is a tough-built aircraft. It's that Russian-Soviet tank of an aircraft. So again, it's going to be no easy day with the Venezuelan Air Force on red alert. The U.S. Navy is now going to be ready to go, and I guarantee there's some ready rooms on the USS Ford, that supercarrier, where they are studying and dialing into what they might face if they go up against the Su-30. But then you've got the F-16A. That's the Fighting Falcon. That's the American classic aircraft that Venezuela has. That is now on red alert as well. It's a single engine setup with that Pratt & Whitney F-100. Cranks about 25,000 pounds of thrust. Can get up to Mach 2. So again, you've got Mach capable aircraft that the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force is now having to go up against. And with the B-52 flybys, that's a very vulnerable aircraft. So you have to make sure that there is a combat air patrol escort that is with that B-52 at all times, especially with the Venezuelan Air Force now on red alert, because those flanker pilots are going to have an itchy trigger finger, and they're going to want to be the one that takes down the B-52, even if they go down in the process. If they can get off a shot, it's really hard to deflect that missile or to do anything to that missile after it leaves the rail of the Su-30 or the F-16. So again, the U.S. Navy F-18 pilots got to be super dialed in when it comes to protecting the B-52s, especially now with the Venezuelan Air Force on red alert. And it's not just the Air Force. Maduro actually put the entire military on red alert. He's recalling troops. So whether this is to give him a better bargaining position to get more of what he wants as far as where he goes, if he does plan on actually leaving the country, maybe he just thinks it's too hot, it's heating up too much, and he does decide to leave, or he's actually doubling down, getting the Air Force ready, getting the military ready.
He might be doubling down. Who knows?
Crazy enough to go head to head with the U.S. Navy and the U.S. Air Force. So we'll see how that goes. But again, the F-16, that's more for their short-leg patrols. There's not the ability to aerial refuel in Venezuela. So F-16 shorter leg patrols, Su-30, a lot longer distances or higher loiter time. But again, I would say the F-16 might even be better for quicker scrambles because you got less maintenance. You got one engine compared to the two engines on the Su-30, even though Russia is likely shipping in parts right now and maybe even having some of their pilots fly those Su-30s to help Venezuela get the edge. And I'll do a full video breakdown on that. But again, both of these aircraft, they're aging a bit, but Venezuela's got probably a dozen or so, maybe 20 Su-30s and around 20 F-16s that can get up and can go up against high-value targets. Again, Venezuelan Air Force pilots are likely going to try to target the high-value targets, the B-52s, the AWACS. They would love to get some sort of a ship weapon off of an F-16 or off of a Su-30. We've seen videos of those Su-30s carrying those anti-ship weapons. They would love to get one of those off at the USS Ford. That would be a dream come true for them. But speaking of that, what do these jets pack under the wing? Because the armament, when these jets are on red alert, the armament is really going to take the star of the show at this point. So the Su-30 Mk2, it's definitely wired for both air-to-air and air-to-ground. It's got an R-77 active guided radar missile that can launch probably over 60 nautical miles away. Again, and that means they could take off right away. And if there was a B-52 along the coast, they could launch it very quickly. Again, they would want to get up to altitude, but they might try to take off, stay low, stay at 50 feet off the ground, try to avoid any radars, and then launch that R-77 active guided radar missile. So that's what the B-52 really has to look out for. And that's likely why we've seen the E-2D Hawkeye flying with the B-52 and the F-18 to make sure that they don't get, for lack of a better term, cornholed, because you don't want someone coming from below you and then popping out of a cloud and then firing one of those R-77s, because at that point, there's really no way to flare that thing off since it is a radar-guided missile. But then speaking of flaring off, they've also got the A-812 Adder. That is an IR, so infrared launch, and that's why likely in a dogfight with these Su-30s, the F-18 pilots would really need to remember to get out of afterburner. Don't be an afterburner if you're getting into a dogfight with the Su-30s. Trust me, just don't do it. Stay clear of afterburner because that's an all-aspect missile and it's infrared capable, so it's off-bore sight capable. But how good is the training? Again, we don't know. But with the Venezuelan Air Force on red alert, them having trouble getting parts, that A340 that tried to get in there, the U.S. basically redirected. So are there Russian pilots now, and they're helping them out? But here's the big thing that we got to be careful about, and that's the KH-31 anti-ship missile. It's a supersonic missile, and we've actually seen Su-30s flying with this thing. It can launch at over 100 nautical miles, and it uses active radar to slam into carriers or escort ships, and it's got autonomous guidance with electronic countermeasures actually built in, and Russia's helping them update all of that. So the F-16, that's what they're going to think of more of a quick patrol aircraft with AIM-9s. They've probably got R-77 capabilities on that as well. And then when it comes to the longer range attacks beyond visual range, they're definitely thinking Su-30s. That's going to be their go-to as far as what aircraft they want to really protect Maduro's castle at the end of the day. Venezuela is basically staring down the barrel of U.S. air power at this point. And no offense, Maduro, you're cool and all, but the U.S.'s air power is basically light years ahead of yours because of the carrier strike group specifically. And again, fourth generation jets, F-18 Super Hornets, those are twin engine speed demons, 1,200 miles per hour with a 1,200 nautical mile combat radius. They're armed with AIM-120 AMRAAMs that outrange anything Maduro's got, active radar missiles, but the real nightmare for Maduro, and he probably knows this, I mean, if he's actually thinking clearly, the stealth assets like the F-35 Lightning II that are deployed into Puerto Rico right now. The Marines are flying those. There are also Air Force F-35s that are based in Florida, and those are single-engine stealth jets with that APG-81. Basically shows you everything in the battle space at all times. There's no hiding. Depicts SAMs, surface-to-air missiles. So really there's not a lot that Maduro can do to try to protect his castle at this point. And since the Venezuelan Air Force is on red alert, the U.S. is now going to have to link up with all the different assets, the fighter jets, the ships, all the different Aegis systems. They're going to have to start sharing that fleet-wide and throughout the Air Force, because you have to know what's happening at all times. A little austere strip in the middle of the, some hidden strip in a valley in Venezuela, Su-30 takes off and there's an F-35 that's a little too far away to protect it, while a B-52 or an RC-135 flies by. That could be a huge disaster. So you've got to make sure that the threat is being honored. And one of the things I hinted at before was the E-2D Hawkeye. That thing teaming up with the F-18s gives them really an edge that really can't be countered by Venezuela, because those things have that ASA radar, that massive ASA radar. Think of like 5 or 6 F-35s, the power of 5 or 6 F-35s up there in that section above the cockpit. And that's going to be huge for going up against this main threat, and that's Venezuela's S-300 system. Because when it comes to Venezuela's Air Force, they're not just getting the F-16 and the Su-30 ready, the S-300s are on red alert as well. And that might be one of the main reasons why the Trump administration decided to close the airspace. They didn't want any civilian traffic flying through and being confused for a military jet and then getting shot down by an S-300. That would just be totally tragic, no matter what country that was from. And then with U.S. air power, MQ-9 Reapers are going to be one of the stars of the show, operated by the Marines, the Navy. This is the go-to. I mean, this is the go-to plane. Literally going to be in Top Gun 3. It's going to be MQ-9 Reapers that are going to be the stars at this point. But then the RQ-4 is also a very capable drone that will be in there. But again, the U.S. Navy teamed up with these assets. You could even team them up with an XBAT, which is something that they say isn't quite released yet. It's built by Shield AI. Very capable platform that could do intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and could basically flip the script on Maduro, knowing what's going on before Maduro even knows what's happening. That's the power of the technology that's now being intertwined into Shield AI's XBAT. When you think about Hive Mind, that's the way it communicates. It's kind of like an Aegis combat system, but the modernized version of that and an airborne version of that. So if there's any chance of getting that thing airborne now, I hope the Department of War is getting that up there.
That is
some
cool.
testing and intelligence
Drone.
reconnaissance. You team all those drones together with the F-35. Now you can really protect the RC-135 and protect the B-52 from Venezuela's Air Force. Because again, one lucky shot, one golden BB, and it takes out an RC-135. That's a national disaster that we just can't afford, especially now with Venezuela's Air Force going on red alert. Okay, so for some hypotheticals, let's just say that Maduro tells Trump to shove it, and it's off the Venezuelan coast the next day. U.S. P-8 Poseidons, those are maritime patrol jets. They're sniffing around, and they map some subs that are tied to Russian advisors coming into the country. Maduro is fuming from the call, and he orders his Su-30s to scramble from La Archilla base. That's a austere base that they have. 4 Su-30s loaded with R-77s are vectored up to Angels 25, altitude 25,000 feet. The lead pilot, we'll call him Vargas 1. He keys up and he paints the P-8 at 50 miles out. Missiles are launched from the Su-30s and they head right for the P-8s, but the XBAT is up there protecting that P-8. The XBAT decides to jam the Su-30's radar, which is communicating with those missiles, luckily with the R-77s. So at the correct distance, the XBAT sends as much jamming energy as they can towards those 4 Su-30s, basically making their radars shut off. Their screens just go black inside their jet, and luckily those R-77 missiles burn out and fall to the ground prior to getting close to the P-8. But the P-8 turns, makes its way out. That was a close call. For the second hypothetical, word leaks of U.S. Navy SEALs that are prepping a helo insertion near Caracas for a high-value target snatch. Could be Maduro, could be other people in the top echelons of the regime. Maduro goes all in, and he directs his F-16s to launch from Maracay. They run a low-level ingress toward Aruba, where a U.S. AWACS, Airborne Warning and Control System, are stacked in orbits tracking anything coming out of Venezuela. But at this point, F-35s are also nearby, and they see the F-16s coming to target the helicopters that are going to insert the Navy SEALs. So they hold the helicopters as far out as possible without putting them in a position where they're going to run out of fuel and can't make the mission complete. So the F-35s then commit up high. They're above 50,000 feet. They lock on to these F-16s and they fire a volley of AIM-120Ds. That's that longer range AMRAAM. At this point, the F-35 snips the missile and they start doing a counter attack just in case they have to get within visual range. At this point, 6
those forces are already in Venezuela.
Up with those AIM-120Ds.
Almost positive,
but one
actually.
sneaks through. The F-35 versus the F-16, again, you have to be aggressive because that F-16 is going to have the ability for an infrared missile shot with an AIM-9. As they get in close, the F-35 gets a good visual identification, locks on off bore sight with their AIM-9X, fires off that AIM-9X, and splashes that last F-16. And then the helicopters have a clear path to Caracas for their high-value target raid. These are a couple different options that we could see play out in the next few days or the next few weeks. What do you think plays out? Would love to hear what you think. I'll keep you posted. But again, Venezuela's Air Force on red alert is a serious deal, and we'll see what Maduro decides to do.
Combat force in Venezuela. I think they're already planning and doing sabotage and stuff because they're pretty much, they have one goal, X, whatever, get Maduro or take out this area of power. Oh.
Donald Trump says he will absolutely denaturalize immigrants convicted of crimes if Donald Trump says he will absolutely denaturalize immigrants convicted of crimes if he has the power. Well, the reality is he actually does. It's kind of strange because it does mean that you're a second-class citizen if you move here and then get citizenship later.
We'll post a midstream update later on. What else do we need open? Don't need that open. Out. Hopefully my computer doesn't get rebooted. Oh no. Where are we at? Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump says he will absolutely denaturalize immigrants convicted of crimes if he has the power. Well, the reality is he actually does. It's kind of strange because it does mean that you're a second-class citizen if you move here and then get citizenship later. I had an interesting conversation with Cenk Uygur a few years ago because he wanted to run for president, but he was born in Turkey.
Yeah,
and he said,
so we can't.
That's not fair. That violates the 14th Amendment.
It doesn't.
I think he was saying 14th because I am an American citizen. That means I should have all of the rights of any American. He makes an interesting point.
But you're not a American-born
there is the
citizen.
power within the State Department to denaturalize. That means someone comes here, becomes a citizen, and if we find out that they fraudulently became a citizen, we can strip them of that citizenship. But that makes sense, right? You only got the citizenship through fraud, so therefore we void your citizenship.
Yeah.
Thus, Donald Trump does have the power to do it, and he says he wants to. I got to be honest. Good. It's so crazy that that's considered right.
Wish you could do that to regular Americans too. That just hate America.
And it seems right
Fine,
now
go
left and right
somewhere
is
else.
largely divided by, do you like the country
If
and think we
only.
should have functions that make the country exist? Okay, if someone comes here and then like marries, I don't know, it's like hypothetically, marries their brother so their brother can get a visa to come to the United States, that's
Ilhan Omar.
immigration fraud. And they should be denaturalized for
Yeah.
that fraud of our immigration system. Now, this is where it gets more nuanced. The issue being, it's obvious to everybody. If someone comes here from whatever country and says, I'm going to be an American citizen, and here's my information. Then we find out their info is wrong. We say, fraudulently obtained, void, go home. But what if someone comes here legally and appropriately, becomes a citizen, and then uses that citizenship to defraud the system for other people? I believe you are engaged in immigration fraud, and I believe this extends beyond the circumstances of your own paperwork. That is to say,
Yep.
your purpose for getting citizenship was to defraud the system after the fact, denaturalize, and deport. Trump can do it, and he should.
Agree.
Here's a story from Mediaite.
See
They
you,
say
Ilhan
President
Omar.
Trump said that he would
Go back to the country you
absolutely
love so much.
denaturalize immigrants who have committed crimes, telling reporters on Sunday night that, quote, if I have the power to do it, I would denaturalize. The president spoke to the press aboard Air Force One on his way back to Washington Sunday night, answering questions surrounding his recent actions on immigration, among other topics. Mr. President, you said that you might denaturalize some American citizens. Can you talk about that? Asked a reporter. He said, you mean people that are here, that are in here that shouldn't be in here? Reporter says that became Americans. Are you trying to revoke their citizenship? Trump said, well, we'll see. I mean, yeah, if we have criminals that came into our country, they were naturalized maybe through Biden or somebody that didn't know what they were doing. If I have the power to do it, I would denaturalize absolutely. The president was then asked to clarify the meaning of reverse migration. Quote, it means get people out that are in our country, get them out of here. I want to get them out. We got a lot of people in our country that shouldn't be here, and they came in through Biden, and he was the worst president in the history of our country. But the single biggest thing he did was allow millions of people into our country that shouldn't be here. Trump referenced the recent shooting of 2 National Guard members, one fatally by a suspected Afghan national. The event sparked the president's recent push for denaturalization.
Still alive.
Quote,
I wonder.
take a look at the people that were
No
allowed
idea.
to come into our country. We're paying a big price for it and will for years to come, including the recent killer of 2 wonderful National Guards people, said Trump. And I'll tell you what, that animal should not have been allowed to come into our country. Now, I do have an update in this regard. The young woman did pass, and it is nightmarish. A horrifying tragedy. This poor father, my heart goes out to you. I am so saddened by this. And this is what we fight for every day. We fight so that your children, you will, I'm gonna say it as crude as I can, you will die before your kids.
Yeah.
That you will, on your deathbed, smile at your children holding your hands, knowing that they will carry on and you've done your best. And it is...
That's the goal.
So sad. This young woman, this brave young woman, joined the West Virginia National Guard, served this country, and had this horrifying thing. Now, I do have an update on the young man. It sounds like he's going to make it.
Good.
You know, I'll tell you this, guys. These 2 National Guards members, they're locals for us here in West Virginia. We're in the Eastern Panhandle, and it's actually, I get very emotional on this because it is horrifying. I was talking about this the other, over the break when this happened. There's a restaurant at the Martinsburg Airport. It's a regional airport, and it's connected to the West Virginia Air Guard base, and we can see the great big jets. Really amazing to see. And we go eat there because they actually have really great breakfast. It's kind of amazing. You know, my wife and I were like, to be honest, if you want a good breakfast, like they got it's like a real sausage. Now, I don't mean like links and patties. I mean like the patties are clearly real farm fresh sausage, and it's, ill-shapen and all the good stuff. We go there and we can see these Guard members there with their families, and it's cool. It's an honor, and the photo of this young man was, I believe, at the Air Guard base, and it's crazy to think that something so tragic could happen so close to home. But the reality is, all of these stories hit someone close to home. That's why I want a
Me too.
future where, you know, our brave men and women who don't die in their own backyards.
Yep. Shouldn't have happened.
These brave men and women drove an hour. Okay, this is the hour and a half to be in D.C., to be on patrol, to keep our streets safe because of monsters like this guy.
Yep.
And this young woman loses her life. And the Democrats had the worst message in the world, saying, "Well, if they weren't on patrol,
They shouldn't have been there."
What?
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing they've
If y'all
said.
didn't bring terrorist psychopaths into our country,
Exactly.
it wouldn't have happened. This is why Trump is right, and you got to get him out. It was initially reported they both died, but you know, I had a man come up to me the other day who thanked me for the videos that I made about it. Look, man, I'm just some dude complains on the internet, but he told me the good news is that, God willing, they think he's going to make it. And, Trump has invited their families to the White House. So, and then uses that citizenship to defraud the system for other people. Odds to everybody. If someone comes here from whatever country and says, I'm going to be an American citizen, and here's my information. Then we find out their info is wrong. We say, fraudulently obtained, void, go home. But what if someone comes here legally and appropriately, becomes a citizen, and then uses that citizenship to defraud the system for other people? I believe you are engaged in immigration fraud, and I believe this extends beyond the circumstances of your own paperwork. That is to say, your purpose for getting citizenship was to defraud the system after the fact, denaturalize, and deport. Trump can do it, and he should.
Agree.
Here's a story from Mediaite.
See you, Ilhan Omar. Go back to the country you love so much.
Immigrants who have committed crimes, telling reporters on Sunday night that, quote, if I have the power to do it, I would denaturalize. The president spoke to the press aboard Air Force One on his way back to Washington Sunday night, answering questions surrounding his recent actions on immigration, among other topics. Mr. President, you said that you might denaturalize some American citizens. Can you talk about that? Asked a reporter. He said, you mean people that are here, that are in here that shouldn't be in here? Reporter says that became Americans. Are you trying to revoke their citizenship? Trump said, well, we'll see. I mean, yeah, if we have criminals that came into our country, they were naturalized maybe through Biden or somebody that didn't know what they were doing. If I have the power to do it, I would denaturalize absolutely. The president was then asked to clarify the meaning of reverse migration. Quote, it means get people get people out that are in our country, get them out of here. I want to get them out. We got a lot of people in our country that shouldn't be here, and they came in through Biden, and he was the worst president in the history of our country. But the single biggest thing he did was allow millions of people into our country that shouldn't be here. Trump referenced the recent shooting of 2 National Guard members, one fatally by a suspect in our country. But the single biggest thing he It's a tragic story, and it would never have happened if
very-
this guy didn't come into this country. Why did we bring him in? Why do we bring these people in? You know, we have traditions, we have values, we are a people. And it's sad to see all of this happening. If this guy was not brought in, if he was vetted properly, these Democrat policies, it just keeps happening. You know, the crazy thing is, Republican policies that Democrats complain about, what is it? They complain that rich people are keeping too much of their own money. And I'm like, I mean, I kind of agree, I guess. It's not the most pressing thing to me. You know, Steve Bannon talks about taxing the rich. They're ripping us off. And I'm like, I hear you, brother. Very Occupy of you, Steve. I agree. And they talk about minority issues. And I'm like, look, man, I'm concerned about the working class and paying the bills. What are they fighting for? I can talk about Democrat policies, letting criminals out of jail, a young woman being drenched in gasoline in Chicago and then immolated. Their policies of releasing criminals have made things worse. Their policies, their tax policies have made it harder to run a business. And what do the Republicans do? They're not resisting Democrat policies. They're just going, oh, slow down there. And what do you get? I got to be honest. What are Republican policies getting you? Pro-lifers? Well, in the local level, you got abortion bans. But what are the federal level Republicans even doing? I couldn't tell you. I had a conversation with me ma a few years ago. She was like, why are you always ragging on Democrats? And I'm like, because Democrats do things. Like, let's be real. I can rag on Republicans for doing nothing, but what is it? pH neutral, okay? Like, Republicans suck because they do nothing. Democrats suck because they do bad things. So if I look at two people and Democrat do bad thing, Republican done nothing, I can be like, man, that guy's a lazy PO. He didn't do anything. That person's burning the house down. Case in point, this story. I say Trump, denaturalize, deport, get it done. The big news, of course, he's pausing all asylum applications and visas for Afghans. Listen, I think there are people in Afghanistan who served this country when we were there. I don't think we should have been there. I think you vet some of these people, we owe them. Because we leave behind the people who worked with us, who fought for whatever our vision was supposed to be. I don't know. They sacrificed a lot for us. Loyalty matters. But the idea that we're going to bring anybody without
trying to adjust my blanket
is absolutely ridiculous. A small West Virginia town brought even closer through grief. In Webster Springs, everyone knows one another. When National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom was killed, that connection was further strengthened. I don't know if you guys saw the post from her dad. Lord help us, man. The things I would do if that was my child. I don't know if
Can't
I should
even
reveal the
imagine.
private details. I may have told the story publicly, but I don't know if I should reveal private details of any prominent personalities. But I was hanging out with a prominent personality. I'll just put it like that. And we were talking about the riots in Ferguson, Michael Brown being killed, whether it was just or unjust. And he said, I don't care. You kill my son, I'll make the whole world pay.
Yeah.
Yikes. This is a man of means and capability. And I said, I believe him. I believe him. What a horrifying story. What will we do? What will we do in America to protect what matters to us most? To make sure that our young people have an opportunity, that our country stands strong? This young Gen Z woman, the best example of Gen Z, life taken from her because of these ridiculous Biden policies. I'm so angry. I hope you are too.
A lot to be angry about.
We fight for a better future where you open your front door and your young kids, not too young, but your kids, you say, come back when the lights turn on. A high trust society where you can leave your bike in your front yard. No one's going to take it.
But you can't.
You know what's funny?
No matter where you're at, you can't do
There's
that anymore.
There's still a remnant of this. It's mountaintop skiing. You ever go skiing? For those that haven't. Skiing or snowboarding, you take your skis off and your snowboard because you got to go to the bathroom or you want to eat a cheeseburger, whatever you got to do, and you just put them outside and you walk away. And you come back and there they are. Nobody took them. It's amazing.
Only.
There was a funny video where it was, I think it was like a black dude being like, "Man, look at this." He's like, "White people just leave. These are thousands of dollars in equipment. There's no cameras anywhere. Literally, anybody can walk up and just grab. You could accidentally grab someone's skis or snowboard." He thought it was funny because you don't have that in the cities. There was another video where it was a bunch of black dudes were grabbing a bunch of ski equipment and just leaving with it. And that's the issue of low trust society. I'm not making this a race thing. That was what the video was. You talk about whatever you want to talk about. YouTube will probably reduce visibility on this video from me having said it. But that's the harsh reality of low trust society. Locking up the deodorant at Walgreens. I was at a CVS. I can't remember where I was. It was like Texas or something. And was it Nashville?
Lotions,
and I was like, I'm
toothpaste,
gonna grab a little
deodorant,
ice cream. I went to the ice cream freezer. It was locked. I was like, "Are you kidding me? If I want ice cream, I have to ask an employee to cut."
Everything's locked up.
That's insane.
Very
it's time
much
to bring back high trust society, my friends. We got to do what we got to do. I'm gonna leave it there. Smash the like button. Share the show. Stay tuned. Thank y'all so much for hanging out. We'll see you all in the next segment.
Okay, 116 likes on.
Over the holiday, I made a video discussing these billboards that
going on
popped up,
YouTube?
effectively calling on the military to defect to violate. Over the holiday, I made a video discussing these billboards that had popped up, effectively calling on the military to defect to violate their orders and break the chain of command. The website these billboards send you to instruct these men and women in uniform how to engage in, let's just say, on the lightest side, private communications. But they're basically telling you how to bypass any kind of, let's just say, investigatory scrutiny when you do something illegal. The purpose of the instructions was that they expect you to do something that could be incriminating, compromising, or illegal. To put it simply, my friends, there are elements in this country that are fomenting civil war. I know you may see this cliche, but I've been talking about it for some time, and it's only gotten worse.
That went off.
We know of this story where Mark Kelly, appearing on Meet the Press, says the troops can decide for themselves. They can tell when the orders are illegal. We have this from Meet the Press. Let me show you this in their own words.
Let me ask you about the other big story this week. You joined 5 other Democratic lawmakers in a video urging service members to disobey orders they believe are illegal. We're seeing some of that video play, Senator, right now. In response, the Pentagon has opened an investigation into military laws. It says that you may have violated. The FBI is reportedly launching its own probe. Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has personally threatened to recall you to active duty so that you can be court-martialed. Secretary Hegseth adding your video, quote, intentionally undercut good order and discipline.
He said something,
something very simple and non-controversial, and Donald Trump said, I should be hanged.
Number one, Trump just commented with sedition. Even though he was wrong, sedition is hung, or used to be hung anyway. But sounds like he's just admitting to it, because Trump didn't post anything of the video, anything like attached to the video, never commented on the video that they did. Like, it wasn't a direct comment to anything. It was just saying sedition is equals death by hanging or something like that. I forget what exactly the post was. He didn't tag them in it. He didn't comment on their video. Like, it just sounds like these people are admitting to sedition. Like, they know they did something wrong, and now they're like, oh, well, he's threatening us, so we're gonna clutch our pearls because we might have towed the line, which is what they've been trying to do, but they're pushing the line a little bit too much in this video that they made, and we all know it. It's supposed to be, don't listen to Trump. That's all they mean by their video. Don't listen to Trump, because we say everything he does is illegal, even though it's not. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous Democrat banter and BS. It's annoying.
Is this? We say follow the law, and this is their response. These are not serious people. And Kristen, this is meant to just intimidate us. We're sticking up for the Constitution here and the rule of law, and they're saying these folks should be executed for doing that. I mean, Pete Hegseth is not a serious person. He's unqualified for this job. Should have never been put in this job. I did not vote for him. I think he is the least qualified.
This dude's a complete
Secretary of
loser,
Defense in the history
and he's
of
just
our
a
country
manipulator.
by
You can
far.
tell how manipulative
You see
he
this
is,
by how he has done this
and
job over the last
how
6
he's
months.
wording things and
This
how he's
president
talking.
thinks he can bully and intimidate people, and he's not gonna stop me for speaking out and holding him accountable for the things that he does that are wrong and unlawful.
Do you plan to cooperate with any investigation, including a potential court martial?
Well, just like saying that we should be hanged, executed, that's about intimidation.
Again, it just sounds like they're admitting to sedition, because that's all Trump posted about. Now they're like pearl clutching at something that wasn't even directed
I'm not going to be bullied
directly
especially by Donald
at
Trump
them.
and Pete Hegseth.
Oh, let me ask you about the substance.
It's a joke. These people are a joke. Wait a minute. Finish watching
Of
the
this
video.
video and your message in it, what specific orders do you believe President Trump made that you consider unlawful?
Well, so this is looking forward, but let me give you a pass, an outline of things that he has said in 20.
Over the holiday, I made a video discussing these billboards that had popped up,
You
effectively
hear it?
calling on the military to defect, to
Oh, yeah.
violate
Let me try
their
something.
orders and break the chain of command. The website these billboards send you to instruct these men and women in uniform how to engage in effect, to violate their orders and break the chain of command. The website these billboards send you to instruct these men and women in uniform how to engage in, let's just say, on the lightest side, private communications. But they're basically telling you how to bypass any kind of
His illegal orders. He was given, he's
to active duty, so
over the holiday, I made a video discussing these
The heck
billboards
is
that
going on
popped
with
up,
YouTube?
effectively calling on the military to defect, to violate. Over the holiday, I made a video discussing these billboards that had popped up, effectively calling on the military to defect, to violate their orders and break the chain of command. The website these billboards send you to instruct these men and women in uniform how to engage in, let's just say, on the lightest side, private communications. But they're basically telling you how to bypass any kind of, let's just say, investigatory scrutiny when you do something illegal. The purpose of the instructions was that they expect you to do something that could be incriminating, compromising, or illegal. To put it simply, my friends, there are elements in this country that uniform how to holiday. I made a video discussed to violate. Over the holiday, I made a video discussing these billboards that had popped up, effectively calling on the military to defect, to violate their orders and break the chain of command. The website these billboards send you to instruct these men and women in uniform how to engage in, let's just say, on the lightest side, private communications. But they're basically telling you how to bypass any kind of, let's just say, investigatory scrutiny when you do something illegal. The purpose of the instructions was that they expect you to do something that could be incriminating, compromising, or illegal. To put it simply, my friends, there are elements in this country that are fomenting civil war. I know you may see this cliche, but I've been talking about it for some time, and it's only got worse.
That went off.
We know of this story where Mark Kelly, appearing on Meet the Press, says the troops can decide for themselves. They can tell when the orders are illegal. We have this from Meet the Press. Troops can decide for themselves. They can tell when the orders are illegal. We have this from Meet the Press. Let me show you this in their own words.
Let me ask you about the other big story this week. You joined 5 other Democratic lawmakers in a video urging service members to disobey orders they believe are illegal. We're seeing some of that video play, Senator, right now. In response, the Pentagon has opened an investigation into military laws. It says that you may have violated. The FBI is reportedly launching its own probe. Now, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has personally threatened to recall you to active duty so that you can be court-martialed. Secretary Hegseth adding your video, quote, intentionally undercut good order and discipline.
He said something,
something very simple and non-controversial, and Donald Trump said I should be hanged.
Number one, Trump just commented with sedition, even though he was wrong, sedition is hung,
How ridiculous is
or used to be hung anyway. But sounds like he's just admitting to it, because Trump didn't post anything of the video, anything like attached to the video, never commented on the video that they did. Like, it wasn't a direct comment to anything. It was just saying sedition is equals death by hanging or something like that. I forget what exactly the post was. He didn't tag them in it. He didn't comment on their video. Like, it just sounds like these people are admitting to sedition. Like, they know they did something wrong, and now they're like, oh, well, he's threatening us, so we're gonna clutch our pearls because we might have towed the line, which is what they've been trying to do. But they're pushing the line a little bit too much in this video that they made. And we all know it. It's supposed to be, don't listen to Trump. That's all they mean by their video. Don't listen to Trump. Because we say everything he does is illegal, even though it's not. It's just ridiculous. Listen to Trump. That's all they mean by their video. Don't listen to Trump. Because we say everything he does is illegal, even though it's not. It's just ridiculous. Ridiculous Democrat banter and BS. It's annoying.
We say follow the law, and this is their response. These are not serious people. And Kristen, this is meant to just intimidate us. We're sticking up for the Constitution here and the rule of law.
Well, for the Constitution here.
These folks should be
So,
executed.
they don't care anything about the
I mean,
Constitution.
Pete Hegseth is not a serious person. He's unqualified for this job. Should have never been put in this job. I did not vote for him. I think he is the least
This
qualified
dude's a complete
Secretary of
loser,
Defense in the
and
history
he's
of
just
our
a
country
manipulator.
by
You can tell
far.
how
And you
manipulative
can see
he
this
is.
by how he
About the other big story.
holding him.
Why should I get
I
that he's
did not vote for him. I think he is the least
This
qualified
dude's a complete
Secretary of
loser,
Defense in the
and
history
he's
of
just
our
a
country
manipulator.
by
You can
far.
tell how
And you
manipulative
can see
he
this
is,
by how he has done this
and
job over the last
how
6
he's
months.
wording things and
This
how he's
president
talking.
thinks he can bully and intimidate people, and he's not gonna stop people
Works.
speaking out and holding him.
Excuse me. That
Said something on a debate stage and was reminded that would be illegal, and he said the military
Because the
will not
military has never
refuse his orders,
disregarded
regardless of whether they're legal.
the commander-in-chief's orders, whether they're illegal or not. Look at all the things Obama has done.
How un-American,
Bush,
how
Biden.
unconstitutional is that? Fortunately, there was a secretary.
There have been many illegal
It's
acts
also
done
talked
by
about
presidents.
sending troops into US
Not
cities,
justifying it, just saying, like,
and people
he's saying, look at what these
training.
presidents have done in a way. Like,
We're
they've never been
concerned because of this president,
rejected.
this Secretary of Defense, that we could have a
Wasn't a simple
significant
message. It was meant to
problem.
be
So
seditious.
this was a simple message: follow the law, and it was looking
Yeah.
forward.
So I'll address that really quickly. I don't want to just play this straight 6 minutes. We'll address that very quickly. This is an escalation. I'm not going to pretend that Trump is perfect. I don't need to. But of course, the world we live in is if in any way you're defensive of Trump, you're defending everything he does. Now, this is the Stop Making Me Defend Trump show, where when you have people like Mark Kelly and Slotkin, other Democrats, telling troops not to disobey illegal orders, at the same time, you have Democrats in Congress and prominent liberal pundits calling everything Trump does illegal. This is the problem. When you have overt illegal activity going on in these Democrat jurisdictions as it pertains to politics, when you have a refusal to deport, you are protecting criminals from federal law, the feds are going to come in and enforce these laws. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I like the idea of federalized police, national police, or the military being deployed. But this is all part of an escalation, and all of it is bad. This man is dumping gasoline on the fire along with progressive groups that are trying to get troops to defect. This all goes in a bad direction. But here's what he has to say about the illegal orders.
Well, and let me talk to you about some of what's happening right now. The Washington Post reporting that Secretary Hegseth gave an order to kill everybody on one of those suspected drug boats during the first strike in September. Are you calling for U.S. service members to actively disobey orders like those?
Well, if orders are illegal, not only do they not have to follow them, they are legally required not to follow
Do
them.
you think that constitutes an illegal
I think
order?
there needs to be an investigation.
Yeah,
And
okay.
I hope that the
You only
reporting
care about your
is not
paycheck.
accurate. I care so much about the United States Navy and those service members. This was an operation involving the most professional members of the military, U.S. Navy SEALs, who I revere. I hope and pray that this is not true. But there needs to be an investigation by the Inspector General. Pete Hegseth fired many of the inspectors general in
Yeah,
DOD.
I think you
But who's ever left needs to investigate it.
Power
We're going to
down,
investigate it. I
mister.
sit on the Armed Services Committee. We're going to have an investigation. We're going to have a public hearing. We're going to put these folks under oath, and we're going to find out what happened, and then there needs to be accountability.
Let me ask you, you referenced this, you were a pilot.
Notice he didn't answer the question, but he basically, this is the game. She asked him about whether or not the orders over the boat strikes and the Venezuelan escalation are illegal, and he says they should not obey illegal orders. This is assumptive reasoning. This is a manipulation technique. What he's
manipulating
doing is tricking people
manipulative man.
into connecting dots he never said. But we are not retards. Courts don't work this way. You
Yeah,
can't
that's
call
the-
for violence
the
in a video
poke
game.
at
It's in a
Hassan
video
Piker.
game. And
Hassan
the judge is gonna
Hussein
be
Piker.
like, yeah, okay, I guess said in a video game. The real issue is when you see people like Mark Kelly intentionally try to incite disloyalty and defection in our military, the only question is, does the political power exist to stop him? The answer is no, it doesn't. Donald Trump may try to exert political authority over these individuals. I mean, he said some extreme things. Sedition, punishable by death. It's not. Sedition is punishable by, I believe, 20 years in prison max. Treason is death, but treason is way more than just this. This is a violation of 18 U.S.C. 2387, inciting disloyalty against the military, in the military. However, the issue is, good luck. Democrat judges are hyperpolarized, and right now we have two distinct nations existing in the same space. The question becomes, will Mark Kelly succeed in his vile and disgusting attempt to sow discontent in our military? Let me just tell you, my friends, Barack Obama blew up kids, okay?
Yep.
And we can talk all day and night about how that's illegal. And we can talk about how we need accountability at the highest levels. We can talk about how in war, men and women in uniform follow orders.
Very much so.
Now, there are challenges in how we handle these things. I don't think military strikes are as cut and dry as American domestic policy when, like, CBP is bringing in child sex slaves, right? Even then, it can be a bit of a challenge. But I think if you're a CBP agent and you knowingly transport a young girl into sex slavery or boy, prison. If you're an American serviceman or woman and you're given orders as it pertains to the Caribbean, these drug boats, or the Middle East, depending on the orders, I get it. If you're ordered to go and just like shoot a random person for no reason, like, okay, stop, hold on. But when we're talking about, here's the intelligence, it's not a random person. I mean, literally in the random sense. Like, if a commanding officer said, hey, see that farmer over there? Shoot him. You'd be like, whoa, hold on. That guy, we know that, like, it's a random guy walking down the street. There are still challenges there because you don't know if he's an appropriate military target. You don't know if he's an enemy combatant, whatever. The point is, there are certain circumstances where you can literally be like, bro, I ain't doing that. More importantly, if they said, like, hey, here's a busload of school kids, unload on it. You'd be like, no way, dude, I'm not doing that. We have a military target. It's a boat. We believe it's carrying drugs. Take them out. Now, if we find out after the fact there was a problem, this is yes, accountability and all this stuff. The problem is Mark Kelly and the other Democrats are fomenting factionalization of our military. I talked about this over the weekend, I mentioned, I'm sorry, over the holiday, these billboards popping up. Did you go airborne just to pull security for ICE? Not what you signed up for.org. If you're National Guard, you literally signed up for this. If you are in the military, if you are a Marine, you literally signed up for this. It's called the protective principle. The president can deploy military to federal buildings, and that is a de facto protection of that building. They're not being ordered to enforce domestic law. They can provide logistical assistance and general security for federal property. They're not enforcing domestic law. That would violate posse comitatus. They're telling these troops, these National Guard who literally signed up for this, that they didn't. And then instructing them how to communicate with them in a way to hide information that may incriminate and get them in trouble because it's illegal.
Yeah, I don't care about
And
his
so here we
combat
are,
record.
Mark Kelly doubling down.
Yourself, you flew 39 combat missions over Iraq and Kuwait. You're asking officers in the field to make really tough calls about the legality of what they are being asked to do. So I want to put the question to
Yes,
you. If you were
strike 'em.
still in uniform, if you received an order to
No.
strike suspected drug boats overseas and kill everybody on board, would you refuse that order in real time?
Well, let me start by saying I've sunk 2 boats, 2 ships. I sunk an OSA-2 missile patrol boat in Kuwait Harbor. I sunk a Polnokny troop carrier
Should
in
you
the
have?
Persian Gulf during the first Gulf War. Never once did I question
You just
whether
dance.
those orders were legal or illegal. People can tell the difference. Should be
You
able to
can't
tell
even
the difference
describe what
between
an
something that
unlawful
is
order is.
Unlawful and something that is lawful. And if I was ever given an unlawful order, I
You
would
can't
refuse.
even describe what an unlawful order is.
You know, if you have time, you can certainly go to the judge, advocate generals, the lawyers, and have a discussion about it. If you don't have time, you just say simply, I'm not going to do that. That's against the law.
It puts a lot of burden on the troops to make a decision in real time, but
Puts a tremendous
Yep.
amount of burden
And they
on
wouldn't be
officers
doing
in the
these
military,
strikes
But that is their responsibility, and they can figure out. You know, a reasonable person can tell something that is legal and something that is illegal.
So now you have National Guard in Chicago saying this feels illegal when they're ordered to patrol.
Yeah.
It's entirely legal. Nothing about it even close to illegal.
I
And National
think so.
Guard routinely do American domestic work. They're National Guard. Maybe this guy's
He's trying
just
to. He's doing it purposely.
but he is fomenting
There's a purpose.
factionalization
There's always a
of our
purpose.
military. Is it emergent? Just dominoes falling over? You tell me. But again, I say this in every circumstance. It doesn't matter. Now, the individuals of lower cognitive function with 3rd grade reading levels, Sam Cedar, I said his name. I hope he gets a good clip out of this. Intentionally take my statement out of context when I say the truth doesn't matter. So I try to be more clear. The truth doesn't matter to partisans. And what that means is, obviously, the truth matters in a holistic moral sense. But if you're a partisan Democrat trying to foment civil war, unrest, factionalization, you don't care about what's true. You care about what gains you power. Same thing is true for a lot of people on the right. Although I think on the right, it's a tendency. On the left, it's a rule. Certainly there are good people on the left who don't fall into these categories, but most of them do. They know they're lying. And the right has they know they're lying people too, but typically the people on the right are actually just trying to figure out what's true. Mark Kelly, whether he's intending to or otherwise, is fomenting
Question everything.
discord in our military, saying, question your orders. You can tell. What he should be saying is,
Yep.
if you feel like an order you're given may be illegal, consult JAG officers. Is what he said, Judge Advocate General? He said certainly they can do that. That's all you got to do. No. You can't tell. You can ask questions. You can say, what are the rules on this? They're going to come to you and they're going to tell you, look, what Trump is telling you to do is lawful. But the idea that he is saying that anything Trump is doing right now may be illegal.
Hard truth
and
for
you should
them.
defy it. That's the point. Because the truth is Trump hasn't done anything illegal. So why insinuate otherwise? Right now he's questioning the strikes on the Venezuelan ships. He's saying there should be an investigation. Oh, I hope these reports aren't true. So that the people involved in the Venezuelan operation will say, I don't know, man. Democrats are going to come, they'll come after me.
Lay down,
Threatened
Diva.
it.
Yep, I agree.
The factionalization is happening and it's getting worse. These people are insane, and Mark Kelly
That's
should
what he's
resign.
doing.
scumbag.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing this for political reasons. He's doing it so that he can grandstand. There's no reason to do this. But these people have lost their minds. I'm not going to sit here and defend Trump saying sedition is punishable by death or any of that. Everyone's going crazy. But it is terrifying, and Democrats started it. Again, by all means, Trump shouldn't have said what he said. The point is, he didn't throw the stone. The Democrats did. They said his orders are illegal, and people should defy illegal orders. Liberal pundits and Democratic politicians for the whole year, Trump's first year, second term, have been saying his orders are illegal. National Guard deployment illegal. Marine deployment illegal. Questioning the Venezuelan strikes. And then saying, you should defy illegal orders. We get it. These people, if they are not charged, arrested, and stopped, will continue to foment discord. There needs to be proof to the American people that our union is strong and our laws stand.
Very true, Tim. Very true.
I guess we'll see. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. Stay tuned. More to come. Thanks for hanging out, and see you on the next segment.
Watch Pegasus. And then
carrier
should
in
you
the
have?
Persian Gulf during the first Gulf War. Never once did I question
You just
whether
dance.
those orders were legal or illegal. People can tell the difference. Should
He
be able to
can't
tell
even
the difference
describe what
between
an
something that
unlawful order is.
unlawful and something that is lawful. And if I was ever given an unlawful order,
He can't even describe what an unlawful order is.
You know, if you have time, you can certainly go to the judge, advocate generals, the lawyers, and have a discussion about it. If you don't have time, you just say simply, I'm not going to do that. That's against the law.
It puts a lot of burden on the troops to make a decision in real time. But
Puts a tremendous
Yep.
amount of burden
And they
on
wouldn't be
officers
doing
in
these
the military,
strikes.
But that is their responsibility, and they can figure out. You know, a reasonable person can tell something that is legal and something that is illegal.
Frustrating hearing it back.
Now you have National Guard in Chicago saying this feels illegal when they're ordered to patrol.
Yeah.
It's entirely legal. Nothing about it even close to illegal.
I
And
think
National Guard
so.
routinely do American domestic work. They're National Guard. Maybe this guy's
He's trying to.
just
He's doing it purposely.
but he is fomenting
There's a purpose. There's always a
factionalization of our
purpose.
military. Is it emergent? Just dominoes falling over? You tell me. But again, I say this in every circumstance. It doesn't matter. Now, the individuals of lower cognitive function with third-grade reading levels, Sam Cedar, I said his name. I hope he gets a good clip out of this. Intentionally take my statement out of context when I say the truth doesn't matter. So I try to be more clear. The truth doesn't matter to partisans. And what that means is, obviously, the truth matters in a holistic moral sense. But if you're a partisan Democrat trying to foment civil war, unrest, factionalization, you don't care about what's true. You care about what gains you power. Same thing is true for a lot of people on the right. Although I think on the right, it's a tendency. On the left, it's a rule. Certainly there are good people on the left who don't fall into these categories, but most of them do. They know they're lying. And the right has they know they're lying people too, but typically the people on the right are actually just trying to figure out what's true. Mark Kelly, whether he's intending to or otherwise, is fomenting discord in our military, saying, question your orders. You can tell. What he should be saying is, if you feel like an order you're given may be illegal, consult JAG officers. Is what he said, Judge Advocate General? He said certainly they can do that. That's all I got. Charlotte Holiday, I made a video discussing these billboards that had popped up, effectively calling on the military to defect, to violate their orders and break the chain of command. The website these billboards send
I hate the woke! I hate the left! How can I be okay? I hate all of you!
Welcome back to a series so rich, even even Mr. Monopoly subscribed. In today's video, Hassan is crying over his horrible PR, still salty that he didn't win QT Cinderella Streamer Awards. He says he'll never win an award in his life again because of Israel. He's claiming he's simply too honest for his own good. Delusional. He's gone on a 12-minute non-stop legendary crash out for the ages where he's calling out a subscriber for being too woke. He says he can't stand the purity checks and is giving up on socialism and communism. He then pulls up their chat logs and goes absolutely ballistic on them. The chatter rage baits him further, saying he's crashing out because he's too sensitive. He's once again crying about me, calling me a brain-breaking, thought-terminating slop tuber. Rank #1 loser, Caseytron, continues her non-stop cry session. This time complaining about Asmin and calling everybody right-wing bots. Asmin responds exposing her past and how she hates him because he dated her more attractive competition streamer. Subscribe or you cry all day, every day.
She's just upset she never got dated by Asmin.
You're cooked.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, we're back with our daily Hassan crash out. Favorite part of my day, honestly. Here he talks about still being salty over the QT Cinderella Streamer Awards and the fact that he didn't get a nomination. Hassan talks about never winning a streamer award again and needing charitability.
You are just too brand friendly. Yeah, I'm so brand friendly that I know for a fact that I will never win another, Streamer of the Year award for the rest of my life post October 7, 2023. Going from being invited to every single one, and I don't even mean like a Cutie Cinderellas, I'm talking about all of the other ones. Being invited and being recognized in every single one, even though I'm the third most watched Twitch streamer in North America this year, I will never, ever for the rest of my life be invited to any of those events or institutions ever again since October 7th, 2023. I'm so brand friendly that I got blacklisted by AT&T and numerous large corporations. Anyway, aren't you getting one in Ireland next week?
Because you're evil, man.
Yeah, speaking of which, I am going to Ireland next week. I talked to the boys, the Kneecap boys. I'm going to be hanging out with them. That's really fun. And I'm very excited about that.
Right, never winning a streamer awards again. I mean, okay, who actually cares? This man is such an absolute narcissist. Why do you give a shit about random dumbass award shows put on by your friends? I guess he wants approval for them or something, but he's really got to be the most miserable millionaire on the planet, because why don't you just enjoy your Hollywood mansion and your Dog Zapper 9000? I feel like that's enough to make a supervillain happy, but apparently he just needs the approval of everybody in the world. They need to worship Hassan here. And also, might I say, Kaya looks particularly depressed today. I don't know if you've been up in the voltage since your crash outs, but it's a possibility. Also, dude, there's just no way he's blaming it on October 7 in Israel again, bro. It's in my walls. It's in my cereal. Oh my god, it's all Israel's fault. And people only hate him because he's anti-Israel. No, Hassan, for the 5,000th time, it's because you thunderbolt your dog and you glaze terrorists more than Dunkin' Donuts glazes their donuts. Then he talks about why he's mad and how honest he is.
But the Ireland thing is different. That's like a humanitarian award. That's totally different. I need charitability from people that are in the margins, right? Because I have to convince them. Because I'm oftentimes explaining things from a perspective that they never heard before. The reality of the matter
we've heard your perspective before from Joseph Stalin and Karl Marx.
Towards clips that they've seen online and all this other stuff, like they don't actually approach what I have to say in a charitable manner. So
there's nothing to be charitable about.
Collaborations or industry-specific events that normalize my existence in this space, that's what I care about. Why are you giving your ops tips by breaking down your motivations like this? Do you think it just doesn't matter? They'll do it anyway? Yes, they will never stop. They'll continue doing it, and I'll continue doing what I'm doing. So it doesn't really matter. I have a policy of honesty no matter what.
Okay, come on. Now
okay.
No.
Honestly.
I refuse to believe this. He is specifically rage baiting me, I feel like. There's no way this man just said, I have a policy of honesty. I, Hassan Piker, the most honest person on the planet. Dude,
most manipulative. Next to Mark Kelly.
On my wall. Hassan Piker, I have a policy of honesty. It's no longer opposite day, bro. That was a long time ago. I don't know what you're doing here. You're giving me too much ammo. Also, please tell me I heard that wrong. Did this reject just say that he's winning a humanitarian award? Hello? Excuse me? For what? For only shocking animals and not shocking humans as well? Do you get an award for that? And I feel like even that's doubtful considering the way Jellywig and iDubbbz act around you. You'd think they have the shot collar
yeah.
on, right? Whoever made that award needs to be fired ASAP. Tectone responds, I've never seen a millionaire be more miserable in my life. Literally any other person in the history of the planet, if you put them in Hassan Piker's position, they would be retiring and having the time of their life. Instead, he chooses to be like this. Nuck says, after
his life is a choice.
the October 7 atrocities, he finally acknowledges the real victim, himself. Every single time. Maybe just stop supporting terrorists and stop talking about Israel 24/7 and maybe treat your dog like an actual dog and don't shock her. Oh, and maybe don't make sexual passes at the host of the show. That too. We cannot forget that because that was crass.
And he came in and he said, you could see my dick in this. And I said, Hassan, I'm not looking. And then he proceeded to hump the air and he said, look. And I said, I'm not looking.
That's crass.
Taylor Lorenz literally shoehorned him into some top influencer list this year. He's actually such a spoiled crybaby. Dude, that list was so ridiculous. They put Hassan Piker right next to Mr. Beast in terms of people who are influential. Are you kidding me? There's like 1 billion people between Hassan and Mr. Beast. In fact, I am above Hassan considering YouTube views. I don't know. Buddy is not on that level no matter how wet Taylor Lorenz is.
He's unreasonably good looking and like
No, he's not.
Cool and dresses cool.
Tell me about
Saint Hassan blacklisted for his stainless principles. Surely not for the gleeful takes that America deserved 9/11 or his hippopotamus mind. That's a new one. Wishing PTSD on troops or feigning innocence over blatant animal abuse. Oh no, it's because of his
talking about
policy
Krogan.
of honesty that he was blacklisted. He was too honest. They call him Gandhi. He craves adoration, literally Homelander.
Gandhi wasn't that great either, honestly.
Hassan crash out in existence. 12 straight minutes of utter meltdown. This is cinema, okay? Hassan crashes out at a chatter for being too woke. I hate the woke. 12 minutes, oh lord. Right, here's the chatter, celestial praxis. We get it, you don't understand black people. This ain't the argument you think it is. Your understanding of white supremacy is so juvenile, it's infuriating. And this sent him into the stratosphere.
Your understanding of white supremacy is so juvenile, it's infuriating.
Yeah, whiny boy
Because I am
Hassan.
a white supremacist. I'm moving to the white supremacist town, okay? That's why. I'm a white supremacist. I'm white, okay? I'm white. I'm a white man. I'm a cisgender, heterosexual white man. You got me. You caught me, okay? You caught me because I want these white enclaves to survive and exist so we can have sundown towns and finally restore the white caliphate. You fucking got me, dude. It starts with the implicit biases. It starts with the blind spots. Despite the fucking tens of thousands of hours poured over
keeps going off.
critically examining white supremacy and how it manifests in every orifice of American society, you, chatter, you caught me. It was actually my privileged blind spot that you identified. And now the mask is slipping. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my god. This is amazing. This might have made my entire year. This is the greatest thing I've ever witnessed. I
It's
know
a
we
little
have
cringe.
like an unhinged meltdown every day, but this one's truly special. So first off, dude called him a white supremacist. First off, clip it and ship it. We got him, boys. Second off, this is what happens when you pander to these psycho, extra, ultra woke communities where you get increasingly high standards and then you're just not woke enough for them, right? Despite doing all this bullshit and constantly pandering every single day, you still get called out by them, by the very community that you wanted to appeal to. And now you're reaping what you sow, and it's absolutely wonderful. And once again, reminder, this is not a troll. This is a 6-month subscriber. His community, day by day, is eating him alive. It is cinema. Then he says that he absolutely hates woke people. Buddy, have you looked in a mirror?
God
Yeah,
damn, dude.
question.
You're so fucking stupid. What is this like? Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. No, I'm not okay. I can't even crack jokes at the expense of a bunch of inbred white douchebags that decided to fucking try and build a failed white supremacist enclave in the middle of fucking nowhere where they're in self-exile without a bunch of chatters saying that I'm actually blinded by white supremacist values. How can I be okay? I hate all of you. I hate the woke. I hate woke. I hate the left. I hate the woke.
Yeah, I don't know. This might be my favorite episode ever, dude. This guy has completely lost it. I can literally see steam coming out of his tiny microscopic head. I hate the woke. I hate the left. I hate my life. I hate streaming. I mean, literally the most miserable guy in existence, bro. Literally anybody could have a Soundpiker's life and learn to enjoy it. You know, leave the internet, stop being a psycho, just enjoy your millions of dollars, retire, have a wonderful life. But no, he chooses this. He chooses this life of utter patheticness because he has this desperate need to be seen as like this messiah, to be seen as this intelligent political commentator, a goal that he will never accomplish in his entire life ever. I mean, even if you're a Hassan fan, you cannot deny the crash out gets worse every single time. I feel like at this point, his own subs might be rage baiting him because, I mean, if I followed a person that was so thin-skinned and had a meltdown over everything, then it would just be entertaining. I would purposely be rage baiting them, which is kind of what's happening to Hassan here. So then he says that he's giving up on socialism and communism.
We will never achieve anything. We will never build communism, socialism, any sort of progress whatsoever. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. It's not happening anytime soon, regardless. But we're not even building even a modest expansion of social safety nets, okay? Because this kind of mentality is just cancer at the heart of any kind of fucking coalition building, any kind of movement building. You can't even fucking make a couple jokes without people being like, whoa! It's a privileged blind spot. And now I'm crashing out because I'm a white supremacist. Okay? Just get the fucking ball rolling ahead of time. Make some fucking TikToks, chatters. It's time. Let's go. Hassan consistently dropping the ball on black issues. He needs to stop talking about black issues. It's just like you're
He should.
Your entire world.
He needs to stop talking about a lot of issues.
A smarmy douchebag. What the fuck are you doing?
Okay, no way, bro said he's giving up on communism. No, Hassan, that's your life's work. Oh my god, you were glazing the USSR the other day. You jack off to Stalin in your sleep, and now you're like, oh no, no communism now. I mean, this is the audience you fostered, dude. If you give up, how will I pay for my great-great-great-grandkids' tuition? Think about me, Hassan. Think about what I would do. What a selfish person. But honestly, he's completely right. I'm actually going to defend him here because it is impossible to make any progress when your community literally shits on you for the smallest of jokes, right? And he deserves this because this is what he's built. And he has encouraged this behavior in order to further his rabid psychopathic community and weaponize it against other people. And now that it's being used against him and he can't control the beast that he's made, he has a problem with it, right? He finally realized, oh shit, my community is absolutely nuts, right? Even a couple episodes, he had the realization that, oh, Burnt Peanut the streamer doesn't want to associate with me because my chat immediately starts calling him a fascist because he made a shock collar joke.
Do not play with him. He's a fucking fascist. I highly doubt that he is a fascist. And obviously, if you're like a normal content creator, why in the ever-loving would you ever want to be around someone like myself whose community instantly goes, that's a
exactly
fascist?
But I will say the chatter was definitely
That's why nobody wants to be around you.
Shit about black issues. I don't know why he keeps insisting he's a white supremacist, even as a joke, buddy. Like, we got the soundbite already. We don't need it anymore, buddy. We believe you. We believe you, all right? Don't need to convince us. So then he pulls up their chat logs and just goes ballistic, bro. This is the longest crash out I've seen.
We're getting to a goddamn point where if people want to fucking be white supremacists, they can openly say it. You won't achieve shit because you're not an organization. You have no idea about movement building. You've clearly never been a part of a movement. You, whatever movement you're a part of, you are destroying, okay? Whatever fucking movement you have actually been a part of, you are actively undermining and destroying. You literally are born with a copy of the fucking CIA disruption manual. You, chatter. You. I am not a movement, exactly. But even though I'm not a movement and an entertainer nonetheless, you still treat this as though it is yet another opportunity for COINTELPRO. And it's not that you're getting paid by the fucking CIA. You're just doing it for fun because you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moronic dipshit. Every single thing
He's
must be
so
designed according
wild.
to your own personal values.
He's just
That's it.
going out.
You're selfish. You're stupid. And even when something is irrelevant and unproductive and utterly for entertainment purposes, you can't fucking stop yourself. You have no charity. You have no grace. You're just a fucking narcissistic loser.
Okay, buddy. Now you were just describing yourself. Buddy ranted too long and he started projecting again like the Epson home cinema, all right? Premium projector, of course. And I just can't get over it. Hassan calling someone a narcissistic loser. I mean, come on. Now you're just tickling my toes, buddy. You know what? I'm actually surprised. This is actually growth for Hassan because at least he didn't pull out the gun this time. At least he didn't start dancing around with the gun or whatever. This time he learned, oh, okay, I gotta use my words here. You know, I gotta use them very creatively. And I think I just realized that Hassan could actually be a decent streamer. If he legitimately wasn't politically brain rotted, he's unintentionally hilarious. Like all these crash outs, like obviously he's not trying to be funny, but you know, just looking at this content, it is hilarious in the way that he doesn't want, right? Literally one chatter manages to rage bait him into the stratosphere, bro. There's probably an alien from Mars watching the series right now, having a blast, and they're dying laughing. In fact, his name is Steve. Steve from Mars is watching, and he really enjoys you, Hassan. Real big fan of the series. So then the chatter clocks him. He says he's crashing out because he's sensitive and like a man baby, and he's kind of spot on.
And you behave like a little federal agent for free. You're catastrophizing. You really have no clue you're
He
crashing out
does
from a place
just
of sensitivity.
crash
I'm not. I'm crashing out
hard.
because I can't fucking stand losers like you. Okay? I can't stand it. And guess what? No one can. No one can stand you. No one. You need to really stop behaving like this. Oh, the problem is you think you're doing progressive politics when in fact what you are doing is being a fucking annoying woke scold. Your own personal inability to understand context, nuance, whether someone is actually joking or not, is not actually doing praxis. You're not doing praxis. You're posting in a fucking Twitch chat. You goddamn loser. Remember, this all started because you had to argue that sundown towns are cool? You are a mentally deficient, absolute moron. If you think I said sundown towns are cool, that is not a thing that I said. I actually never said that. You have to make up what I said in order to justify your worldview, in order to justify your smarmy, annoying, narcissistic tendencies. This is what I mean. Stop. Stop masquerading as though there is a real point of contention that you're advocating for here. There is none. You just want to be heard because you're a fucking loser and no one cares about your opinion.
Hassan, how do you do this? How do you perfectly describe yourself with zero self-awareness? No one can stand you. You think you're doing progressive politics. You're a mentally deficient moron. Yeah, that all sounds exactly like you, man. In fact, I'm not surprised considering this is a member of your community. This is just amazing. By the way, I went to Anime Festival Asia like a couple days ago and I met a few fans, and turns out my community is actually super cool and they love the Legendary series and they're actually pretty awesome. Unlike Hassan fans right here who think he's not woke enough, they're actually combative. They come up in public to him to tell him to stop drinking Diet Coke, bro. Like, it's absolutely pathetic.
Hey, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff.
These people
Police your behavior instead of just enjoying your content.
cannot
And
stand
that
it.
just shows the difference in our communities right here. Right, so then he starts blaming the left, and keep in mind this is the same guy who is baffled as to why liberals hate him.
I hate the tendency of the left to make it seem as though as long as they use academic language and emancipatory language, they can just be a fucking woke scold, boring loser who just everyone has to pay attention to. And the other problem is there are plenty of people that are going to fucking hear this shit and go, you know what? Was that person a black person? Was that person a brown person? Maybe they do actually have a real serious issue with what Hassan is saying. No, you're just being fucking insufferable and also incredibly cynical. And not only are you being insufferable and incredibly cynical, you're also lying about my positions now. If you have to justify your worldview or what you did just now by lying about what I'm saying, after spending years in this fucking community, then maybe you should really reconsider how you approach the subject matter. Why? Why do you feel the need to do this? Day one, because your blood pressure is at insane levels right now?
Oh my god, bro. He is cooked. And this is what I mean
Yeah.
when I say you're cooked at the start of my videos. This is exactly what I mean, okay? Even your chatters are pointing out that you've literally been rage baited. And this is literally him getting a dose of his own medicine. Oh, they're lying about what I'm saying. Wow, Hassan, I wonder who does that. Definitely not Hassan. Hassan has never done that in his life. He has never
not once.
lied in his entire life because honesty is his policy, right? He's just too honest for his own good, guys. I wish I could meet someone as honest as Hassan Paika. The guy who routinely calls Ethan a Zionist Israel dick rider, calls his wife a valid military target, and essentially implies that she's a baby killer terrorist, is now complaining that people are misrepresenting him and lying about him. Wow, man. It really feels like someone has possessed his body and is letting out all of the pent-up anger, right? Hassan has like 1% good inside him. 99% is bullshit and evil or whatever. And that 1% is trying to come out and actually say the shit that he's been thinking this entire time. Man, how tragic, Hassan. If only you realized that everything you call out others for literally applies to you.
You didn't say you like sundown towns. You said, let these fucking mentally ill white supremacist losers self-exile. Because that's what I said. But you're not going to actually say that. You're going to say, Hassan, you justified the existence of whites-only towns. Okay? I totally understand if someone has never encountered my commentary before, and maybe they misunderstand my position. But if you're in this community, it's just so frustrating. I hate having to deal with, you said you like pancakes, you must hate waffles as the primary fixture of people's politics on a daily fucking basis.
Okay, by the way, just saying, that's like his 500th swear this video. I already cut out about 50 of his F-bombs, right? And oh my god, this is gonna be a nightmare to edit, okay? Buddy, it's time to expand your vocabulary. This is coming from the diabolical guy, okay? That's when you know you need to stop. And legitimately, Hassan's blood pressure has to be through the roof. Like, if you measured his body temperature, it's probably like 600 degrees. Now, again, I do actually understand his point. Basically, his chat is sort of misunderstanding him to appear like a virtuous person, to point out some mistake, right? And honestly, I'm defending him here, right? Because I want to be fair in that manner. This will always happen to anyone if you create content on the internet. Some portion of the audience will just not get it or whatever. A lot of people just don't understand my sarcasm whenever I'm talking or whatever. What I don't understand is the 12-minute nonstop meltdown over one chatter, and it's probably even longer than that, right? And I get that they're your own subscriber, but man, this is just not healthy, man. Did he up his like roid dose or something? Because like, I've never seen this level of rage. Then he perfectly points out what his own community is like.
You will never understand the point I'm trying to make because being insufferable is your politics, by the way. Me. I'm being insufferable. Pay attention to me. I'm using academic language. I'm using emancipatory language. You have to listen to me. I'm going to tell you right now that you're actually hurting my feelings, but you're not hurting my white feelings. You're hurting my feelings as someone of insert marginalized identity. That this way, other people who will encounter this conversation later down the line, because I have a million different fucking haters who are clipping right now, salivating at the prospect of this conversation taking place, are going to use the most negative framing to cut 1,000 other fucking arguments about how Hassan is a white supremacist. He snapped now.
Well, yes, Hassan, I am actually salivating, all right? I'm salivating more than when I eat peanut butter and chocolate. I'm salivating more than Luffy getting a piece of juicy meat. But you got that wrong, Hassan. I'm salivating at your crash out, but I'm not gonna lie about you. Ironically, I, one of your biggest ops or whatever, actually defends you in this situation. I think that chatter is misunderstanding you, and you are not actually defending white supremacy in that instance, right? Funny how that works. Your ops are the only people who are actually honest, right? I don't need to lie about Hassan, because the truth is enough to make you see that he's a clown. And there's ample evidence of that. I don't need to make shit up. By the way, here's what his chat is saying. How is Unk still going? And they're spamming that. Infighting moment. Let me join you on that drink chatter. They're literally having a drinking game to this guy's crash out. We got more chatters. Yeet just came, and that's the Twitter account that posts him. Hassan hates black people. This is a Clipper's dream. Then the chatter calls him a victim, and he literally proves their point.
Oh, gotcha. Politics is boring. No, politics is not boring. You can make politics fun. Okay? You can make it
It
fun.
is.
I try to all the time. In spite of the fucking best attempts of the most smarmy, annoying fucking douchebag losers on the goddamn planet. Oh, don't refresh their logs. They have, yeah, I know. False dichotomies. I can see this is a sore point for you, bro. I just sound like that. Haha, I don't have to try. The victim complex is so wild. I'm not a victim, dumbass. I'm not. You are. Ever come in here and say this is life or death for me and you don't take this shit seriously, because if this was life or death for you, you would probably not behave like this.
By the way, that was way longer. He swore about 50 more times, so I had to cut that out because I don't want to get flagged if you like spam the F word or whatever. Sailor Mouth here actually doing 1000 IQ move, making it harder to clip him, but you are absolutely a victim, dude. I feel like today's the one day that Schrodinger's Turk didn't actually work, right? He couldn't color change to brown because he was stuck being like this white supremacist or whatever, right? I mean, it can't work every single time. You can't use the same card every single time. It's just people are gonna get used to it, all right? They're gonna find ways to counter it. And I do agree that politics is usually boring unless somebody like you is crashing out. Then it's very fun. People responded almost 12 minutes of Hassan. Yeah, no thank you. Don't worry, you can watch the filtered down version through the Pegasus channel. Okay, I watched this, the most entertaining clip of Hassan I've ever seen. I'm not even joking. Whole thing looks and sounds like he's looking in the mirror, screaming, scolding, and mocking himself like a lunatic. It's a must-watch 10 out of 10 short film. Legitimately, I'm actually so
Very
upset
much.
because I don't have a good title thumbnail for this video. And I don't know how to get across to you guys that this is the best episode ever, but yeah, I'll see what I can do. I've never seen him like this. He's raging like a rabid creature. His max gated mic is peaking 10 different times. Feels like you're on Tyler One stream. The irony of not realizing he's actually describing himself the whole time while looking at an unaware raging emote. Fantastic. Right, so then he starts crying about me again, and now we know confirmed whenever he says sloptuber, he's talking about me because he's actually mentioned my name now.
More Pegasus made a dozen videos about you in the past few days. I love that guy. That would otherwise be like, oh, let me check in to see what this guy was saying. Those guys will watch those fucking brain-breaking, thought-terminating slop-tubers and go, yeah, this guy. And then we lose those guys to the right-wing pipeline eventually because they're just
Because you
rudderless.
push them away.
Okay. That's what I'm
You are
sad
pushing
about.
people
That's what
away
I'm
from the
always sad
left.
about.
They're
Don't you
watching
sort of
you
think
because
reaping
you're a
what you sow a little
joke.
bit? I mean, it's literally always a 40-month chatter. First of all, that was a 6-month chatter. These are the people you created, homie. The chickens are coming home to roost.
I mean, I don't know. He kind of got you there, didn't he? And this man is so pissed. Brain-breaking, thought-terminating slop-tubers. Okay, I gotta admit, that's a decent insult, okay? Especially when you realize that it should be applied to you, okay? You are the brain-breaking, thought-terminating slop-tuber. Ironically, the only place where actual thinking goes on is on one of these channels, as opposed to the Hassan Piker broadcast. There's absolutely fucking nothing going on there except a bunch of crash outs, a bunch of random terrorism, I don't know. The Hassan hates his audience arc has dropped gem after gem on the timeline. He absolutely hates them. Right, so Asman responded.
Don't you sort of think you're reaping what you sow a little bit? I mean, it's literally always a 40-month chatter. First of all, that was a 6-month chatter. These are the people you...
The 40-month chatter means that this is a viewer that had probably seen him banning the 40-month chatter yesterday. That's crazy.
created, homie. The chickens are coming home to roost. Like it's the
the chickens are coming home to roost, and now you're gonna pull up the whole logs.
All of these losers that behave like this, all of the fucking hyper scrutinizing, endless puritanical spiral enjoying leftists actually give Asmongold's audience a fantastic opportunity to sit around and jerk off about how fucking dumb we are on the left.
You're so right. You're so right. Yeah, it's hilarious. No, he's totally right about this. Those like horse racing threads about him on his Reddit, and then like all those girls talking about how he's a misogynist and like all this other stuff on TikTok.
Because we are. It's guys like this that make out like bandits here, and they laugh at us. Neck-bearded losers love this kind of constant fucking crash out infused discourse on the left.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, look, he's saying chickens come home to roost. I'm here to watch you fall apart.
Oh my god, what a legend. And honestly, I'm also here to watch you fall apart, son. In fact, a lot of people are here to do exactly that. We kind of make it a part of our daily routine. Was Hassan like this before the Shotgate scandal? I don't think it was this crazy. Honestly, I gotta admit, that brain broke him. Like, legitimately, I've never seen this level of anger and seething from him. It's like every cell of his body is itching to get rage baited. Hassan has the emotional intelligence of a tired 3-year-old. Okay, let's not insult the 3-year-old. Moving on to one of my favorite segments, Caseytron crying nonstop. Recap, she got sued by Ethan for violating copyright and is losing everything now. She continues being a vile, disgusting, manipulative person, slandering everyone and playing victim. Here she is melting down about Asmin.
And so what's this here? Right-wing bot farms artificially inflate the popularity of red pill ideology. More people join in because it's seen as popular and easy money. And anybody who speaks against red pill ideology gets artificial hate and ridicule from right-wing bot farms. Is this not what's happening? Yeah, everybody that disagrees with you is a robot. That's exactly right. My sister made a post and is being attacked by incels claiming my family deserves to have our home taken because of consequences. Please show us some support. Bro, every comment on here is just about me. It's all about me. Holy shit. This is crazy.
A lot of harassment. I've dealt with like a lot of harassment over the years. Like,
yeah, so am I. From you, bitch. What do you mean?
Dude, Casey is honestly the ultimate cry bully. Emphasis on cry. Because what is it, the 3rd episode and she's still just playing victim, bro? We get it. Your life is ruined. We already threw the pizza party. I guess we gotta throw a barbecue too now. My God. Celebration after celebration. And you just know that if this was happening to Asmongold or somebody else, like, she would legitimately have zero sympathy. And that's exactly why nobody should have anything for her. And also, she's a horrible person who just slanders people left and right, tries to ruin their lives, and then when she rightfully gets destroyed in court, then she plays victim. But now it's just too much, right? I mean, this is karma.
Got badges.
And
We got
so then Asmon exposes her past.
Is going to ruin my life. That
He's going to. He is. And I'm going to watch the entire thing and laugh the whole time. It's going to be great. Can't wait.
Going to foreclose on.
And actually, like, that's not even really true because, like, Ethan Klein being able to ruin her life implies that her life isn't already ruined to begin with. Your life is already ruined to begin with. You are a deadbeat, burnout, loser streamer that's barely getting by. You barely get by grifting off of other deadbeat, loser, middle-aged women that hate men for a various amount of reasons. And this is what you've been doing for the better part of 10 years now. And so that's it. Like, you used to be a booby streamer. You used to farm that stuff. You used to
be, and now she's old.
Stereotypes yourself.
Not really that old. She's younger than me, isn't she?
Now you're not able to do it anymore. And so
good
now
news,
you
I don't
decide
have to
to just
stream for
dedicate
looks.
all of your streams to hating men that are more successful than you ever were. That's all you do. That's all you were. That's all you are.
You know,
Hopefully.
like, I feel anxious. Like, I feel under threat all the time. Like,
yeah. There you go. Like, what about whenever Ethan got the skulls sent to his house? I wonder if he felt under threat or he had CPS weaponized against him because of some fucking internet drama. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
I'm waking up in the middle of the fucking night screaming. Okay.
Yeah, we watched.
Damn, that's
that
crazy.
yesterday. Oh, Tim's watching that one. That's pretty cool. I watched it yesterday from Asmongold anyway last night about, oh, how did the world get so ugly? It's so true. Let's see.
I'm gonna change the color. Let's go for full blue. Hello, number ones. Welcome back to my channel. This is the Metatron speaking. Name an addiction that society has fully normalized, asks Irene on X. Yeah, I'm gonna say social media. I'm gonna say social media. Definitely social media. 100%. Coffee? Not even close. Sex? What? Oh, maybe. I mean, I can see that one if you mean like in the way that it's everywhere and people get addicted to like pornography, that kind of stuff. Sure, I can see that. Gambling, yeah, but it's not really new, isn't it? I'm going to say social media. Absolutely,
it's
social media. That's my answer. The rabbit hole, which way?
For
West
sure
the
it is.
world? Hard on criminals or hard on innocents? Is this even, are people actually engaging with this? Yeah, hard on criminals, obviously, hard on criminals. This guy should have never even been out. Hard on criminals. If you're white, you can't speak Spanish. Are you familiar with the entire country of Spain? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. Also, please put the
Watch
freaking
that one.
apostrophes. White
Candace
should be
Owens finally
capital
brings
letters.
receipts.
That's the hill I'm gonna die on, by the way.
See
So
what
you
her
can
receipts
stop
are.
with this nonsense. White, uppercase. White, uppercase. Describe Jesus in one word. God. White people will literally choose a dog over a refugee in a heartbeat. See, I don't understand these kind of silly remarks.
Non sequitur.
Like, what are you talking about? Am I supposed to get a refugee, put him on leash, and have him as a pet in my house? Is that what you said? What? How are the two things even comparable? Also,
They're
when
not.
you say refugee, you mean illegal alien. So please use your words correctly, because we have nothing to do. Also, why are you making it racial? That's another thing. And then, am I supposed to say anti-white people will talk about white people as a whole every chance they get in order to push their
What they want.
derogatory racist propaganda? That's
They
the real
want
question we should ask
segregation
in this
back.
case.
That's
But
what they want.
regardless, the two things are apples and pears. They have nothing to do with it. If we're talking about, hey, there is an actual real refugee and it's still within the budgets of our system, yeah, of course, yeah, I want to help some people. I can't help 50 million people because that would collapse the entire country. But regardless, what does that have anything to do with a dog? And the people saying dog 100%, dog 100%, or racist, that's what we're going to get here. Has nothing to do. These two things have nothing to do with each other unless
Like cats,
you want
I guess,
to have
'cause they like
a
dogs.
refugee as a pet.
A lot of people are afraid of
Exactly.
dogs, so-
Angela says, why only address white people? Exactly. Ask all Americans. 100%. Exactly. Because she's racist. I'm going to say it. I don't even care anymore. What was the first controller you ever held?
Atari joystick.
Out of all of these, it would be number 2, the NES controller, because I did not have...
We played
no,
the
actually,
Atari
I'm
a lot
wrong.
when I
It
was a
the
kid, and then
Atari
we
because
went to
my
the
friend
NES.
had an Atari 2600, so it would be number 1. But the reality is that the very first controller I've ever held, before even going to play, I think, at my friend's house, would be maybe something for the Commodore 64. Yeah, anyways, regardless, number 1. Sure, number 1. Absolutely number 1. I swear, I hate AI
Sega.
images. I
A lot
hate
of Sega.
AI images. Democrats today, he called it a piggy. That's derogatory. Also Democrats, we killed Charlie. Charlie's dead. Yeah, I mean, it's true. Not every single Democrat, of course, but yeah, there are plenty like this. And
Good majority
this type of leftist
online.
is the one I despise. Of course, that doesn't, if you are like, but Metatron in the comments, I am left-wing, but I thought that Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to die. I disagreed with him, but okay, fine, I'm not talking about you. Do I have to really specify? Great. But are you denying
Unfortunately,
that this
you do,
exists?
because people on the
Absolutely
internet
exists.
are idiots.
And they are despicable. Despicable. That kind of left-winger will complain more about how words are violence when it comes to he called her fat than bullets being violence in necks. Make it make sense. You meet your 18-year-old self, you're allowed 3 words. What do you say? YouTube day 1. Get a head start, am I right? B tells us, I want AI to do my laundry and dishes so that I can do
there on
art
day
and
1 though.
writing. Not for AI to do my art and
Get it
writing so that I
into
can
it
do
more
my laundry and
consistently.
dishes. You know, she does have a point. Those kind of cleaning robots are a thing now, apparently. I watched a couple of videos about it, but in fact, problem with that is that unfortunately the technology is not there yet. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Yeah, so the AI housekeeping robot, this one here, your AI humanoid robot. I also don't know why they make it look like this. I mean, I was imagining
With
them
the
to be more
sweater.
like Detroit to become human, but I mean, we'll get there for sure. The problem with this, though, is that even though on paper it sounds good, this stuff costs like $20,000. And if you pre-order one, by the
New
way, never
car.
pre-order anything unless you trust the source with your life. The problem is that you will pay $20,000 and then you see these little camera eyes right here. Can you see them? Yeah, so those camera eyes, as you can see, it means that it's not like the robot is currently fully capable on its own to do this. Now, it can do a couple of things on its own, like opening the door for you. But when it comes to actually doing the chores and all the stuff that you're seeing, it's because somewhere in India there is Abu who is controlling this and therefore seeing through the eyes and looking into your house. That's what it is. The majority of the stuff that you see it doing, it's because there is someone with a VR set controlling it remotely. Imagine the catastrophic lack of privacy. Already we have no privacy as it is, but this would be the one thing where you can actually know for
no-go
sure that
zones
if
for it,
someone
but
else
still,
looking
I
through
don't-
cameras into your house, and what if that footage gets leaked and now like someone has the complete mapping on the entirety of your house or knows your habits or knows where you keep stuff or not? No. So maybe be careful what you wish for, to be honest. David says, before the genocide against Muslim in Spain, which genocide? I swear the usage of this word is a word which is technical, as a definition and parameters and requirements. Genocide doesn't mean killing people. It's not an alternative for killing people. It's a technical word. Anyways, against Muslims in Spain, 80% of the population was Muslim. Now, the Muslim population in Spain is less than 10%. Spain, which was once a Muslim majority state, has now become a Christian majority state. Amen. Because of the genocide carried out against Muslims. And AL says they're now saying they're indigenous to Spain. You can't make this up. Yeah, I mean, it's called Reconquista, and it was based. Deal with it. The medieval scholar Joan of Arc at number 2, and no Eleanor of Aquitaine. Also, they did the 100 most influential women in history. I'm surprised they put a white-looking Cleopatra. That's very strange. And even my dogs went nuts. Can you hear it? That's insane.
Even though she was Greek.
I'm gonna say. So, guys, what do you think? Joan of Arc or Eleanor of Aquitaine? I'm gonna say whichever you don't make black. Queen Amanirenas, if you want a based black woman. Stop turning our women black. It's nonsense. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present to you
French, so we know what French people look
Adolf Hitler.
Yeah,
What?
crazily enough.
This is Adolf Hitler. This is literally Hitler. Yeah. So this is a post by Michael Knowles. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking what this guy was thinking. Raymond. Who is he? And how did you, with your admirable level of intelligence, possibly post something this empty? Zay says, I've been reliably informed that your words are violence and that you should be treated like an assassin now. No, guys, this is it's his name. This is his name. That is a Namibian politician by the name of Adolf Hitler. Unona. Well, I guess this helps a little bit. And he was re-elected, which means he was elected
That
before,
just means number one. Kidding, I don't know what that
Namibian
means.
Politician. So I don't know what his parents were thinking, but that's it. Born in South Africa, my friends. Born
They're
in
like, that'll get him a lot of
South
attention.
Africa. And I don't know what to say. But New York Post. Oh my gosh, New York Post. Adolf Hitler easily wins election for 5th time in Southern African country. Man, I swear that they're electing him to troll, aren't they? That's what they're doing.
Probably.
59-year-old cruise to re-election despite his unfortunate name and has no plan to change it. I mean, I can see why. He has no plan to change it because people are broadcasting about it because it's insane. I think it's illegal.
Any popularity is
I
good
know
popularity.
In Germany it's illegal. You can't name your child that. But I think even in America, I don't think you can name your child like Satan. Can you?
You should be
I
able
don't know.
to.
You tell me. I'm not sure. But I think there are some names that are like you can't do it.
Numbers.
As
You
a
can't
child, you
numbers.
as a totally normal name. Well, yeah, as a child, I guess. Let's see. In the same interview with German paper, Unona said, but I mean, he's getting interviews from papers in German. Probably that's why he's not.
Without
changing it.
understanding its dark
Said his
history, yeah,
father
just
gave him
thought
the
it was a
name
popular
without understanding
historical
its
figure.
dark history. How? How did the father not understand? What did he think? He was just a misunderstood man. It wasn't until I was growing up that I realized this man wanted to subjugate the whole world. Well, I want to say the nothing against Namibia, whatever the heck it is, but they do lack in the educational department. I have to say, both for the father and this guy. But yeah,
Barely.
sure. At least there we go. That's perfect for the left. And now they can, well, they already do it. I mean, for the left, it doesn't change much. They name everyone Hitler anyways, and they say that's literally. So no change there. No change. Nothing. Nothing changed.
My black guy from Zimbabwe.
Man, that's incredible. That is crazy.
It's funny.
In this video,
we got a knockout video.
Attacking a guy back in 2023. They're shoving him. They're screaming. In this video, We see a group of activists attacking a guy back in 2023. They're shoving him, they're screaming in his face. And then, as he's leaving and talking to I believe a police officer, this woman is just standing next to him screaming, and he just goes, boom! Clobbers her right in the face. I'm going to play the video for you. And I'm going to start with how he was being harassed and attacked. Now, this story has once again emerged in the political spaces. The woman is, I believe she's suing, and the guy is trying to get a mental health diversion over this attack. But I'll tell you what, my friends, this video shows you how in Democrat jurisdictions, much as we already know, they prioritize the fringe lunatic activist over the working class man. Seriously. Well, here's the first video, which doesn't actually show the strike, but I will play that video for you just immediately following it, because this context matters, where they literally attacked the guy. He's being attacked by them. Now he's talking to somebody, and you can see the barrier here. This is at the Asian Pacific Economic Conference or whatever, and you can see this woman just saying, leave, 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 and then she starts incessantly screaming.
Get out! Shame! People over profit! People over profit! People over profit! People over profit! People over profit!
And there she is laying on the ground because he knocked her out. And then he got arrested. Don't hit people, dude.
Oh, absolutely, emotional satisfaction.
Punched her. I know people are going to feel emotional satisfaction. I'm gonna when I play the video, but it's just we don't need this. We don't want it. SFPD, he's getting arrested. Yup, put him in cuffs. So I think what happened was this guy was trying to get into the conference. The activists started attacking him. He went to go talk to police. The woman followed him, started screaming, people over profit, just like psychobabble cult chanting. And then he just rocked her. So I got the video for you. Warning, this video contains sensitive content. Viewer discretion is advised. I wonder who is filming this.
Get out! Shame!
Oh, wait, that guy's in the video.
People over...
Michael Davies was charged with assault after he punched an activist, Sarah White, so hard she sustained brain damage and a broken
for a while.
Profit! People over 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 profit!
Notice how the article said he was ramming protesters. No, he was trying to walk in, and you guys attacked him.
Profit! Shame on you! Shame on you! People over profit! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
That was a massive strike. That was insane. The aftermath, of course. She's standing here, and then I think we can actually see this is the person who filmed it. It looks like when he hit her. They don't have the video here of the strike, which I don't understand why they would. He had video footage of it. He could have uploaded it. She hit her head.
No, you don't.
On the fence, dude. That's you don't do that, okay? However, that being said, I'm more so on this guy's side. I can easily condemn the punch to this lady. Don't do that. Clearly, right? But
stop harassing people.
The greater message here. The point that I'm getting to is I think I have this article right here. This is APEC protester seen being punched by a volunteer, files suit. Suspect seeks mental health diversion. I think there's another story here too. He rearranged my bones. SF woman sues APEC volunteer over violent assault. This is a regular guy. He's trying to walk into this conference. They won't let him. She claims he's ramming. She's screaming in his face, people over profit, over and over again, like a mindless psychopath.
No.
Doesn't give an excuse for him to punch her in the face, okay? The point is, they keep giving leeway, and the politics of the Democratic Party focuses on this woman and not this man. So again, I'm going to say it so it's unambiguous. Don't hit people. I know a lot of people are
Uh-huh.
laughing and they find it cathartic that this psycho and screaming, people over profit, just like a mindless moron got rocked. Cathartic, though it may be, guys, we don't want the violence. That's the point, right? Now, I'm not arguing this guy's a conservative or anything. My point is this. You've got regular guy, and this moment really does exemplify the political landscape today. He's like, I want to go to work. Like, I am volunteering for a conference to share ideas. Psychopath babblers come out and start screaming in his face. And the psychopath babbler represents what the Democratic Party is doing today. I have a much longer segment coming up in about an hour, at 4 p.m. for those that are watching this in real time, where I break down this new study where Democrats have abandoned the working class. Hey, I'm not making up the data. Cry more. But this is the physical manifestation. This happened in 2023. You know, don't get me wrong, like it was a while ago. But it shows you the two elements. This regular guy trying to go about his business and work, mind his own, is being surrounded by lunatics who have no idea what they're talking about. And AOC and these other young Democrats represent more so this woman than that man. See, here's the thing. When I see that guy walk into a conference, I see an American guy. Maybe he overreacted, he's freaking out, he's really angry. I know a lot of people feel the exact same way he does. But I don't, in this person, I see a zealous cultist screaming for no reason, nonsense, that means nothing. And for the love of all that is holy, we're saying, please, we want to fix this, we want to solve these problems, but you are a bunch of clucking morons. And that's what we have to deal with in politics right now. They say it happened in November of 23. Sarah White, who's now 41, was seen in a video shouting shame and people over profits at a man identified as Michael Davies, who had just shown up to work as a volunteer. He found himself outside the gates, unable to get back inside after he'd been told he needed to dress more appropriately to volunteer. It's funny. Davies' wife dropped off a sport jacket and change of clothes for him nearby. That's why he was dressed that way. When he went there, they said, you're dressed down, you got to get a jacket. Just prior to the assault on White, Davies, who was wearing a conference lanyard, was seen being hassled by a large group of protesters, and he then went to a Secret Service agent who was standing behind a fence, apparently to ask advice how to get back into the event. They say the video didn't include the punch, but a different video shot did. White was knocked to the ground, hitting her head on a metal plate. She can be seen lying on the ground, reeling. A Chronicle photographer later captured an image. As White tells the Chronicle, her injuries were not minor. She's in a broken jaw, broken in two places on opposite sides of her face, a skull fracture, a brain bleed, teeth knocked in, and fractures to the part of her skull that connects to her spine. She spent 4 nights in the ICU and had her jaw wired shut.
Her
for
husband
2
was happy.
months. As she puts it, he completely rearranged my bones in my body forever. And she tells the paper that doctors told her if she sustains another concussion, it could be fatal. White now has a lawsuit filed Monday that alleges assault, battery, and other charges, seeking unspecified damages for her injuries, naming Davies, the National Center for AIPAC, and the AIPAC Secretariat as defendants. Well, AIPAC was supposed to be doing background checks on volunteers. The suit alleges that Davies volunteered a volunteer lanyard. He obtained a volunteer lanyard without any such check. He has a criminal history that includes vandalism in San Francisco and a Florida conviction for being drunk and disorderly. Hence, of all the people who are going to snap and just bam someone in the face like that, it's him. Here's the point. I ask you all this to comment below. Why is it that when you watched that video of the woman being just rocked,
good question,
you felt good? It's an honest question. And I'm not here to play stupid games. I am not here to defend violence or say that what he did was good. I'm pointing out the reality that everyone knows. There are many people who are going to say, Tim, I didn't feel good about that. That's bad. Agreed. I'm bringing this up for a variety of reasons. When Democrats celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk, there's a line. I know many of you watching this see this leftist lunatic who represents nothing but psychopathy getting rocked, and it's cathartic, an emotional release. Finally, someone did something, right? Is that what people are thinking? We've seen so many videos of conservatives being beaten, attacked, and never fighting back. There's that video from Rufio back in Portland years ago where he winds up and then boom, that Antifa guy in the face. He got arrested, went to jail. I think for that. The Proud Boys in New York got arrested, went to jail. And so I know that there are going to be many people who see this and say, these people will only stop when they are stopped. That's what the left says of the right, and they beat and attack them every single day. So therein lies the real challenge. So long as the left engages in this violence, videos like this are going to go viral from people saying that she deserved it. Well, the left attacks the right. I'm not saying this guy's a conservative, but people are finally saying, like, someone's going to stand up to him. They'll only stop when they're stopped. My question to you is, guys, obviously that disorder is bad. We can't have people on the right, or just, again, I'm not saying this guy's a conservative. You can't have people just punching other person in the face for screaming. The left has been doing it nonstop, and the cops won't do anything about it. So what do we do to bring order back? You know, there's going to be a lot of people who say, I've told this story before. I've told this, made this analogy or whatever, however you want to describe it. You go back to the 50s. A man and his wife are eating a nice dinner at a diner. And a guy walks up and says, "Hey, sugar tits, you're looking real good. Let me get some of that." The husband gets up.
Thank you, Bukan, for the follow.
Right in the guy's face. And he goes down. Nobody would arrest that husband. They'd say, whoa, break it up. What's going on here? And say, he's talking about my wife, saying he's going to grab her tits. Bam! You know what? Cop would show up and say, what happened? And it'd be like, I'm eating dinner with my wife. Dude comes over and says, sugar tits, I want to grab some of that. I knocked him out.
Most likely.
Be like, all right, everybody go home.
I don't know about nowadays, but it used to be that way.
That's how it used to be. And everyone would laugh and be like, you don't talk about a man's wife like that. Honor mattered.
Everybody uses lawyers.
We don't. We live in a world of litigation. I'll put it like this. This lady screaming, it's annoying, but I'm not saying I agree with the idea that somebody should be knocking her out over it. She's allowed to scream. So that guy shouldn't have done it. I also know there's going to be a lot of dudes who are probably in their 50s being like,
yeah, that's
when
true.
we lived in a society where people got punched in the face, we had more order. That's my question. Do we really have to live that way? I'm going to leave it there. Smash that like button. Share the show. Stay tuned. We got more coming up for you. Check out the video at 4 p.m. Rumble.com/The Culture War. YouTube.com/Timcast. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see y'all then.
There's the dumbest communist alive. Avery.
This week with some scheduling announcements for President Trump's very busy week ahead. Tomorrow, President Trump will host his 9th cabinet meeting of the year along week with some scheduling announcements for President Trump's very busy week ahead. Tomorrow, President Trump will host his 9th cabinet meeting of the year alongside his incredible cabinet who continue to deliver for the American people at a record pace. Later in the afternoon tomorrow, the president will make an announcement in the Oval Office on his initiative to create Trump accounts to give the next generation of Americans a jump start on savings. It will be a very exciting announcement indeed, especially for all of the parents across the country with young children and babies. On Thursday, President Trump will host the presidents of the Republic of Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo to sign the historic peace and economic agreement that he brokered. On Thursday night, the president and the First Lady will celebrate one of America's greatest traditions, the lighting of the National Christmas tree on the Ellipse. And on Friday, President Trump will attend the FIFA World Cup final draw at the Kennedy Center.
Or busy week.
You will be seeing and hearing from the president every day this week. So you have me today, and then he will take on the rest of the week himself. Next, I would like to address the horrific tragedy that took place in our nation's capital last week. A foreign terrorist that the Biden administration failed to properly vet ambushed 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard horribly serving here to keep the residents and visitors of Washington, D.C. safe. U.S. Air Force Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf was severely wounded in the attack and remains hospitalized while he continues to fight for his life. Tragically, U.S. Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom died of her wounds. She was just 20 years old. President Trump and the entire White House are praying for Andrew's full recovery at the request of his parents and their personal phone call with the president over the weekend. And we are keeping Sarah's family and friends in our prayers during this unimaginably difficult time. Sarah and Andrew represent the very best of America. Two young patriots who were willing to put on the uniform and risk their lives in defense of their fellow Americans. Both of them truly embody the profound words spoken by Jesus Christ in the gospel. Greater love has no one than this, to lay down one's life for one's friends. Sarah and Andrew are heroes, and we will never forget their sacrifice.
So he must still be alive then. I wasn't sure if he lived or died.
Responsible for this atrocity is prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and faces the most severe punishment possible. It also means reckoning with why this atrocity was allowed to happen in the first place, so that it may never occur again. Here are the facts. The terrorist who gunned down American soldiers blocks away from the White House in an ambush was an Afghan national who was flown into our country by Joe Biden's administration in September 2021 in the chaotic wake of their botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. One of the most embarrassing moments in the history of our great country. Joe Biden's historic failure in Afghanistan continues to haunt this country and our men and women in uniform. Not only did this surrender lead to a suicide bombing that killed 13 American heroes in Kabul, but now National Guard troops were shot on U.S. soil by the same kind of enemy. We continue to live with the deadly consequences of Joe Biden's horrific leadership. Nearly 100,000 Afghans were recklessly released into the United States with little to no vetting. There was no regard for the disorder and violence that this would unleash on American communities and American culture. Reportedly, thousands of these strangers and unknown individuals were flagged to the Biden administration for national security, public safety, and fraud concerns. But the terrifying truth is that the Afghanistan debacle is just a small part of Democrats' complete and total betrayal of the American people during the Biden years. The tragedy that we just witnessed the day before Thanksgiving is a reminder that untold thousands of terrorists, gang members, and criminals were invited into our country and remain here to this very day. The border is now secure, thanks to President Trump, but the threat in our interior remains real and urgent. These public safety threats are already inside our land. And President Trump was elected on a promise to find and remove them. And he has already taken significant steps and made significant progress towards fulfilling this promise. But there is more work to be done because President Trump believes that he has a sacred obligation to reverse the calamity of mass, unchecked migration into our country. As a result, the Trump administration is now actively re-examining all of the Afghans imported into the country by Joe Biden. Any individual who threatens our national security or our citizenry will be subject to removal. President Trump has already permanently paused migration of foreign nationals from third world countries that pose a very high risk to the United States. For too long, past American presidents supported self-destructive immigration policies that allowed foreigners who outright hate our country and have no interest in assimilating into our culture. They've allowed these individuals to flood peaceful American communities. This disastrous approach has drained our welfare program, driven up the cost of housing, suppressed wages, and jeopardized the safety of law-abiding American citizens. In fact, according to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership. President Trump is putting an end to this dangerous America Last approach. His position is rooted in common sense. In the wake of last week's atrocity, it is more important than ever to finish carrying out the president's mass deportation operation. America cannot allow millions upon millions of unvetted illegal aliens to be rewarded with amnesty after they broke our nation's laws to come here. They must go back to their home countries. It is also essential to immediately address the massive fraud and corruption that has been going on for decades in other aspects of our immigration system, most notably when it comes to asylum claims. Millions of people who have come here under false pretenses are told
blatant lies now enjoy
legal status. President Trump is ending this scam as well. And I would point
Those
out
are
that
the supporters they
Democrats tried
have.
to block this administration from doing so at every turn with lawsuit after lawsuit. The hard truth is that even when it comes to our legal immigration system, past presidents have failed to ensure that all prospective citizens love America, will add value and contribute to our communities, and will assimilate into our culture. Leaders have a duty to defend and advance the interests of their own people, not foreign nationals. Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity. That is why President Trump is more committed than ever to fully restoring American sovereignty by keeping our borders secure, removing all illegal alien invaders, and rebuilding a legal immigration system that makes sense and benefits our country. President Trump has no higher responsibility than to defend our homeland and our people, and he will never waver in doing so. With that, I will open it up to questions, and we'll lead today with Isabel Brown, who is in our new media seat. She's a very popular face on television these days. She's built a great independent media podcast and platform with the Daily Wire, and I appreciate your being here, Isabel. Thank you for being
Caroline.
here.
Appreciate it and appreciate the briefing. Many Americans, in light of these recent events that you just mentioned, are starting to say that we are being invaded as a country, culturally and logistically, when it comes to immigration. And we know that immigration without assimilation is indeed invasion. So given the recent remarks from Vice President Vance on a college campus about dramatically reducing legal immigration to address some of this crisis, and President Trump's Truth Social post last week about individuals who may be non-compatible with Western civilization, are there any conversations happening or plans being made behind the scenes for the administration to implement at least a temporary immigration moratorium, for example, in light of what the American people might be calling for?
So, Isabel, it's a great question. I think I spoke a little bit to the heart of your question in my opener there. I would add that the Trump administration has done more to limit migration, both illegal and legal, than any administration in history. And I'll just walk you through some of the actions that we have taken thus far. Number one, the Trump administration issued a travel ban for 19 countries, including Afghanistan, special immigrant visas, which is a legal pathway to get here, which we know many Afghans have utilized to come into the country, have now been paused since the tragic shooting last week. Refugee admissions were suspended for Afghans from this administration on day one, and refugee admissions into the country right now are essentially at zero, with the exception of Afrikaners fleeing persecution in South Africa. The State Department has also heightened their scrutiny and vetting of all visas and have revoked visas, as you know, for those who do not align with our country's national interests. The Secretary of State has the right to do that, and we've taken unprecedented action to do just that. We are also now pausing all asylum adjudications for additional vetting as well. And so additional actions I don't have to read out for you today, but I would just remark that the president has made tremendous progress on this front. And it's why it's so crucial that we not only secure the borders, which the president did in record time. We have zero illegal aliens entering into the country month after month. But we also are taking a look at those who are already in the interior of our country and removing them if they are here illegally, and also taking a look at these visas. Again, having a visa in the United States is not a right; it is a privilege. And the Secretary of State, if you are deemed contrary to our country's foreign national interests, has the right to revoke that privilege. Thank you. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Excuse me. Regarding Venezuela, the president said yesterday that Secretary Hegseth had denied that second strike, that reported second strike on an alleged drug boat on September 2nd, the secretary said to the president that didn't happen. But to clarify, I just wanted you to clear this up. In his social media post, Secretary Hegseth didn't go into details about that strike. He just said U.S. operations in the area were lawful, and he said that the story and media reports were fabricated. So to be clear, does the administration deny that second strike happened, or did it happen and the administration denies that Secretary Hegseth gave the order?
The latter is true, Abe, and I have a statement to read for you here. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made it clear that presidentially designated narco-terrorist groups are subject to lethal targeting in accordance with the laws of war. With respect to the strikes in question on September 2nd, Secretary Hegseth authorized Admiral Bradley to conduct these kinetic strikes. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat to the United States of America was eliminated. And I would just add one more point to remind the American public why these lethal strikes are taking place. Because this administration has designated these narco-terrorists as foreign terrorist organizations. The president has a right to take them out if they are threatening the United States of America and if they are bringing illegal narcotics that are killing our citizens at a record rate, which is what they are doing. And under the previous administration, there was enough fentanyl trafficked into our country to kill every American man, woman, and child many times over. And so that's why you've seen a drastic difference in this administration's policy with respect to the last, and it's one of the many reasons the American public reelected this president and support this Secretary of War in conducting these strikes.
So to be clear, to clarify, Admiral Bradley was the one who gave that order for a second strike.
And he was
Okay.
well within his authority to do so.
And a separate question, the president several days ago said it was his intention to pardon the former president of Honduras, who was a convicted drug trafficker. And yesterday on Air Force One, the president said that if someone sells drugs in that country, that doesn't mean you arrest the president and put him in jail for the rest of his life. How is that different than what the administration is accusing Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro of?
You're cherry picking the president's statement a little bit yesterday, as he also said yesterday the people of Honduras have highlighted to him how the former President Hernandez was set up. This was a clear Biden over prosecution. He was the president of this country. He was in the opposition party. He was opposed to the values of the previous administration, and they charged him because he was president of Honduras. There were some other egregious facts that came out during this trial, and I would encourage you to report on them. His court-appointed lawyer was only given 3 weeks to prepare for trial. He shared that his conviction was lawfare by the leftist party, who, quote, struck a deal with the Biden-Harris administration. Hernandez has highlighted there was virtually no independent evidence presented, and many of his conviction was based on testimony from many admitted criminals who hoped that cooperating would reduce their own penalties. So the president heard the concerns from many people, as he does, and he's, of course, within his constitutional authority to sign clemency for whomever he deems worthy of that. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. Following up on Gabe's question, you said that the follow-up strike was lawful. What law is it that allows no survivors?
The strike conducted on September 2nd was conducted in self-defense to protect Americans in vital United States interests. The strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict.
And then on this pardon for the Honduran president, does it at all undercut the administration's messaging while you have these congressional Republicans defending the strikes on the narco-terrorists and then a pardon for a convicted drug trafficker? Does that make it more difficult for your members to defend your administration's policy?
I don't think so, Jackie. I think that President Trump has been quite clear in his defense of the United States homeland to stop these illegal narcotics from coming to our borders, whether that's by land or by sea. And he's also made it quite clear that he wants to correct the wrongs of the weaponized Justice Department under the previous administration. And Ouija, I'll call on you because I think we're wearing matching blazers today.
I was going to
Great minds.
yours. Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
So just to be clear, to clarify on Jackie and Gabe, did Admiral Bradley order that second strike because there were still survivors after the initial strike?
Again, as I read for you, Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law. He directed the engagement to ensure the boat was destroyed and the threat of narco-terrorists to the United States was completely eliminated.
So was the initial order from Secretary Hegseth, everyone be killed, and did that come from President Trump?
I saw that quoted in a Washington Post story. I would reject that the Secretary of War ever said that. However, the president has made it quite clear that if narco-terrorists, again, are trafficking illegal drugs towards the United States, he has the authority to kill them. And that's what this administration is doing.
And can
Danny?
I follow up on the MRI? Because President Trump yesterday said that he would release the results of his MRI. Is that happening right now?
It is happening right now. As part of, and this is a summary from the president's physician, and we will release it right now. I think my team has it teed up for all of you. I'll read it for you, and then you'll get it physically as well. As part of President Trump's comprehensive executive physical, advanced imaging was performed because men in his age group benefit from a thorough evaluation of cardiovascular and abdominal health. The purpose of this imaging is preventative, to identify any issues early, confirm overall health, and ensure the president maintains long-term vitality and function. President Trump's cardiovascular imaging was perfectly normal. No evidence of arterial narrowing impairing blood flow or abnormalities in the heart or major vessels. The heart chambers are normal in size, the vessel walls appear smooth and healthy, and there are no signs of inflammation or clotting. Overall, his cardiovascular system shows excellent health. His abdominal imaging is also perfectly normal. All major organs appear very healthy and well perfused. Everything evaluated is functioning within normal limits with no acute or chronic concerns. In summary, this level of detailed assessment is standard for an executive physical at President Trump's age and confirms that he remains in excellent overall health. Again, we will provide that to you. I think that's quite a bit of detail, and in the effort of transparency, the president promised it last night, and we have delivered today. So there you go. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to Venezuela, can you confirm that President Trump is going to be hosting a meeting of his national security team in the Oval Office today on Venezuela? And what are they going to discuss? Are they hoping to reach a kind of final decision on that?
Out of the effort of transparency, I will confirm that the president will be meeting with his national security team on this subject and on many matters. He meets with his national security team quite often. He's the commander-in-chief. It's part of his responsibility to ensure that peace is ongoing throughout the world. I'm definitely not going to detail the specifics of a meeting between the president and his national security team that's taking place in the Oval Office, but I'm happy to confirm that meeting is taking place for you.
Can you tell us, is there still, what's the position on whether U.S. troops on the ground is a possibility there? Is that, I know you've answered that before, but what's the current operative
In
status?
Venezuela? I think my previous answer stands. There's many options at the president's disposal that are on the table, and I'll let him speak on those. Ed.
Thanks, Caroline. The U.S. announced a trade framework deal with the United Kingdom on pharmaceuticals, where they will pay 25% more, and the savings theoretically will go back to American consumers. What guarantees are in that savings will in fact go back to the American consumer and not be sucked up by the company?
I'm going to be honest with you, Ed. I'll get you the answer to that question after the briefing.
So the American Rescue Plan,
Sure.
funded a number of universal income.
Kush will get you that answer, right, Kush? My trade guy over here.
The American Rescue Plan funded a number of universal basic income programs. Now Cook County, Illinois is extending that program into 2026 with $7.5 million of taxpayer money. What does the White House think about that?
I'll also get you an answer on that after the briefing. Ed.
Over to.
Go ahead. Sure.
And then in the interest of transparency, does the White House support releasing the Department of Defense's video of those September 2nd strikes on those military boats? And also, separate topic on presidential pardon power. Why did the president commute the sentence of David Gentile recently? He was a private equity executive. He served 12 days out of a 7-year sentence. Prosecutors said he defrauded $1.6 billion with thousands of victims, including veterans, farmers, teachers. Why was he pardoned?
To your first question, that's definitely not a decision for me to make. I would defer you to the Department of War. It's also probably a decision for the president himself to make. As for your second question with respect to that pardon, he issued a commutation for Mr. Gentile, who's the former CEO and co-founder of GBP Capital Holdings. Unlike similar companies, GBP paid regular annualized distributions to its investors. In 2015, GBP disclosed to investors the possibility of using investor capital to pay some of these distributions rather than funding them from current operations. Even though this was disclosed to investors, the Biden Department of Justice claimed it was a Ponzi scheme. This claim was profoundly undercut by the fact that GBP had explicitly told investors what would happen. At trial, the government was unable to tie any supposedly fraudulent representations to Mr. Gentile. In short, again, this is another example that has been brought to the president's attention of a weaponization of justice from the previous administration, and therefore he signed this commutation.
Statements, though, say that these people were defrauded.
I just read you a very detailed summary of why the commutation was made. Sure. In the middle with the red tie.
Thank you, Caroline.
Okay, Andrew, go ahead, and then you.
In wake of Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor
Go ahead
Greene's early resignation, reports last week indicated that other House Republicans might consider doing the same. Does the president have any concerns in light of those reports about other House Republicans potentially leaving early, as well as the other announced retirements that we saw in the last couple of days?
Look, I think the president maintains very good relationships with the vast majority, maybe with the exception of one or two. I think many in this room know who I'm referring to. Very good relationships with members of Capitol Hill within the Republican Party. And the president clearly is the unequivocal leader of the Republican Party. I think it was a recent CNN poll that actually showed that more than 90% of Republicans continue to support President Trump as the leader. So he maintains very good relations, as does his entire team here at the White House. And of course, we have a very slim margin in the House, and the president wants that to continue. Andrew, go ahead.
I've got two for you.
Sure.
First, on the Venezuela strike, you said that that second strike was in full accordance with the law of armed conflict, but the Navy's own manual of law of war says that specifically firing on survivors from a wrecked vessel is an example of a war crime that's forbidden under U.S. law and the law of armed conflict. So was that second strike in following law of armed conflict? And then second on immigration.
Again, Andrew, I would reiterate to you the strike was conducted in international waters and in accordance with the law of armed conflict. And since somebody asked about Congress, and it's sort of related to Venezuela, I also want to add that Secretary Hegseth spoke with members of Congress who may have expressed some concerns over the weekend. And there have also been 13 bipartisan briefings to Congress on the Venezuelan strikes. There have been a number of document reviews for members of Congress to review the classified DOJ Office of Legal Counsel opinion and other related documents. 29 senators and 92 representatives have reviewed those documents, which is about 2/3 of those are Democrat members, and they have been made available to all 100 senators, all 435 members of the House, and to general counsels of the relevant committees on a bipartisan basis for their review.
On immigration, during your topper, you said, and I quote, "Leaders also have a duty to preserve the integrity and character of our nation's national identity." Can you explain what you mean by our nation's national identity and integrity and character, and how would refugees, people coming from war-torn places who are seeking a safe haven in America, like many of our forebears in this room, not add to our nation's integrity and character of our national identity?
I'll tell you what does not add to our nation's character and integrity is refugees who come here under the alleged plight of asylum and fleeing persecution, and then come to the United States to abuse our system and rip off American taxpayers. And as I pointed out, the New York Times, to their credit, it was about 6 months too late, but they did write about how Somali immigrants in Minnesota have been ripping off American taxpayers. In fact, 86 people have been charged in a rampant and widespread fraud scheme spanning multiple programs in Minnesota. Of those 86, 78 of those people are Somali, 91% of them charged. So far, 59 of those people have been convicted for their roles in fraud plots that have stolen $1 billion from taxpayers. In one scheme, and this is egregious, a nonprofit and its affiliates with these Somali migrants claimed to have fed tens of thousands of American children during the pandemic. They were reimbursed for those meals by taxpayers. However, federal prosecutors found that almost all of those meals were never even delivered to hungry children. In fact, those organizations' leaders spent the money on houses, luxury cars, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya. Another scheme involved hundreds of organizations who were reimbursed for services that were supposed to help people at risk of homelessness. Once again, those services were never provided. All of this has happened under Democrat leadership in a Democrat-run state, where these refugees, these migrants are coming to the United States. They are abusing our system. They are draining our resources that should be going to law-abiding, taxpayer-funded, tax-paying Americans. And this president is not going to put up with it anymore. Rachel.
Thank you, Caroline. Just to follow back up on the Washington Post reporting, so much of the concern from Democrats and Republicans is focused on the survivors. why won't the administration either confirm or deny or reveal whether or not there were survivors after that initial first strike? And what imminent threat would two survivors pose who were clinging presumably to the wreckage of that boat?
Again, as I said, I think you guys are sort of not listening fully to the statement I've provided. Admiral Bradley worked well within his authority and the law, directing the engagement to ensure the boat was totally destroyed and the threat to the narco-terrorists, to the United States, was eliminated. And for any further questions about his thinking, I would defer you to the Department of War. I obviously wasn't in the room for these.
Just to follow up, Caroline, just on the administration's policy when it comes to survivors, was there a change in policy after this strike on September 2nd? The Washington Post is reporting that these two survivors were killed after a second strike, but then in October, two people were rescued and returned to Colombia and Ecuador. So was there a decision that was made to handle survivors differently after these strikes?
Nice to see you. Welcome back.
Steve.
Doing okay.
He spoke to the Venezuelan leader. Are
It's getting colder out.
Departure? Is there an asylum deal under work?
President, as you know, last night on Air Force One, he said, I don't want to comment on that.
Not bad.
I did speak to him in the effort of transparency. So there you go. You got your
Normal day, I guess you could say.
Speak further if he wishes to on the details.
A little quieter though, no kids around. Everybody's out and about.
How close are you to some sort of Ukraine agreement?
I think the administration feels very optimistic. Obviously, you've seen, Steve, that the president's entire team, including Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio and the vice president and the president himself, Secretary Hegseth as well, have been working so hard.
How about you? How's your day going?
All really want to see this war come to an end. And so just yesterday, Sunday, I believe that was yesterday, they had very good talks with the Ukrainians.
Sure, go for it.
Of course, Special Envoy Witkoff is on his way to Russia. This is sort of the shuttle diplomacy that you've seen from this administration play out, where we speak equally with both sides. We've put points on paper. Those points
Always
have
up
been
for ideas.
very much refined. But as for the details, I will let the negotiators negotiate. But we do feel quite good, and we're hopeful that this war can finally come to an end. Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got a
Yeah,
question
I get it.
and then a clarification about immigration changes that are happening. On Ukraine, President Trump very briefly yesterday said that corruption issues there were not helpful to the peace process following the resignation on Friday of President Zelensky's top aide, Andrei Yermak. We were told from your podium in the prior administration that, quote, there is no indication that there's been any kind of widespread corruption involving U.S. resources in Ukraine. What is the Trump administration's view of corruption issues in the wake of Yermak's resignation, and how is that impacting peace talks?
Well, look, I think the president has made it quite clear, as he said last night, corruption is never helpful. And he does not want to see American tax dollars taken advantage of, which is why he has stopped the endless checks that were being written by the previous administration to fund this war. The United States is selling weapons to NATO that are being sent to Ukraine. That's a very different thing than the American people writing blank checks to a war effort very far away. It does not degrade the administration's determination to see this war come to an end, but I think it exemplifies the president's desire to always put the American people and the American taxpayer first.
On immigration, you mentioned, or you
I wish I could, but I don't want to waste your time.
who were resettled here under the previous administration. There's a lot of changes happening right now.
Don't have any cash to pay anybody anything. Can't even pay bills right now. Just streaming to stream at this point.
Claims, or the roughly million people from the 18 other countries of concern know about what's going on in the review.
Would love to support you though, but there's absolutely no way I could.
Review. And the Department of Homeland Security is taking this very seriously, because we are not going to allow soldiers like we saw in American streets last week to be gunned down at the hands of these foreign nationals who had the privilege of coming to the United States of America. And unfortunately, this is not the only example of a dangerous Afghan who was let in by Joe Biden, who went on to harm the American people. There was an Afghan national who was let into the country under the Biden administration through Operation Allies Welcome, who shot and wounded 2 Fairfax, Virginia police officers during a routine traffic stop. He was killed by return fire after declaring, quote, "I should have served with the explicitive Taliban." 2 Afghan nationals were given legal status by the Biden administration as well, who were arrested and prosecuted for plotting a terrorist attack in Oklahoma just before Election Day in 2024. We all remember that. They possessed hundreds of rounds of ammunition and had pledged their allegiance to ISIS. There was also an Afghan national who was on the terror watch list who was apprehended by Border Patrol in 2024, but then he was released into our country by the Biden administration. Again, let's just highlight the absurdity of that. Border Patrol apprehended a terrorist, and then the Biden administration, because of their lax policies, still allowed him to come into the United States of America. I think everyone in this room, whether you want to admit it or not, does not want that individual living alongside you in your American neighborhood. And that individual was later arrested again after being allowed to live in the U.S. at large for over a year. Another one, a criminal illegal alien from Afghanistan, was arrested by ICE in 2025, convicted of second-degree assault, was previously allowed to stay in the country by the Biden administration. I have several more examples here. I'm happy to provide them to anyone in this room. John.
Thank you, Caroline. First of all, happy Thanksgiving to
Thank you
and your young family. Hope you enjoyed it. I have 2 questions unrelated. The first, back to Afghanistan. My son and I walked by the horrific shooting less than 1 hour before it happened. So for anybody that's here, this thing's real. You outlined all of these unvetted Afghans that were let in by Biden. We just had one the other day that was going to blow up a DHS building. Can you be specific on what the Trump administration is
I don't want to
doing
repeat
now
at all.
to re-vet those that are here so that we don't get a repeat if we had what we had Wednesday night?
Sure. I can tell you 2 top-level things, and I would defer you to DHS for more of the specifics, as of course they are leading this effort. And I can assure you Secretary Noem is on the ball. I've spoken with her and her team, and they have a all-hands-on-deck effort to having resources go towards this. But we have paused all asylum adjudications. And then, of course, the special immigrant visas, which we know many Afghans utilize to come into the country under the Biden administration, have also now been paused. And I would just point out one more time that the Biden administration was responsible for the original sin that led to this tragic killing last week, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. He was responsible for Operation Allies Welcome, which is something that this White House and the people behind this podium in the last administration fully and wholeheartedly embraced. And they assured the American people there would be no risk or no harm to them. And as I just laid out for you in those many examples, that unfortunately and tragically has not turned out to be the truth. Just ask the families of these 2 brave National Guardsmen, one who is no longer with us and one who continues to fight for his life. So I know the president is wholeheartedly focused on this effort, and I think unfortunately these events do remind us why it's so important that the president's mass deportation operation continues. With that,
follow up. The White House today launched a new fake news portal, which I found interesting. What is your objective with that, ultimately? And are you going to name the news networks? And are you also going to name some of the correspondents, some which may be here today?
Yes, we are. I'm glad you noticed. Much to the dismay of some of your colleagues in the room, John. And I think it goes to our original promise on day one to hold the media accountable, because unfortunately, and we deal with this all day, every day around here, there are so many fake stories that are unfortunately written that have inaccurate characterizations of meetings that took place, and it's all based on anonymous sourcing. And, you know, the standard for journalism, unfortunately, has dropped to such a historic low in this country. And again, we deal with it every day, where you can have an anonymous source who has no idea what they're talking about, zero credibility, call up a reporter in Washington and say, hey, I heard this. And then the next thing you know, it's on the front page of the New York Times. It's really incomprehensible. We appreciate the journalists, some of those who are in this room who do reach out for comment, who try to get things right. And there are some that remain. But overwhelmingly, the fake news that we see pumped out of this building on a day-to-day basis, it's honestly overwhelming to keep up with it all, and to constantly have to defend against these fake news and these attacks. And I will point out one fake news story over the weekend before I let you all go, from the New York Times that took about 1/3 of the president's daily calendar and his daily schedule and said that he's doing less than he did in his first term, or he might not be fit for the job. That is unequivocally false, and it's deeply unfortunate that this story was written by the same outlet and the same reporter who wrote this.
Of course.
Biden is doing 100% fine after tripping while boarding Air Force One. Oh, same outlet, same reporter who wrote that President Trump is not fit for the job. Are you kidding me? You all see him almost every single day. He is the most accessible president in history. He is taking meetings around the clock. Another one. Biden declared, quote, healthy and vigorous after his first presidential physical. I don't see headlines like that too often about this president. Again, same reporter, same outlet who wrote falsely over the weekend that President Trump is not fit for the job. I can assure you he absolutely is. You all see that with your own eyes on a daily basis, and the president's physician has now given you all three detailed reports on the state of the president's health. So with that, I will leave you all, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, just listening.
Or reporter. New study proves it. They've been banning us for a while. Oof. I wanted to watch
Yeah, this is definitely not an easy one to make, but
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely not an easy one to make, but I got to be fair. If I'm wrong, when I yeah, this is definitely not an easy one to make, but I got to be fair. If I'm wrong, right? And in this situation, it's looking like I might be wrong. Okay, hear me out. So Candace comes out, the queen of conspiracy, Candace Conspiracy owns. She comes out with a statement that the French government has put together a team of assassins. Well, technically, it was Macron and Macron's wife, who is not a wife, and
that's gonna do it.
Anyway,
surrender.
They've hired a team of assassins, including French assassins, obviously, and also, they just threw in there just a Jew. It's in there, and it turns out that this team has been put together to target her. And at first, I thought this was absolute nonsense. I could not believe this. There's no way this is happening. But then this happened. Folks, we have irrefutable evidence right there. I know a lot of y'all have been critical, including myself, of there never being any actual real tangible evidence. It's always, this is what's happening, and then we just kind of have to just go with it, right? And if we ask for evidence, then we're gaslit about it. But never mind that. Yeah, it turns out that this time around there is actual. Look, how can you deny this? You literally have to be a Zionist shill if you're not going to believe this. Right? I mean, what else could she do? You know what I mean? So I'm sorry, Queen Candy. Please forgive me.
I never forget it. The night before, my girl was putting on my tan. I was in the bathroom talking to my friends, and all of a sudden, I faint, and I wake up, and I'm in the bathtub. I'm like, what the hell happened? I'm asking everybody, what happened? How did I get in this bathtub? They're like, dude, you fainted. I'm like, what? They was like, yeah, you fainted. I'm like, oh, man. What's up with that? Well, the next morning I wake up, I can't even get out of bed. And I'm like, oh my God, it's over. I never forget it. The night before, my girl was putting on my
Well, how's everybody else feel about that? Always wants monster for a second. He's hilarious.
Hi guys, what is up? Today we're playing against Nafiri in the jungle. One of the, I would say this is a skill matchup, to be honest. Depends on how good Nafiri can space you. But generally, this matchup is favorable for mastery, especially if you go the Yomo's build. This game is very, very good for mastery in general, since we're playing against Yasuo as well. And I do have a unique playstyle when I play against Yasuo players, to be honest. I love to gank them over and over and get or help them to get to the 10 death power spike early. You have to help these Yasuo players, guys. Get them to level the 10 death power spike early game. That would be good for them, Kappa. Alright, let's go, let's go. We're gonna take the blue buff here into the Grump, and I might gank top lane or wait on the Nafiri here to see if we can fight her in the wolves. We're gonna see what happens and how heavy of the threads are going between the Aatrox and the Yasuo. Okay, take the Grump here. Ooh, this Aatrox is kinda getting cooked by lethal tempo Yasuo. I think Aatrox is gonna die, but I probably will kill Yasuo after, I'm not gonna lie. Does he have bomb plating? No, he doesn't. He is level 3 though. This is gonna be a bit tough to kill the Yasuo, but I think I can do it. He's gonna try to recall right now. I don't think Yasuo used any flash or anything. So he's gonna try to flash out most likely. Auto W auto, one more. Flash auto, Q, Bluetooth auto. Beautiful. I knew I would hit him with the Bluetooth auto, I swear. Like, the Bluetooth auto is never escapable. It is very, very difficult to flash the Bluetooth auto there, guys. And you see, I had to go for one more auto to get my Devil Strike before I flash on him. That's basically why I went for one more auto there before I use my flash. Huge, huge. Because I know the moment I flash, he will instantly flash as well. Okay. Katarina is fighting with the Orianna. Does she kill? Nope. Damn, the Bard disconnected in the middle of the fight there, sadly. All good, all good. And Nafiri is gonna try to invade me in the bot side jungle since I took all of her top side jungle. I did already buy with my items though, or I already bought a couple of components. The enemy Karma can be here. I need to be careful. Yup, they're here. They're trying to kill. The thing is, they have priority bot side, so I can't really do anything, sadly. The Nafiri has vision on me, that's why they're all rotating. We're gonna go for the Grumper right now. Hopefully the Bard will come back to the game here. But even if he doesn't come back, we're gonna try our best to carry the game. Since I know my champion is completely broken against this enemy team comp, I probably can carry the game, I'm not gonna lie. It is gonna be really, really hard. We're gonna try our best. I need to clear a couple of camps right now and stabilize my lead. Since I took the Nafiri camps top side, she has nothing to do. She's gonna try to probably invade me right now on the Raptors. See the enemy bot side. They're kinda low HP. I'm gonna give my Raptors here and go for the gank on the enemy bot lane. Israel needs some help here. I wonder if they used any sums here, the enemy bot lane. They're gonna greed and go for the dive on the Israel, probably. Okay, they're backing off, so they probably have vision on me. I'm gonna go for a trade with the Karma. Try to get her flash, maybe. Okay, am I dead? I have my W here. No, I don't think I'm dead. I'm gonna bait them here with my W. Okay, Jinx is flashing in. I have W, buddy. One more, then Q. Beautiful. Karma uses her heal. Kite a little bit away from her. Ooh, am I dead? Okay, she misses the Q. I don't think I was gonna die anyway. I have my W back up. I'm gonna bait this Karma. She's not gonna expect this. W the damage. Nafiri is here. Probably have to walk back. Q, then go to the Karma. Try to get an assist on her. Nice, I get the assist, right? Beautiful, we'll take it, we'll take it. Huge for us, to be honest. I did not expect them to have both sums up, the Karma and the Jinx. They use 4 sums there. Nafiri kills the Ezreal. We're gonna get probably Yomos here. I'm liking Yomos a lot, to be honest. I feel like it's the best item with Mastery right now in the jungle. Alright, let's go top lane and bully this Yasuo a little bit. He does have perfect farm this game, or almost perfect farm. Let's see if he beats the Aatrox. It's kind of a manly fight, I'm not gonna lie. I am just gonna gank him and drone it for them. Beautiful. Because I love to help Yasuo players, I mean. Yasuo. Hello, Yasuo. He is level 6. I wonder if he will try to ult me here. I don't mind it, to be honest. I don't think I die. One more than Q. Insta one-shot him. Karma doesn't have a shield, she used it on herself. We're gonna go for our topside camps right now. 3 deaths on the Yasuo so far. Our goal this game is to put him on 10 deaths, guys. That is literally my goal. We have to help him hit that power spike. Okay. Let's just take the topside camps here. Probably gonna go for my red buff into Raptors, into probably bot lane gank, since Jinx and Karma both have no sums right now. So we want to pressure them a little bit. But I haven't farmed my camps in such a long time. I have 28 CS at 7 minutes. So we're gonna stabilize our lead for a little bit by taking these camps. Okay. Q to this. Auto W auto. See, Jinx is level 6 here. Do I get 6 from red buff, I wonder? Should I just go and kill this Yasuo again? I feel like he's gonna play aggressive. Probably not though, since I have I don't have level 6 yet. We're gonna play bot side because we know they don't have sums up right now. They will have my flash in 35 seconds. We're gonna take the wolves, get level 6 and instantly gank bot lane. See how the fight goes though. Kinda want my bard to get me there with the portal. Alright, let's go. Come on, Bard, let's get it. Just gonna ult and go in right now. I'm not gonna... Actually, let's use RQ here. She doesn't have flash. Probably just one-shot her, yup. This is why I play bot side here. Q the ult from the Nafiri, then go back on her. Kite away from her Qs. Kite away from the Q of the Karma. Alright, huge. We'll take it, we'll take it. Ooh, that was actually close. I'm actually gonna invade the Nafiri now. Nafiri is very low HP and I want to dive the Karma as well. So I'm gonna try to make the fight a little bit longer here. Q to the Karma, my Q is gonna bounce and kill the Nafiri. Never mind, it doesn't bounce, it hits the dogs instead. I'm gonna Q, W the damage. No, I W'd the damage from the Jinx rocket there. I reacted quickly, but sadly it still kills us. That was actually so close, by the way. It almost didn't kill me. We'll take it though, we'll take it. We got the assist on the Karma. I'm instantly gonna run top lane, by the way. I have Yomos. We have 4 stacks of Relentless Hunter. Look at my movement speed now, guys. Wait for the home guard to run off and I will show you. It's basically gonna be around 499 or something. It's really, really broken. Or 435. 422 because I don't have my last stack yet. But it's actually insane. This is without tier 1 bots. Once you get tier 1 bots, you're gonna have 449, I think. Or around that number. This is good. You also can't play the game, by the way, against Mastery. Especially if you go this build. You're gonna be able to gank him over and over forever. Yup, we're just gonna Q, auto W, auto insta one shot him. Beautiful. I'm gonna go for the grubs right now. Grubs are very good here. I generally like grubs way more than drakes. I always give the drakes, to be honest. Grubs are very good. If you want to kill, or if you kill someone, you can just take the entire tower down with that kill. Okay. Let's take the second and third grub here. I wonder if the enemy Nafiri will try to contest this. I didn't really time the enemy bot lane flashes, so I wonder when they will be back up. Are they still back down? Oriana's gonna kill the Katarina, but I think she's gonna play aggressive right now since she's full HP and we're just gonna one-shot her. Do I need my ult? Yeah, I'm gonna need my ult for this for sure. Q and we just kill her. Auto W auto. She has barrier. Need one more auto. Oh, I kinda messed up. I really didn't expect her to have barrier. Wow. Why does the Oriana mid have barrier here? She gets healed by the Karma. I get an assist. Nice, another assist. Huge, huge. I did not see this coming at all, but we'll take it. We get 2 assists. This game is gonna be really, really close, by the way. Oh, look at that. Our Aatrox build, by the way. He's going the London special. The extra spicy London special. 5 long swords. Oh my god, what a beast. What a psychopath. I respect it, I respect it. The game looks even so far. I have 10 kill participation at 10 minutes. I'm probably gonna clear a couple of camps for now. I need to stabilize my lead a little bit. Okay. Get this. Probably get the scuttle after and gank enemy mid into enemy top. The Yasuo. Yasuo has 4 deaths so far. The goal is 10 deaths on him.
Maybe we'll play League later. I think I'm feeling some
Oriana really had bad
rivals.
by the way. That's crazy. I probably should have just went for her. I just thought she will die from my double strike. I greeted there. Correct play is to just stay auto her to death and just kill her.
Please.
Ooh, this guy looks very vulnerable. I just clicked top lane. Now he can't play the game. I have 428 movement speed. Aatrox just needs to back off. Damn, the Aatrox keeps dying to this guy 1v1. Gonna ult and go on the Yasuo here. Smite, Q his Q, and we just one-shot him. Beautiful. Just have to Q his Q there, and we're basically gonna kill him. Try to last hit this minion. We have 3 grubs, so I kinda wanna shove the web and take all the blatings. But I think our Aatrox will get tilted if I do that, so I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna clear a couple of topside camps, since I'm very behind on camps right now. We need to stabilize the lead, as I told you. I keep saying I will do one full clear, then I just instantly go for a gank. Typical monster, I swear. I'm just a psychopath, it is what it is. We're gonna have to get used to it, guys. The Jinx is level 9, she's actually very, very strong. And she has perfect farm as well with 6 kills, 1.5 items. I need to slow her lead down. I think she got a huge lead, especially since our Bard was AFK for like 3 minutes here. So she was able to scale for free. Guys, I think I'm gonna go top lane and kill this guy again. The good thing is he keeps giving us 300 gold every kill, by the way. It's not like even bad kills or low gold kills, because he keeps killing the Aatrox 1v1. Q his Q again, auto W auto. One more, beautiful, 250 gold. I think I will stay top lane now and take the blatings, all the blatings. We have 3 grubs and he probably doesn't have TP. Even if he has TP, we're gonna dive him here. 6 deaths so far, guys. No. I feel bad for the Yasuo, I'm not gonna lie. He can't play the game at all, especially if I go the Yoma's playstyle. The moment he's below 30% HP, I can click Yomos and instantly path top lane. Even under his tower, he can't do anything. Okay, why is Aatrox ulting the tower? What the hell? Is he tilted? Because I took the blatings with him. I have him on full mute. I think he's tilted, by the way. All good, all good.
I
ganked
tell people
like
only
500 times. I deserve some blatings here. And the turret blatings were gonna fall down soon as well. Alright, I have my flash up and Yomas as well. We might look for a play here. I got Blade of Throne King as well. This build at 2 items, you're basically gonna one-shot everyone with so much movement speed, so you will be there for every fight. Okay, I can kill the Oriana here. I have a good flank. She thinks she's safe because Nafiri was around for a little bit, but Nafiri is not that around. You can't have vision there. We're just gonna one-shot that Oriana, or we play around the vision of the Nafiri. Okay. Ooh, I think we win this, no? Doubly the damage. Damn, can I get to her? Q. One more, okay, go for the karma after. One more auto, then Q. Auto W auto, beautiful. You see, I had to go for one more auto there because I knew the Bluetooth auto would kill after, since I will have my double strike. That's why I always say one more auto, if you notice, when I talk. I say one more, because I'm basically tracking my double strike here. So I can Q after it. Normally the Bluetooth autos are going crazy, especially if you have double strike here. If you have double strike, you will see the most horrendous Bluetooth autos ever, guys. Jinx, we killed the Karma, and Jinx is gonna be solo for like the next 10 seconds or 5 seconds. So I'm instantly gonna click mid lane, even under the tower, by the way. And we're just gonna dive her. Yup, good from Bard, good. Really huge. She's dead. Because I know she's the Karma's not with her. She can't survive under her tower, especially if I play with
Procs got shut down.
Okay. I think this guy can actually kill me. I can't. I don't have my Hail of Blades and Karma is coming. I'm gonna walk all the way around. Nafiri doesn't have W anymore. Now I can kill. Yup, she's not gonna expect this. Just one-shot her. Go for the Karma after. Do I need to use my flash? I don't think so. Q to her. Insta one-shot. Kite a little bit away from the Oriana. Guess what? You guys think I'm done? I'm not
He's going back to
Yasuo. I want the
Yasuo.
Yasuo. I want the smoke with the Yasuo. He's full HP. He killed our Aatrox. Let's see. I think I will be able to chase him forever. I have Yomos. There is no way he can escape. 07 for you, Yasuo. He's trying to eat away here. I have the plant though. He's dead, he's dead. He can't survive this. Beautiful. Have 3,000 gold right now. How much do we have for LDR? We have it already. I'm just gonna recall. Huge, huge. How much kill participation do we have even? 19 kill participation. Literally at 16 minutes. By the way, this Yasuo's not playing that bad, I swear. Like, he's playing really well. He has almost perfect farm, even though I killed him almost 8 times this game. And he killed, solo killed the Aatrox 3 times this game, even while being camped over and over. Guess what? Does not matter. Because I'm a psychopath and I will just click at your lane and just kill you over and over. Just to help you get that 10 deaths power spike, since I'm a nice guy. You already know. You guys know I'm a nice guy, right? Okay. Oh my god, that part took it. I don't know why my jungle camp stopped autoing that scuttle. For some reason it stopped after one tick. I'm gonna go. Oh, good from the Aatrox. Oh, I kinda messed it up. Need one more. No, I messed it up. That is actually so bad from me. I needed one more auto on the Nafiri before I can Q, but I had to Q earlier since Yasuo Tornado was coming. That was my bad. Rare monster mistake here. All good though, all good. We don't mind. This is gonna be a very close game, guys. Aatrox does have 2 items. He's a bit stronger than Yasuo. Well, I guess same as Yasuo, since Yasuo got 2 kills right now. Our mid laner, even though... Nah, our mid laner is actually so behind as well. Eddie Carey is so behind too. The only one who's kind of ahead a little bit is the Bard. He has 5 kills. I mean, all of our kills are on kind of useless target or useless role, the support. 5 of the kills. So the game is definitely gonna be hard to play here. We don't mind though, we don't mind. It's gonna be a fun challenge for me. Try and carry this team. I have Yomos, so I'm gonna chase this Yasuo forever, by the way. It does not matter, he cannot escape at all. He can't play the game, this game. I'm just gonna kill him over and over. 9 deaths, we're gonna go for the 10 death power spike, guys. I mean, I think he will hit 10 deaths power spike, by the way. I'm not even kidding. Like, at 10 deaths, he's gonna be so strong. He's gonna have 2 items and a lot of farm. He does have almost the highest farm in the game, this one, as well. Very close to Jinx and Israel. Okay. I think I will just go for the Rift Herald. We're gonna take the Rift Herald. I wonder if I can look for a mid play after this. Do this.
See, my issue with League is I get too focused on one thing. I don't look at the map, I don't look up here.
Going for a play on the Aatrox. They insta one-shot him here. Nafiri is very strong. She deals so much damage here. It's actually kinda crazy. Oh, hello. We're just gonna one-shot that Orianna with the plant. Huge. Ooh, hello. The Nafiri uses her ability. Q to her, actually. Auto W auto. One more. Oh, she instantly flashes away. I don't have flash to chase, sadly. Well played from the Nafiri. They abuse the fact that she has flash and I don't. Sadly, I didn't get many crits there, or I would have been able to kill her. But yeah, I told her this Nafiri is very strong. She has 7 kills right now.
Kills.
Okay, that was really, really close. I think we should be instantly there on the Atakan right now. Yasuo is is bot side right now. He actually has so much damage, by the way. He can easily 1v1 this Aatrox. He is gonna hit his death 10 power spike this game. For sure. Let's see if he can, if the Aatrox can win this. Okay, Aatrox just one-shot him straight up. Beautiful. He is 10 deaths right now, guys. We finally hit the Yasuo 10 death power spike. Let's see if he's gonna be Thanos or it's just a myth, guys. Let's see if he's now gonna 1v9 the game, this Yasuo. It might just be a myth or it might be actually real. Okay, we're just gonna hit the Grump here. I will go for the Scuttle, get level 14 and probably look for the play. I am still 2 levels ahead of the Nafiri. Okay, Nafiri is there. I mean, this can be good. I just don't want to show on vision yet. I want to look for a flank on the enemy team with this plant especially. Yeah, they're all dead. They're not gonna expect me to have a flank on them. Q the Karma, get a reset, go for the Nafiri after. She gets a reset with her ultimate, the Nafiri. Q before she can flash and just insta one-shot her. Guess what, Yasuo, you think you're alive? I'm going for the Yasuo, I don't care. Maybe we can kill them all. This is a pentakill, by the way, if I kill them. We're gonna focus the Jinx here. Q when she flashes, insta one shot. Get the triple, go for the Yasuo after. W the damage? No, we got comboed. Holy. That Orianna into Yasuo ultimates. We actually just instantly gets one-shotted. They will not be able to do that once I have Titanic, by the way, since I will be really, really tanky. Do I get Titanic here? Or do I need to sell my boots? I think I will sell my boots for Titanic, by the way. I can easily sell them because I have so much movement speed from Yomos. I should have played that a little bit slower. I just didn't expect to get one-shotted like that. The enemy team is actually so strong right now, by the way. They used 3 ultimates there on me.
Awesome at Yeats.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell boats. Why am I vegan and buying boats even? I have Yomos. I still have 428 movement speed, so it doesn't really matter that much.
Oh,
I'll buy boats
Katarina.
later when I recall after. But since I need this spike right now for the Atakan and the Drake fight, I'm just gonna sell boats. Think it's fine. Yasuo is level 15. I told you guys, maybe his 10 death power spike is real. He's actually doing so much damage with the Orianna. Just instantly gonna one-shot him 100-0. I don't care about the Drake. I'm gonna chase the Karma here. Then go for the Nafiri after. I'm gonna chase them all down. Go for the Nafiri. Can we have wards? Okay. Yeah, I think I will just chase her forever. Q to the dogs. Nice. We should go for the Atakan now. I really don't care about the Drake there. I probably couldn't have stolen it even from the Nafiri. That's why I just go for the fights. Because I know if we win that fight, we're gonna get the Atakan and be so strong after. But if the Yasuo is in an isolated place like that without the Orianna, we're just gonna one-shot him 100-0 easily. Even if he's very, very fed. That's why I love this Mastery Champion against Yasuo. He can't do anything against you, basically. Especially if you're very ahead. I'm gonna drop the Herald here and try to get the tier 2 bot lane. Okay. Thought the Herald is on the tower range. Think I will drive this all the way to the tier 3 top side, not bot lane here. Drive through the Yasuo, through the Karma. The Fury is trying to smite it there. We're gonna go for this tower. Have my ult up in 10 seconds. Just waste the enemy team time a little bit. Actually, let's go instantly bot lane, by the way. We're wasting their time so much, and I have Yomos, so I will be there for the fight. I just need to shove the mid wave to get level 16. I have level 3 ultimate right now, so I'm really, really quick. Let's instantly go there with Yomos. Oh, hello. W the damage. Oh my god, they really have it again. Titanic, kite a little bit away from the Yasuo. I can kill him here, I just need to outplay him. Just wait for my Hail of Blades. Go with the Katarina here. Q. Auto W auto. One more. Beautiful, man. Oh, you want the smoke as well, Karma? No, I think that's enough. Oh my god. I did so much damage. They had their combo up again. I thought the Orianna killed my Israel, so she used something. I guess they used no ults there. They saved it for me. But this time I have Titanic Hydra, so I'm a lot tankier against their combo. I can't be one-shotted. The Yasuo is dealing an insane amount of damage, though, I'm not gonna lie. Guys, the 10 death power spike might be real. It might actually just be real.
21.
This champion on 10
8.
death is actually insane. Maybe we shouldn't help him get it. I'm gonna go Rage Blade for 5th item this game. Probably not gonna buy boots the entire game, I'm not gonna lie. I don't need them with Yomos. I just have so much movement speed here. With Rage Blade, I should be able to one-shot the Baron. I need to force every objective on spawn, by the way. We have full build basically right now. Because I want to invite the fight. We don't want the enemy team to scale this game to full build. Just kill the Karma here. Go for the Yasuo after. W the damage. Titanic Q. Insta one shot. Kite a little bit away. Auto W auto. Then Q to the Jinx and Nafiri. Beautiful. Oh my god, that was so close. Again, I survived the combo. Very, very close this time though. Very, very close. I have to time my W on every auto from the enemy team and every Q from the Yasuo. That was so close. Can we end the game here? I have Rage Blade. 15 seconds on the Karma. My team is fighting the Orianna. Beautiful. She dies, but she kills the Bard. This is gonna be close. I don't think we can end the game, but I will try to get as much as possible. Maybe we can, because I'm gonna one-shot the Karma 100-0. He's gonna try to stop me here. Yeah, she's dead, or the game's over. Beautiful. I hope you guys enjoyed this beautiful game. I will see you in future
Awesome
games.
game.
Peace out.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy. All right. Red Sack is pretty fun. It's a little rough. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that what's his name is back. Hawkeye back in Marvel Rivals. More days and yeah. 4:30.
I'm kicking off rivals. It's your girl, Galacta. Hey, rivals.
Zombie coins. Got that later. Maybe. Too bad there's There's Bill. Christine.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
Happy birthday! The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, Happy
2,
birthday! 1! Only one team wins this. Try to make it yours. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around. They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
Much better.
Oh gosh.
Been knocked down before. Doesn't last.
I totally rocked that.
Time is up.
Not today.
You're in the lead now. Try to make it last. Double KO. You're in the lead now. Try to make it last.
Singled out.
Mission isn't over yet. That's what I needed. You made my list. Now you're off it. You thought I was gone for good? This should help. You thought I was gone for good?
Plasma? They've come from behind, but you can still turn
The
this
move!
around. You're in the lead now. They've come from behind, but you
He's
can
won.
still
My
turn
mission's
this
not
around.
over yet.
You're in the lead now.
How's it
Try
going?
to make it last.
The moon haunts you.
They've come from behind, but you can still
Like a
turn
heel?
this around.
The moon haunts you.
They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around. You're in the lead now.
So many squirrel girls. So annoying.
But you can still turn this around.
Target neutralized. I'm hulking. Let the devil. Been knocked down before. Doesn't last. Sorry, Slayer. I'm hulking.
You are nothing!
Playtime's over. This should help. Been knocked down before. Doesn't last. The moon haunts you.
miss.
That wasn't a great game. I didn't get much more than, yeah. Why don't play DPS? Voice off? I should. I probably do. That's why. Oh.
I'm kicking
Where?
off Rivals Day, but Galacta here, giving you all the Rivals Day buzz. Hey, I see some familiar fins in that office building. What's our sweet boy up to now?
Got food.
30 seconds before
Hungry.
you attack. Get ready.
Be wary.
The
I am
battle
not
starts
the
in
man
5,
I used to be.
4, 3,
I have found
2,
a greater cause.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This is gonna be fun.
Enemy in front of us.
You shall not be harmed.
Hurricane incoming.
The God of Thunder!
Capture the mission area. Please, we're hurt.
Cover from the shadows. Score one for tie. I shall not be removed so easily. Approach this site with caution.
Focus on the battle.
I will crush them all.
Cheer up, little ones.
Bogey's incoming. Insignificant gnats.
Right there, Thor.
I shall not be removed so easily. I will crush them all.
Focus on the battle.
Not much to do as a tank without a healer, so let's go healer.
They've almost got it!
The cards always tremble before blast!
A feast for my
Shield!
Us against the world!
Yeah, we got your back.
Spider mode! Healing. Why would I need you?
Beholds the god of...
Ow. Why did he ult? I don't know why he ulted.
You know what to do, spiders?
Gambit coming back for more.
We are on our way to victory.
Strong. An extra layer of armor. Right behind you. Battlefield ready again. Stand down!
Captured more than half of your mission area. Keep going.
Lucky draw.
Healing. Why would I need you? Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. Disappear!
Gambit never falls!
I am purified.
Feel that hurt.
So lost. Let's keep fighting until we have a winner. Hi, that feels good. No worries.
Don't know why I didn't get Penny, but okay.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Awesome. Play more lady. Well, oh, yeah, free time.
I'm kicking up. It's your group.
Cool. I like my best.
Hey, rivals. Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Heals. Daredevil next. I'm solo tanking. I ain't solo tanking against. Oh, we both bandit. Figure. No idea where.
I'm not judging.
But whatever.
Charles dreamed of a safe haven for all mutants. At last, I have made it a reality.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. The actual Magneto. Wow.
Should I know who you are?
No, but you should know magnetism doesn't work on super cooled materials. Guess what I can do?
Be impertinent, it seems.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? I beat Dr. Doom once, and I'll do it again if he gets in my face.
Girl.
I feel like myself again. Full potential.
Oh gosh.
You need not fear. Exactly as I expected. Directly behind you.
I am ready to put on a show!
Born again! You need not fear.
A nice kiss for grand finale!
I will crush them all. Taking charge. Armed and dangerous!
Assemble! This is annoying.
Gambit never fall!
Capture the mission area!
Dear, that hurt. You shall not be harmed.
Ha-ha! Problem solved! Ha-ha! Ha-ha!
You cannot hurt me. You need not fear.
I am ready to put on a show!
Fear, Resistance always rise again.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Yeah, we're not doing enough damage.
I will do what it... Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Decided to join the rest of humanity against the enemy that might destroy our whole time stream?
For the moment. At least until you decide mutants don't belong with the rest of humanity again.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
6,000 damage of that.
1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Humans are so fond
Widow.
of their golden idols, but all of them shall bow to steel. Ah, here they are now. I feel like myself again. Taking charge.
Target locked.
I am ready to put on a show.
Much better. Born again!
This crap again.
Armed and dangerous! Again! Again! Rise again.
Exploding plasma.
I have become vulnerable. You are under my protection.
Assemble!
You are welcome.
Like, where are the healers? Oh, come on! Or are they dead?
My power cannot be quelled.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
You are under my protection. Magneto! You shall not be harmed. Armed and dangerous!
I am ready to put on a show.
Again! Armed and dangerous! Again!
You'll have to keep fighting.
They're just rolling us, man. It is what it is. First game of the day.
Fear Magneto! It seems we have company. You cannot hurt me.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
everybody gets like overwhelmed by the Captain America. He patty cakes. That's what he does. Oh well, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. So I'm streaming for a little bit. Haven't peed yet. We should call the wife and see how she's doing. Wow, mate. Call baby girl. Gotta send the wife a list. Mother-in-law's birthday today. B typing instead of the V. Anything else? What else should I get to eat? Okay. Must have updated my Discord already, right? Mm. All right, let's see. How did we do? Blocked more damage, did more damage than the other Magneto. Capped plotted. confusing. I'm not sure what happened there, but I don't know what happened. I should tell her soda. For gold view. Two games of this and play some or wins Beast League Legends after that. Front shield. Woohoo. Plat
3. Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Yeah.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Back. Daredevil, Spider.
For so long, I fought for mutant kind's future, Our time has finally arrived.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Think you're fast enough to stop a high-velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old-timer?
Why would I have to be? I've already disabled the internal mechanisms on all of your weapons.
What the?
Now, play nice. And perhaps I'll put your toys back together for
The
you.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I feel like myself again.
Jeez. And they have Spider-Man.
I shall not be removed so easily. You need not fear.
Get that vehicle moving again.
That put some pep in my step. Crack the whip.
Don't even think of slowing down. All right, that feels better. My power cannot be quelled.
And I got Squirrel Girl. We have an Ultra.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Who do we have?
Against the world.
You shall not be harmed.
Kill him?
Time is of the essence. They've got them.
Double kill.
This is ridiculous.
The final 10 seconds.
Here is Stranger's master door. By the eye of
Disappear!
The amazing Spider-Man!
enemy in front. Hurry to the master we suppose. We'll guide Spider-Zero to the weak point.
A nice deep freeze.
Protect Spider Zero as she journeys toward the Shrine of the Weaver. The enemy is here. My power grows. Random has done. 'Twas but a scratch. Behold the God of Thunder! And the Blackbird dies!
Watch out! Cabin! Whoa!
My power grows.
Weakling!
Double KO!
The lightning of Asgard returns. The enemy awaken the rage of
Moving again! Only 60 seconds left.
repairs are in order.
Mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Lead them to Khonshu! I unleash the Vishanti's power! My power grows! Vengeance is mine!
Down to 30 seconds.
I'm doing this my way! Slow down! By the eye of Agamotto, my power grows!
Double KO!
Hostiles!
The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am the God of Thunder and the mightiest Avenger.
Hopefully. No more crazy spread.
Round 2.
I am Asgardian, but I feel a deep kinship with the mortals of Earth.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Ah, Namor. 'Tis a joy to have a fellow monarch fighting by my side.
Where is yours?
Yggsgard's warriors currently answer to my brother, Loki. But that
Battle
is soon
starts in
to
5,
change.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Until then, step aside and let a true king lead the charge.
The souls of the worthy may find their way to hell, but all know well.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Enemy is here.
My life force is exposed.
Don't let them do this to you.
I am barely wounded.
Can't see.
Better stop that vehicle.
Fucking hurt. Always been Asgard's ally.
Back.
You stop them in their tracks.
Enemies.
Waken the rage to battle. The moon haunts you.
Us against the world.
Should be back.
Thor Odinson, god of thunder.
Oh, he doesn't have it.
Better stop that vehicle.
Those guys are in the shootout.
Wait in the rage of battle.
Where's our healer? What is she doing?
What battle can continue without Thor?
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Here's
The moon haunts you. Behold the god of thunder. What battle can continue without Thor?
Halfway. Stop
Win it, Pam!
By the eye of Agamotto.
I get by that. Dead.
The moon haunts you.
Final score 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Thing did 21,000 damage. Holy cow. We did way more damage. Oh, that was my chrono. I thought I had a chrono. I don't know if it was better heals, but it wasn't. This guy was inspired. Two people that did 21,000 damage, they just melted. World Crawler. And she did Widow. Sheesh. Look at all that. And I was playing Mag first half. Porker was playing Punisher, that guy was playing. Sheesh. So many switches. going by. I am so hungry. Wait. Try it again.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists
Bad
where Magneto
Hawkeye.
yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I'll let them choose. I'm not doing anything. That's all. Let in.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Smash the C button. I mean, I guess of course talks in these games.
Opening escape capsule.
For so long, I fought for mutant kind's future.
Too.
Our time has finally arrived.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
As good as new.
This
Been waiting a long time for a battle like this, I tell you what.
It's gonna be an epic one. You sure you want to go in with just a deck of cards?
No sense no home fighting against gods with a handful of arrows.
Touche.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Knew I never should have got myself mixed up.
Who did I get blown up by? Holy cow.
My power cannot be quelled.
Of course, it just fired back here.
I feel like myself again. You are under my protection. Insignificant gnats. Kinetic blade.
Getting tired of these crappy heals.
Good medicine. Leave me. I shall not be removed so easily.
It's spider time!
Great.
You shall not be harmed. Oh, with hand! By the eye of Agamotto! My power
On it
cannot be
sooner.
quelled. Taking charge.
60 seconds left.
You shall not be harmed. You cannot hurt me. Much better. You need not fear. Too gamble with insignificant mess.
For the rest of us, Captain Asgard.
Down to 30 seconds.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Wait, does that mean Ragnarok is coming?
Kinetic blade. Planet surface. Your attacks are futile. Much better. Kinetic blade.
Keep going. Usually like the
Our adversary shattered. You need not fear.
Wait, does that mean Ragnarok is coming?
It's Spider time! Us against the world!
Fear Magneto! I have become vulnerable.
Better.
My power cannot be quelled. I do this my way! Oh, hey! I am Asgard's might! If we wish to halt Null's ascent, now is our moment. You are under my protection.
Only 60 seconds left.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
By the eye of Agamotto!
It's Spider time!
You need not fear. Full potential.
This is real firepower!
You need not fear. Our true enemy lies beneath the planet's surface.
Double KO! That's 3! Us against the world! Bad guys here.
Come on, let me freaking spawn, man.
Is 1, 2, 0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Open your eyes.
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Oh, I only have 30 skills.
Round 2.
The spider controlling my suit is small, but fierce. Just like me.
Lucky draw.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Luna Snow! I know all of your songs.
It's always an honor to meet a fan.
So, Nano! Oba-chan loved to play them on the oldies station for me.
Wow. For a girl with ice powers, I suddenly feel pretty uncool.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop
Nine's
them
in
from
place.
securing the mission area.
Wait, what's a quick boomerang here?
See them? Right there.
Eyeball. An extra layer of ice.
This is gonna hurt. We made quite a team. Systems restoring.
About that.
Mine's in place. You know what to do, spiders?
I have a shield, but no complaints.
Time for some fireworks.
Thanks for the shield.
We made quite a team. Mine's in place.
Look out behind you.
Spiders get the job done. Systems restoring. This is gonna hurt. Us against the world. It's spider time! Mine's in place.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I unleash the Bashaltian power.
We have to stand strong.
I'm opening a portal.
It's the grand finale.
A shortcut through space. Here's how you shoot. My last
Disappear! Us against the world!
How'd they have it again?
Us against the world! Look at you now. Oh, they're so sparkly! Double kill!
by the shades
You
of
need
the
to stop that
Seraphim,
vehicle
I
in its tracks.
return.
Better stop that vehicle!
More powerful yet.
Yes.
Our enemies are near. The Sorcerer Supreme returns. I'm ready to unleash my mystic power.
There's always this thing at Spider-Man in these stupid games.
Such newfound power. Behind you, my friend.
Us against the world.
Don't mess! Amazing Spider-Man!
It's the grand finale. Final score.
Ridiculous games, man. Woo. Computer's hit that button. There's a no to that button now. Minus 20? Yeah, very much in a while. People better though, I must say. On that enemy team. Whew. Famous Thor, 18 kills though. Which one was the penny? Yeah, I mean, they're focusing so much on him. Star-Lord was crazy too though. He got a lot of damage. And all there. 25, 16. I mean, basically, same healing. Finish this off. I don't know if I go Thor maybe. Instead of that guy, might have been a little bit better. Get low either way. As Magneto, I'd finish him or at the rank where everybody plays Spider-Man. Geesh, second Spider-Man out of the 3 games I've played today. Glasses. Obviously, those cute. Take a little break. Ooh, games are rough. Let's try out this Where the Wind Meets. Shall we? Yeah, let's watch a video first. Just a little bit of actual concentration break. Sorry, guys. Can only play so much at once. Can't play too many games in a row anymore. Can't like just queue and queue and queue. Not the way my eyes or head works anymore. I'm getting too old. It's offline here. I wish you could do the same thing on Kick. Customize channel. No. As you can do on YouTube or on Twitch now. That is on just chatting. We're good. We good. Open a new window. No mailman today, I guess. Haven't heard him at all. Normally the dog would bark like crazy, so. Hey, there I am. YouTube. NATO jets scrambled against Russian planes.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. We have some major news that is breaking and coming out. NATO forces have intercepted Russian planes. They were scrambled. Fighter jets were rushed into the sky to confront Russian aircraft that could not be identified as the situation between NATO and Russia continues to clearly coming to a breaking point. And NATO previously said that they will consider a preemptive strike on Russia in order to confront Russian aggression in the region and repeated violations.
Take out their drone facility
by Russia, and including Russian spies, secret agents, whatever you want to call them, commandos, whatever you want to call them, sneaking into Poland and blowing up a critically important rail line. So the situation has new updates constantly. I'm here to bring them to you. Before we do,
sabotage on top of it all.
Please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys nothing at all. Huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. Should the NATO forces shoot down the Russian planes?
Yeah, they should have been shooting them down already instead of being so passive.
Conflict with Russia. What do you think?
NATO's too much of a wimp.
Hit that bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss it.
Well, they were supposed to be a show of force, not
X D Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. DM
not spineless.
Reach out with whatever you got, and then in the video description and pinned comment is the link to our exclusive membership benefits, exclusive access perks, things like that. So go ahead and give that a check. Check that out. Now, let's get into it. So I literally made a video previously about how NATO was saying we might preemptively strike Russia because Russia is waging a hybrid war against NATO with the fighter jet incursions, with the drone incursions, with the bombing in Poland. So NATO appears to finally be ready to do something big in response to the Russian aggression. Russia has a history of flying planes in the area with no flight plan, no registration, no official communication. And you never know, hey, is this a spy plane? Is this a bomber?
Never know what you're getting from Russia.
What the hell's going on? Is this going to
and they don't react. That's the
when that
NATO
happens,
doesn't react at all.
scramble immediately fighter jets to make sure if the situation goes hot, the fighter jets can take care of it. And that is what happened. I'm going to put this up on the screen for you here. So this comes from multiple different news outlets. It says on November 30th, 2025.
Yeah, time to take pictures.
This Sunday, November 30th, this happened, 2025. Polish Air Defense Forces reported that F-16s and MiG-29s from the Polish Air Force, Poland obviously is a major member of NATO, repeatedly intercepted Russian aircraft over the Baltic Sea after the Russian crews flew without filed flight plans and with their transponders switched off. So the Russian planes were trying to hide. The fighter jets from the Polish Air Force rushed up there to make sure they could not breach Polish airspace or deploy any weapon systems they might have had. It says the Polish jets came from the standing NATO quick reaction alert rotation that Poland maintains for its F-16s, Block 52 Fighting Falcons at Malbork Air Base, and its MiG-29As based on the standard pairing. The F-16 element was almost certainly from the 31st Tactical Air Base, 3rd Tactical Squadron, and the MiGs were from the 22nd Tactical Air Base, 41st Tactical Squadron. These are the units that routinely perform Baltic Sea QRA tasking for the Polish National Command and the NATO Integrated Air and Missile Defense. The Russian aircraft shown here are the Ilyushin 20M Kude electric intelligence aircraft belonging to the Russian Aerospace Forces 117th Independent Radio Technical Reconnaissance Aviation Regiment under the 15th Army of the Aerospace Forces for special purpose. So let's see what else we got. So these are some more details. The intercept sequence described by Poland indicates that NATO controllers detected the planes approaching international airspace near the Polish flight information region boundary. QRA, that's the NATO quick reaction to get fighter jets up. QRA launch orders sent Polish F-16s and F-29 or MiG-29s to identify and shadow the aircraft and escort it out of the area. The Polish Air Force noted that similar incursions have occurred repeatedly over the recent weeks. So the Russians got these planes up there. The Russians were trying to hide the fact these planes were over the Baltic Sea, I believe. Yes, the Baltic Sea. And Poland responded with rushing up fighter jets, F-16s, MiG-29s.
Should have been rushing up prior to this when all those drones were flying.
Didn't turn out to be a super serious one. Didn't turn out to be one that might start
again.
a war.
NATO is supposed to be a show of strength
as we have NATO
and unity between nations, but it's such a spineless organization.
We might
ridiculous.
Fire an opening salvo. Now, is that a bombing attack? Is that a ground incursion? I have no idea. NATO didn't say, but they
airborne.
Did say we will do this. We will do it. We're considering a preemptive strike. So that is not the only situation. Polish air defenses went high alert, highest level of alert. It says Poland put Patriot air defenses on alert as 4 Russian MiG-31s ballistic missile carriers approached its airspace. So it says this is also published on December 1st, 2025.
Using them to blow down the drones.
The Polish Air Force placed U.S. supplied Patriot long-range defense systems at the Rezino's Jauzinaka, I'm probably butchering that, airport on a high alert after 4 Russian MiGs, Foxhound tactical combat jets, flew westward over the Baltic Sea. The Russian aircraft were reportedly the MiG-31 variants designed to carry ballistic missiles, which have been specifically employed in Ukraine to neutralize Ukrainian Patriot missiles. The MiG-31 operated exclusively within Russian airspace, although they demonstrated a highly potent long-range targeting capabilities were sufficient to cause significant concern. So Polish and German Patriot batteries were put on high alert. So that is a look right there of the MiG-31. And then that, of course, is a Patriot. That, of course, right there is a Patriot missile battery launcher. So I'm going to pull this off the screen real quick. Let's discuss this. Let's discuss this situation and what it means. It means the Russians are continuing to test NATO. As NATO says, again, they'll do the preemptive strike. So what Russia is doing is they're likely trying to test response time.
And testing
They're
response
trying
times.
to get a gauge of how fast Poland can get their fighter jets in the air, so that if this situation goes hot and a war with NATO starts, they have that information. So they're flying planes just close enough to Polish airspace to activate a Polish response, a NATO response. And then they are taking all that information, likely studying it, trying to figure out tactics. What type of fighter jets are they going to send up? What capabilities do they have? How many are they going to send up? This is Russia continuing to poke and prod and test NATO. And it comes,
Keep
as
poking
I
and
said
prodding.
before, I'm gonna put
NATO
this
ain't
up
gonna
on the
do
screen for
anything.
you. It comes literally right after it says NATO preemptive strikes on Russia could be considered defensive action. So I'm just going to, for those of you who missed this in the first video, I'm just going to read a little bit of this. It says NATO is considering more aggressive measures towards Russia in response to its escalating hybrid war against the West. A top official said. Admiral Giuseppe or Giuseppe, I don't know, Cavo Dragone, the head of the alliance's military committee, said being more aggressive or being more proactive instead of reactive is something we are thinking about. A preemptive strike
it need to be
considered a defensive action, he told the Financial Times, but said it was further away from our normal way of thinking. And then right here, we'll throw this up on the screen for you. Russia, of course, responded by saying Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said the remarks were seen by Moscow as an extremely irresponsible step, indicating the alliance's readiness to continue moving towards escalation. We see
Russia keeps escalating.
Undermine efforts.
That's all they do is escalate, escalate, escalate.
The people making these statements should be aware of the risks and possible consequences, including for the alliance members themselves. So now we will stop sharing this. So that's kind of the backdrop we have right now. We have the Russians who continue to do highly provocative stuff. They continue to fly planes right up to NATO airspace, and on multiple occasions have flown fighter jets into NATO countries, those being Estonia and Lithuania. They have repeatedly sent drones. Some of the drones have been shot down. None of the planes, as of making of this video, have been shot down. NATO is saying we might have to just turn the tables here, and we might have to go first. We might have to launch the preemptive strike to make sure that Russia stops what they are doing. And as this is happening, the war in Ukraine continues to get worse and worse and worse, and the violence continues to hit new levels on a regular basis. So what we are looking at here, what we are seeing here is escalation across the board. We are seeing escalation from all sides. And one of the dangers of this is it only takes one mistake or one misread of the situation for all of this to come crashing down. For example, let's say a Russian bomber or a spy plane or whatever it is accidentally breaches NATO airspace, but it was an accident. It was just there briefly. And then it gets blown out of the sky. So we shoot down some Russian bombers. What does Russia do next? What is the
Why are they
next move
flying
from
near
Russia?
the
See, that's the trouble. We don't know.
air zone
Or
anyway?
better yet,
Or the
what
border?
if Russia accidentally fires cruise missiles at Western Ukraine and they
Accidentally.
land in Poland and kill people in Poland? Now NATO will have to respond. We already
Yeah,
had an
there
incident where
needs to
one
be a
missile,
response.
I think, did land in Poland and killed 2 people, although that might have come from an air defense system. I don't really remember. And you have the fact they blew up the rail line in Poland. So they already did attack NATO, and NATO showed restraint at the time.
Time for them to grow a spine.
Off the chain to go smash targets inside Russia. So that is where we are at. This situation continues to get
I'm firm to grow a spine.
spicier and crazier and crazier as all eyes turn to what might happen next at any given time. It is a developing situation, but I want to know what you guys think. What do you think of Polish fighters?
Ridiculous. All right, let's make a video real quick. Short and a video.
Activate a poll. They demonstrated a highly post on
Alert.
December.
Wait a second.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is Carmine Sabia for Explain America, and one of the biggest problems we have in this country, one of the biggest reasons for crime, is liberal judges. This Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is Carmine Sabia for Explain America, and one of the biggest problems we have in this country, one of the biggest reasons for crime, is liberal judges. This is another sad example. Before we get started, please make sure you like, comment, share, and subscribe. Those little things really help us out, and they help our channel.
It's not muted, is it? Yeah, it shouldn't be muted.
Let's discuss this situation and what it means. It means the Russians are continuing to test NATO. As NATO says, again, they'll do the preemptive strike. So what Russia is doing is they're likely trying to test response time. They're trying to get a gauge of how fast Poland can get their fighter jets in the air so that if this situation goes hot and a war with NATO starts, they have that information. So they're flying planes just close enough to Polish airspace to activate a Polish response, a NATO response, and then they are taking all that information, likely studying it, trying to figure out tactics, what type of fighter jets are they going to send up, what capabilities do they have, how many are they going to send up. This is Russia continuing to poke and prod and test NATO, and it comes,
keep poking and prodding. NATO ain't gonna do anything.
It comes literally right after it says NATO preemptive strikes on Russia could be considered defensive action. So I'm just going to, for those of you who missed this in the first video, I'm just going to read a little bit of this. It says NATO is considering more aggressive measures towards Russia in response to its escalating hybrid war against the West. A top official said. Admiral Giuseppe or Giuseppe, I don't know. Cavo Dragone, the head of the alliance's military committee, said being more aggressive or being more proactive instead of reactive is something we are thinking about. A preemptive strike could be considered a defensive action, he told the Financial Times, but said it was further away from our normal way of thinking. And then right here, we'll throw this up on the screen for you. Russia, of course, responded by saying Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said the remarks were seen by Moscow as an extremely irresponsible step, indicating the alliance's readiness to continue moving towards escalation. We see
Russia keeps escalating.
Undermine efforts.
That's all they do is escalate, escalate, escalate.
The people making these statements should be aware of the risks and possible consequences, including for the alliance members themselves. So now we will stop sharing this. So that's kind of the backdrop we have right now. We have the Russians who continue to do highly provocative stuff. They continue to fly planes right up to NATO airspace and on multiple occasions have flown fighter jets into NATO countries, those being Estonia and Lithuania. They have repeatedly sent drones. Some of the drones have been shot down. None of the planes, as of making of this video, have been shot down. NATO is saying we might have to just turn the tables here and we might have to go first. We might have to launch the preemptive strike to make sure that Russia stops what they are doing. And as this is happening, the war in Ukraine continues to get worse and worse and worse, and the violence continues to hit new levels on a regular basis. So what we are looking at here, what we are seeing here is escalation across the board. We are seeing escalation from all sides. And one of the dangers of this is it only takes one mistake or one misread of the situation for all of this to come crashing down. For example, let's say a Russian bomber or a spy plane or whatever it is accidentally breaches NATO airspace, but it was an accident. It was just there briefly. And then it gets blown out of the sky. So we shoot down some Russian bombers. What does Russia do next? What is the
Why are they flying near the...
See, that's... sky to confront. Well,
no, ma'am. Hey, there I am. YouTube. NATO jets scrambled against Russian planes.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. We have some major news that is breaking and coming out. NATO forces intercepted Russian planes. They were great. Welcome in, everyone.
Jets scrambled.
Great wherever you're watching from today. We have some major news that is
jets scrambled against Russian planes.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing.
Haven't heard him at all. Hey, there I am. YouTube. NATO just.
Well, great. Wherever you're watching from today, we have some major news that is breaking and coming out. NATO forces have intercepted Russian planes and blowing up a critically conflict with Russia. The situation has new updates constantly. I'm here to bring them to you. Before we do,
Sabotage on top of it all.
Like and subscribe, totally free.
Thank you, I think, for a follow.
Huge boost to the channel.
Medora.
Comment with your thoughts below.
Much appreciated. Trying to make a quick YouTube video
already instead of being so passive.
Conflict with Russia. What do you think?
NATO's too much of a wimp.
Hit that bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss it. And then in the video description and pinned comment is the link to our exclusive membership benefits, exclusive access perks, things like that. So go ahead and give that a check. Check that out. Now let's get into it. So I literally made a video previously about how NATO was saying we might preemptively strike Russia because Russia is waging a hybrid war against NATO with the fighter jet incursions, with the drone incursions, with the bombing in Poland. So NATO appears to finally be ready to do something big in response to the Russian aggression. Russia has a history of flying planes in the area with no flight plan, no registration, no official communication, and you never know, hey, is this a spy plane? Is this a bomber?
Never know what you're getting from Russia.
What the hell's going on? Is this going to?
And they don't react. That's the issue. NATO doesn't react at all.
Immediately, fighter jets to make sure if the situation goes hot, the fighter jets can take care of it, and that is what happened. I'm going to put this up on the screen for you here. So this comes from multiple different news outlets. It says on November 30th, 2025.
Yeah, time to take pictures.
This Sunday, November 30th, this happened, 2025. Polish Air Defense Forces reported that F-16s and MiG-29s from the Polish Air Force, Poland obviously is a major member of NATO, repeatedly intercepted Russian aircraft over the Baltic Sea after the Russian crews flew without filed flight plans and
Far. You don't need to grow a spine. Sabotage. Hey, there I am. YouTube. NATO jets scrambled against the Russian planes.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. We have some major news that is breaking and coming.
So, hey, there I am. YouTube. NATO jets scrambled against the Russian.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. We have some major news that is breaking and coming out.
Deal. And scene template. All right, let's check this one out.
Continue to grow. One liberal judge, Judge Kiesler, a magistrate judge, by the way, has decided, and this is after the National Guard tragedy, by the way.
Rumor is that he'll make it.
After one of our National Guard's members were slain, 2 shot. As of this recording, the other is still alive and fighting for his life. After that, this judge decided that he was going to drop all charges.
Ridiculous. We don't have a judicial system that's going to support the law.
With his car, ICE agents. You can't have law and order. You can't have a society that obeys the laws if you have liberal judges who are willing to turn a blind eye to crimes against people they don't like. Same with the liberal district attorneys who refuse to prosecute cases like this. Because, hey, they agree with them. And then they wonder how things like what happened to our brave National Guard members happened.
That is unnecessary on YouTube. Why? Why are they showing? Kind of do, but I don't at the same time. Friendly fire. Why restaurants suck now? I don't understand.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundance Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And of course,
Only
here's your
one
meme
thing
today, brought
worse
to you
for
by
Republicans who won't
5mind.com.
do
You know what
anything
really
Democrats
friggin'
do.
pisses me off, or I guess you know what really grinds
Yeah.
my gears? I cannot stand the phony, misplaced outrage of the left. And I think nowhere is that more apparent than in this whole conversation relating to these Venezuelan narco-trafficking drug boats, as well as the clear steps that President Trump is taking to take down Maduro. You know, the way these people talk about America defending itself, defending its people, as if it's some sort of moral crime, all the while they're shrugging the shoulders and seem to be doing the bidding of an actual narco-terror dictatorship flooding the country with, you could argue, chemical frickin' weapons, poison. You know, I just can't wrap my head around it. It pisses me off. Our streets are being flooded with fentanyl, with methamphetamine, the nation being plundered by cartels, not to mention they've set up their narco-terror networks in the country, and for some reason the left-wing outrage isn't aimed at the people who are running this operation. It's not aimed at Nicolas Maduro,
directly
who's
at
an
Trump,
authoritarian
because
scumbag drug
anything
dealer.
Trump is
No,
for,
their
they're
rage is targeted at President Trump. It just goes to show this whole Trump derangement phenomenon. They'd rather side with narco-terrorists, falsely claiming war crimes and international law being violated. They'd rather be Nicolas Maduro's frickin' lawyer than protect the country, than support this president. I cannot stand them, but thankfully enough, their pathetic little campaign isn't phasing this administration, not even a bit. Let me show you guys some of the best moments from the Trump administration responding to the pathetic backlash. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so let's first start off with Stephen Miller. I think it's really no surprise that he's the star of this video, but especially on issues like this, Stephen Miller doesn't take no shit.
Nicolas Maduro is an indicted drug trafficker. He's indicted in federal court. He's a fugitive from justice in America. As I think you're also aware, there's a $50 million reward for the return of Nicolas Maduro. Not just him, his henchmen have also been indicted. So it is a drug cartel that is running Venezuela. This is a very important point. It's not a government, it is a drug cartel, a narco-trafficking organization that is running Venezuela. And this has been documented in federal court, and indictments have been secured. The people of Venezuela have been suffering and struggling under the reality of a nation that is so rich in resources, so rich in reserves, that is run by Maduro, the head of the cartel that you referenced, the Cartel de los Sols. That is absolutely one of the most ruthless criminal cartels on the planet. And many Americans may not realize the drugs killing their kids are coming from Maduro, and also the criminal aliens killing their kids are coming from Maduro. For decades and for years, for generations, we used our military to engage in action against terrorists in the Middle East and in Africa, while leaving unharmed the terrorists in our own hemisphere who are responsible for so much more American deaths, who have spilled so much blood across the Western Hemisphere, who have bereaved so many parents and families, and who have contributed to such a horrific cycle and just relentless surge of violence in our cities. Every major city in America is suffering from cartel violence. We've been occupied by cartels for far too long. President Trump is finally allowing and directing the United States military to use its authorities under the Constitution to defend America from the terrorist organizations that have run free for too long in our own hemisphere.
And that right there is the truth. Venezuela, under Maduro's control, is not some normal sovereign country that we have to be dealing with diplomatically. And you know, we've tried. The Trump administration has tried. They've tried to sit down with Maduro. They've tried to urge him to step down, and it's not working. And to add insult to injury, the Venezuelan boats keep being sent, not to mention the official policy of the Venezuelan government, which was to empty their prisoners of all their Tren de Aragua members and send them on boats illegally to the United States. They flooded the nation, not only with drugs, but with the narco-terrorist organizations themselves. And so, you know, at one point, enough is enough. We've tried operating in good faith. It's not working. And so now it's time to take drastic measures and to protect the homeland. And that is exactly what's going on here. And you know that if it was Obama that was doing this, they'd be freaking recruiting your kids to go to war to fight on behalf of this moral crusade. I mean, Congress would be at the edge of its seat, ready to declare war. They'd call it a necessary stand for democracy against a brutal regime. They'd be salivating at the idea of implementing their own little CIA plant as the next leader of Venezuela. But of course, with Trump at the helm, they don't have the ability to do that. And they know that Trump is going to do it the
all
right
the
way.
talking
So
points
now,
right
all
there.
of a sudden, it's a war crime. It's dangerous, reckless. He's Hitler. It's the end of international order as we know it. It's all the same freaking shrieking that we hear every single time. And honestly, I think Marco Rubio Rubio had the perfect response, especially considering a lot of the claims of international crimes being committed are coming from the EU.
I don't think that the European Union gets to determine what international law is. No, they certainly don't get to determine is how the United States defends its national security. The United States is under attack from organized criminal narco-terrorists in our hemisphere, and the president is responding in the defense of our country. I do find it interesting that all these countries want us to send, and supply, for example, nuclear-capable Tomahawk missiles to defend Europe. But when the United States positions aircraft carriers in our hemisphere where we live, somehow that's a problem. So I would say that the United States is, and this president has made very clear, his job is to protect the United States from threats against the United States, and that is what he's doing in this operation.
Exactly, perfectly said. They love our advanced weapons when we fly them halfway across the world to defend their homeland. But when America wants to protect its own homeland, suddenly it's illegal. Donald Trump's Hitler. Just freaking cue Elon Musk already.
Go yourself.
The reality is that the United States is under attack from organized criminal narco-terrorist regimes. And these regimes are operating in our hemisphere. They are supplying poison to our streets. They are destabilizing our neighborhoods. They're operating their criminal organizations and even engaging in human smuggling and trafficking in American neighborhoods. They've taken over apartment complexes. It is a clear issue of national security, and the president must act. And he has the absolute authority to do so. And this idea that he's engaged in illegal actions, it's nonsense. The president has not done anything illegal. But of course, that never stopped the media now, did it, right? And so in comes the phony fake news claims from, quote, anonymous sources.
There's a Washington Post report that one of those Venezuelan boats that was attacked by a U.S. missile, alleged drug boats, that a second missile was launched.
Always a great
because
day.
there have been two survivors clinging
just
to
make
the wreckage
themselves
of the
dumber and
boat.
dumber. Can't even take.
Do you? I know this was obviously carried out by the Defense Department, but is the administration concerned here that that may have violated the laws of war?
You don't even know if
an
it's
imminent
true.
threat posed by those people that were clinging to the wreckage of a boat that had already been struck?
Oh, John, that entire story is based on anonymous sources. So we see the press and we see that rag use anonymous sources all the time to print things that aren't true, that are lies, that are completely not based in reality. So I would not put any.
It was reported here that they had an anonymous
It's the same playbook
outlet.
every single time. Some anonymous insider in the Department of Defense is apparently whispering a tale of Trump supposedly hitting a boat, then hitting the survivors again as they were clinging on to the wreckage. Now, I guess we could have a debate whether or not that would be considered illegal. I don't even know if it would be, to be honest. But obviously, we're not even going to go to that conversation unless there's actual evidence that this really happened. As if we're just supposed to believe the mainstream media's tales, as they've lied to us for decades. No frickin' way. They want so badly to delegitimize this operation. And it's obvious why. Because they know Trump's gonna be successful, and that's the last thing they want. You know, they uplift the political opposition, the courageous people standing up to Maduro in Venezuela. But here you have the president who likely could get the job done, could actually help enable a real revolution in
Here's the
Venezuela.
plan.
And they don't want that. I find that interesting. Well, it's obvious why. Because Trump clearly has a strategy here. And I don't think it's the usual Pentagon,
Bomb the heck out of
CIA,
Maduro.
forever war, occupy for a decade, and then engage in some neocon regime change project, some CIA plant taking over the country. No, Donald Trump is looking like he is going to end Maduro and free the Venezuelan people, and for some reason, we should be
Nope,
offended
not
by
at all.
that. I don't know, if that offends you, if your main concern right now is the feelings of Nicolas Maduro and his little cartel buddies, or the drug smugglers bringing in poison into the country at levels never seen before, if that is your concern, well then I don't know, maybe cry about it, maybe go in the corner and sulk. Just don't do it in front of me because I don't give a crap. I'm with Trump on this. I don't think he wants an endless war here. I think he wants decisive action. I think he wants to take out this regime. I think he wants to do the right thing for the Venezuelan people. I think he wants to protect the homeland. And unless I see evidence otherwise, I'm 100% backing it. In fact, I think it's about damn time. Nicolas Maduro's reign of terror has to come to an end. And if there's one man who could get that job done and do it right,
Sure,
it's
they
President
kept
frickin'
escalating,
Trump.
brought the
Anyways, that's what I
his
got for you
military
guys.
into
Thanks
it.
for watching,
Just
and I'll see you
stepped
on the
down.
next one.
There's both. New Empire major.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the channel. I'm Stylosis. So in this video, we've got brand new Lupa Law. That's right, Vendetta Law. She is the Empress. Is she being set up to be the new big bad in the Overwatch story, in charge of the Empire, which could possibly replace Talon? Who knows what's going to happen? Also, we've got OWCS, which is the esports for Overwatch, is having a major resurgence. So we really need to talk about that because, well, it's a massive shock to the system when you've not watched any Overwatch esports for a long time to suddenly see the changes they've implemented. And also, what about a Netflix series? Now, this is a little bit sort of, I guess, coming from left field. We know there's been some rumors in the past about the Overwatch potential for a Netflix series, but there was a lot of bad blood between Activision and Netflix, but maybe that's gone now because of the whole Microsoft acquisition. However, there is a Diablo 4 announcement for an expansion pack, which could also be an announcement for a Netflix series. So maybe the scope there for Overwatch to eventually get one. Anyway, let's break all of this down. Oh, we've also got Season 20 as well. That is coming right around the corner. We're going to get a trailer for that, which is going to drop tomorrow, if, of course, you are watching this video today. So here it is. This is a new comic. This was handed out to people who attended the OWCS finals in Stockholm at DreamHack. Now, as you can see, very nice artwork on the cover, and it says a new empire. Now, inside this, there's a very nice cover letter. Now, this is from Jude Stacy, one of the narrative designers on Overwatch 2. And I'll quickly read this. There's a lot here, but I'll quickly go over it because it does let you into the mind of what Blizzard is trying to build here. So, check this out. Dear reader, when I first pitched Vendetta, I set out with the goal of making her a true villain. Rage, ambition, absolute belief in the strength and value of themselves over all else. None of these are unfamiliar traits, but they can be underrepresented in female villains. Their emotions are often portrayed as a weakness, leaving them without Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the... She has known loss and injustice. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the channel. I'm Stylosis. So in this video, we've got brand new Lupa Law. That's right. Enjoys working with this hero, has been watching her rise in reputation play out in her development. First, she was Antonio's daughter, then a Colosseo champion teased in the arena. Over time, she became a greater threat. The hero who had what it took to rise up and challenge Talon. She's expansive, not just Vendetta, but Marzia, La Lupa della Rizioni, and an ultimate threat. And above all else, she is someone that I think the rest of the team are proud and excited to have brought to life. It is my sincerest hope that she becomes the same spectacle for our players that she is for her audience in the Colosseo. I leave you with some words from La Competiziana herself. My Italian accents are terrible. Pulled from her original casting monologue. Earning the title of champion might be for a man, but a wolf cannot fulfill its belly with accolades. Know that our battle tonight is the first of many, and that my victory foreshadows a greater conquest. There will be war in our lifetimes, and I will not rest until I have seen it through. Viva La Lupa. Then we also get this, which is, I believe, from the final page of the comic. Again, we don't have the whole comic yet. I'm sure people have got access to this because it was given out en masse, as I say, at the live event. And there'll probably be a digital version of this out, probably tomorrow. Again, if you're watching this video today, it is the 1st of December. So the 2nd of December, 2025. We're probably going to get the full digital version of this. But yeah, you see Vendetta sitting there and she says, as I built my new empire, stronger than that of my father's, I never forgot the life I was denied. Now, I think what's happening with this is it's setting up the conflict between Talon, the Empire, I guess we can call this, what Vendetta's in charge of, and then Overwatch as well. And also people like Reyes, who obviously, well, he killed her father, so she's not gonna be very nice to him, is she? There also could be the fact that she's coming in to take over Talon, and she just calls that her new empire. I think in this like sort of a comic, she basically kills a member of the Talon, I guess, top table, but we don't know who that is yet, and I don't think it's Doomfist. It's like some sort of member we were not aware of or something like that. Anyway, it's all interesting stuff, and I think this is good development, and it's actually, I think, a good foundation to go forward and start telling a new story. Because remember, Ramatra was supposed to be the original story of Overwatch 2, and Ramatra has an insane cinematic, and I don't know how far along that was in production, but Ramatra's story is very much, is he really evil? Is he good? Is he bad? You can sympathize with him. And then you can sort of see elements of that with Vendetta's brief, which we've seen in that kind of cover letter, where there's this sort of, you know, she isn't just evil. You can sort of back some of the things that she does. So, I don't know, very interesting. But anyway, Blizzard, release the Ramatra cinematic. That's what we want. Okay, this is the teasing stuff. So the Game Awards and Jeff Keighley are absolutely terrible for this. They tease things as if it's going to be the greatest announcement in the history of mankind. And then it's just like something which isn't, well, which is totally forgettable. Now remember, they're paid to do this, so they're going to hype stuff up, whatever, it's their jobs. Anyway, right? And I can understand that. But this, I've taken this from Eurogamer because they kind of summed it up. The Game Awards Jeff Keighley teases an announcement by placing a whopping demon-covered statue in the desert. Real inspiring thickness. Now, that's one of those what 3 words locations, which you can... is it like a 3 meter squared area on the map? You basically bang this into Google Maps or go to what 3 words, and you can find the location of this thing and go and take a look at it. So this is what it would look like. You know, you bang in the location, think, okay, yeah, it's there in the desert. Let's go and take a look at it. And you would have found this thing. You'd be like, what the actual hell is this? Now, people thought this might have been some new God of War game or something like that. But when you get closer and you look at it and it's actually in the day, you can see demons on this. So this is a close-up kind of look at it. You can see these kind of like demons spilling out. And it was pointed out this looks like Diablo-style demons. And I believe it has basically been confirmed. This is a Diablo 4 expansion teaser. However, this is where the plot kind of thickens a little bit. So this is Jez Corden. I don't know whether we can call him a known leaker. He's like the ultimate Windows an Xbox simp, I guess we could say, where he just like, yeah, if you want some Windows news, Xbox news, whatever, this guy's probably going to push it out onto Twitter. Anyway, he says this, look, time to reinstall Diablo 4, methinks, on November the 6th.
Oh, man.
Well, why?
Too late,
anyway,
Diva.
As we find out.
Hey,
so
Diva.
it's really an expansion teaser, damn. He says yes, but also more. Now, it isn't a lot to go on, but also more. What could be the more? And this is where we get to the whole thing of, could this be the first Blizzard Netflix-style series that we're going to see? And could it be based on Diablo? I actually think the Castlevania series on Netflix is a really, really good... That would have made like an insane Diablo-style... in fact, it almost feels like Diablo watching that for a series. So if they could do something similar to that, that could maybe be good for Diablo. But of course, we don't really care too much about Diablo here. We want to see an Overwatch series. Now, this opens up a massive can of worms because it goes either 2 ways, right? You either end up with something like Arcane, which is like lauded as one of the best animated shows ever. But then we also know Arcane didn't really make money for League of Legends. It cost them a lot to make it. It was more of a passion project. Yes, it's still great marketing, but did it translate into massive amounts of new players and massive amounts of new revenue? Probably not. The thing with Overwatch is you would want it to do that. You would want it to be sort of like Edgerunners was for Cyberpunk, where it suddenly pumps up the player base of the game. And there's other examples as well, like The Witcher one, I think did quite well as well. Obviously, The Witcher's got a full-blown TV series, which the recent ones maybe not as good as the original ones, but whatever. But the fact here is that I'm trying to get to very slowly is if you make a killer product, it can really drill down that, hey, your game is great and people want to come and check out your world. On the other side, if you make a poor show, it can kind of make people double down on the, I guess, the prevailing wind of Overwatch 2 discourse over the years, which is this isn't the game we were promised, what the hell is going on? Which also, again, this is complete wild speculation on my part, but when they talk about big updates coming to the game next year, for me, and we know they've been discussing, this was since, I believe, last BlizzCon, the idea of removing the 2 from Overwatch. We might see that next year, where they just go, the big announcement, we're Overwatch, this is our new story, and we go forward, and they try to rebuild their image. That'd be fantastic if they also had a Netflix show attached to that. When I say Netflix show, I just mean some sort of like animated series attached to that. That could be really strong for the game. We'll have to wait and see, but again, maybe that's wishful thinking, I don't know. You guys let me know in the comments below what you think. So this is Twisted Minds, and they won the OWCS, the Overwatch World Championships. Big shout out to Astro. Astro is one of the British players that played on the UK World Cup team all those years that I did it. So he's been in the scene for a very long time. Obviously, he's played for a load of pro teams, played in Overwatch League, and finally he's won a World Championship. So massive grats to him. But it's good to kind of see this, right? But we need to sort of talk about this a little bit. So these are stats from esports charts, which basically show how many people watched a certain competition for whatever esport. So look at this, right? The Overwatch Championship Series 2025 World Finals, peak viewers 177,000 and 4.3 million hours watched, right? So that's what we've just had, yeah? So those are pretty good numbers, right? But let's take a look at what it was like last year. So last year, 159,000 peak viewers, but crucially, the hours watched was only 2 million. Now, there could be a lot of reasons for this. Maybe there was less of a broadcast to watch, yada, yada, yada. But the peak viewers are definitely higher this year. So there is definitely more interest in the esport. We do also need to look at this, which is the viewership incentives. Now, Overwatch is incredibly good at this, right? Where they juice their streamers, they juice the stream as well, where they're pumping stuff. So the more you watch, the more rewards you get. There's loads of different rewards. If you subscribe to channels, in fact, I think it was like if you buy 2 subs in a channel, you get a certain skin or whatever, and then, you know, that obviously the streamers like that because they're getting more money and blah, 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 and it inflates more viewership and you get more viewers and viewers. There's always going to be this sort of intersect between people just sitting there watching a stream for drops and people actually watching the stream. But then again, I actually think the viewership rewards are pretty good because it gets people in that might not actually have no interest in watching any esport, and they sit there for a while and think, you know what, actually, this is pretty cool, and then they become a viewer. So I think they're invaluable for that. So yeah, there are viewership rewards, so maybe not all the viewers are there for the esport, but the fact is more people were watching this year's than last year's. So another bit of evidence for the growth of
Dallas
this
Fuel
competition is they are adding new teams.
Yeah, that's
now,
original
they're
Overwatch
adding
League.
Dallas Fuel. Now, if you're like me, ancient, you're like Dallas Fuel. Like this is Overwatch League 1. Like, well, Overwatch League, I guess. You're like, what's going on here? Dallas Fuel closed down, you know, because obviously the Overwatch League teams, none of them made any money. It was a massive disaster financially. But the Dallas Fuel brand, which is owned by Envy, is now back. And they're going to take part in North America with Team Liquid, Space Station, and Disguised Toast's team, Disguised. They're also coming into it. Now, the reason why these new teams would come into the league is you can actually make money now of Overwatch Esports as a team because you've got your own skin packs in the game. You've got your own weapon charms. You've got your own sprays. Now, these were things that teams wanted for years and years with Overwatch League. And yeah, there was Overwatch League skins, there was Overwatch League sprays, but they were not as good as what you can get right now. You can actively, like, it's better for the teams, right? They are getting direct shares. It isn't like a big pool of income, which is how it used to be with Overwatch League. Everything was shared out between all the teams, even like merchandise and revenue and stuff like that. It was really mad. This, I believe, is different. It's just going directly to the teams. There's probably a cut to Blizzard than that, but that's still pretty good. Also, you've got Team Peps as well coming into EMEA, and the China stuff they haven't announced just yet. But this is good, right? This is growth. Like, to me, I watch this and think, okay, you're adding teams. That's a good job, right? That's actually really good. So, we need to talk about the elephant in the room with Overwatch Esports. It is backed and completely propped up by Saudi esports money. The Overwatch World Cup. Now, this is two different things, right? So we're going to get confused here. We'll try not to. So the Overwatch World Cup is obviously run by Blizzard. That's coming back this year, which is going to be pretty good. Well, I guess next year, 2026, it's going to end at BlizzCon. That's always great, right? Because that was always the best way of getting casual players into the esports scene because you support your country and then you see those players. Those players maybe made it to like an Overwatch League team. Obviously, now they might make it to one of these partner teams or, you know, you might follow them, follow their stream or whatever, right? So I still think it's good, and it still is like a really fun and unique competition because it does bridge that gap between content creators and players and all of that stuff. And like you guys know, I think I've done like 4 or maybe 5 for the UK. I think 4 World Cups. I can't even remember. It's a lot of work. It is a good privilege, obviously, and it was great at the time because you could see players develop. But I think that those days are way behind me. So it's going to be interesting to watch this now and see how it develops. But it'll be fun because obviously I'll be supporting the UK team and we'll see how they can do. I'll never forget when we beat the US team though at BlizzCon. That was amazing. That was actually amazing. Anyway, what I mean about the Saudis backing this is the Saudi money for the Esports World Cup. That's where the confusion comes in. But not only that, the two teams in the final of the Overwatch Championship Series are both Saudi teams. And obviously they're funded by various Saudi investment groups, owners, and such. Saudi itself, we can see here from PC Gamer, after splurging on EA, Saudi Arabia's Public Investment Fund is reportedly tightening its purse strings due to financial distress caused by numerous troubled projects. Now, I'm not saying it's the Saudi Public Investment Fund is directly funding Twisted Minds and other teams and stuff like that. They've obviously probably got some sort of connection. But it is something to be aware of. Whereas if the Saudi money completely stopped, what would happen to this version of Overwatch esports?
Whoa.
Where you going? Surface level thoughts on this here. You could go massively detailed into this, the way it's been built and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I do think though the takeaway here is Overwatch esports is growing, which is good. And I mean, I'm shocked to be honest. Did I think it would grow? I mean, probably not, if I'm honest.
Little Christmas tree. You can have one in your room.
And this was a massive shock. So it has been a very long time.
No. Where are you going to play?
The finals of any Overwatch competition. I mean, getting on for years. And when I was watching,
even you have a new free topper.
Things that hit you like an absolute like steam train. It's like, oh my god, like we actually used to be in the game for years, and Blizzard for whatever reason wanted to add them. You've got stuff like hero bands. Now I know they've been in the game for a while now, but just seeing it at the esports level, it's like, oh yeah, hero band adds another level of complexity to the game, another layer of.
Can't wait to see it. Watch. Go.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Of course, here's your meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. You know, you can always tell when we're on to something, because the Democrats, they're freaking blabbermouths. They don't ever freaking shut up. They love hearing themselves speak. They love uttering the word Trump. It's like a freaking sickness. Trump this and Trump that and Trump. They never freaking shut up. They're always out there. And so basically, when all of a sudden Democrats are scrambling to hide the records or to block basic transparency, well, you know, we're pretty much onto something. And my friends, that is exactly what is happening in Minnesota right now. Governor Tim Walz is sitting on a mountain of Medicaid fraud. You got whistleblowers who are saying that the fraud could be over $6.5 billion under his watch. And instead of acting concerned, instead of ripping off the Band-Aid and focusing on a very important issue, especially for federal taxpayers and Minnesota taxpayers, what's this guy doing now? He's refusing to cooperate. He's refusing to offer any transparency into the books, into what went on. And that, my friends, tells you all that you need to know. Tim Walz is on the run. The Democrats are in full-on panic mode, likely because they know their entire fraud racket is about to be totally freaking exposed. And of course, this now raises a much bigger question, and that question being, well, what else have they willfully ignored and turned a blind eye to? If they'll ignore mass welfare fraud being sent abroad to terrorist organizations, then what about voting? Let's talk about this Democrat fraud phenomenon, shall we? We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so take a look at this post. Breaking: Tim Walz's administration is literally refusing to release the records of Medicaid providers accused of fraud. So we're not getting a message here of, don't worry, we're working on it. Let us get all the information and we'll release it to you. No, they're now attempting to stonewall the investigation. And meanwhile, you've got whistleblowers in Minnesota's DHS who are saying that the fraud could exceed $6.5 billion just since Tim Walz took office. And from what we understand right now, only $2 billion has been uncovered so far, which means, well, most of it is still buried. And again, you got the people leading this state, instead of saying, well, look, we got potentially $4 more billion of fraud, we should look into it. This is potentially systemic fraud on a level never seen before. No, instead of cooperating, they're refusing to show the documents and the numbers. Very frickin' sketchy. And you know that it's bad when even the New York Times is doing a piece piece on the fraud schemes that are currently happening in the state. How fraud swamped Minnesota's social services system on Tim Walz's watch. Prosecutors say members of the Somali diaspora, a group with growing political power, were largely responsible. President Trump has drawn national attention to the scandal amid his crackdowns on immigration. Yeah, let's just say the whole, ooh, it's a right-wing conspiracy theory defense won't exactly work when the New York Times is freaking reporting on it. You know, the reality is this issue is now becoming too big to ignore. And now, of course, the sheer size of this scandal, well, it's kind of now painting a spotlight on the entire Democrat fraud racket as we know it. Here's where things in my mind get really interesting. Once you establish that Tim Walz and his people have turned a blind eye to massive fraud in medical benefits programs, much of it, of course, involving non-citizens, well, then you have to now ask the follow-up question. If they let that happen, then what about voting? If they created an environment where the system was basically wide open to pillage, then what the hell is going on with voter rolls, with absentee ballots and voter registration? Keep in mind also, this is the same Tim Walz who handed out driver's licenses to illegal immigrants in his state in mass. They seemingly had no interest stopping the fraud in terms of the Medicare system. Well, it stands to reason they probably weren't interested in terms of the fraud potentially in the electoral system. And well, if you listen to what some of the whistleblowers are saying coming out of the state of Minnesota, well, it's pretty damning, I'll tell you that.
We were there doing that day is we weren't allowed to touch anything. We weren't allowed to be a part of any of the ballots. What they were doing is they were bringing the ballot bags from the individual precincts to the tables. And all I was there was as a citizen observing to make sure that the city clerks that they brought in from all across the county were doing their job properly.
I see.
And basically all we were doing was removing the ballots from the bag, counting the number of ballots in the bag, and then sending them right back through the voting machines. And I think Stephanie can elaborate on this, but I believe in Oakland County, they use heart voting machines. And so what we were doing was just counting through the ballots saying, okay, this one has, for instance, 475. Are there 475 pieces of paper in that bag, yes or no? If the answer is yes, then we take them and we send them through the ballot machine, and then the ballot machine tells us what the result was. The first issue that I had was the first bag that came to my table. And what I noticed on the first bag is that the tamper-proof evidence seal was changed twice. And I immediately raised my hand like, okay, this is an issue. Something's going on here. And I brought it to the attention of Joe Roselle. I brought it to the attention of one of the county commissioners, actually happened to be the lady that was at my table bringing the bag to me. I brought it to everybody's attention, and I was told that it doesn't matter for the purposes of the recount. And my perspective on that is...
I got to ask a question about this. You were told that it doesn't matter? I mean, there's a purpose for the seal. It's a chain of custody seal, and you were told that it doesn't matter. That's what you said?
100%.
Now, look, I'm not going to speak to the validity of these claims. I'm not going to make these grandiose leaps as if there's mass wide-scale fraud happening in Minnesota and it's affecting the general election, it's affecting midterms. I'm not going to say that. But what I am going to say is, why don't we have answers yet, especially after 2020? You know, the way that I view it is it feels like the Democrats are doing everything in their power to destroy trust in the system, constantly turning a blind eye to fraud, and of course, stonewalling transparency in investigations and audits, and of course, their general activism relating to voter ID as it being racist. It is such a common sense policy, and yet instead of these Democrat politicians simply
bathroom back, everybody got home too.
simply implementing this common sense voter security measure. You instead have to have podcasters like Benny Johnson leading a petition effort to get it on the ballot in a state like California.
If you expand out and look at Wisconsin, there was no voter ID, and Wisconsin was just one of those shady states, right, where you weren't sure where the votes were coming from. Wisconsin had a referendum, put voter ID on the ballot, and Democrats didn't even fight it, Laura, because they can't fight against voter ID. If you have it on the ballot, then they have no argument. And so Wisconsin now has voter ID and clean elections, and Donald Trump wins Wisconsin steadily and easily in 2024. Now let's move over to California. They have no voter ID. You know there's a problem with illegal voting in California. They have the same referendum mechanism. And so we are going to be assisting in an effort to make sure that voter ID is on the ballot in 2026. Democrats won't be able to fight it. There's no argument against it. All we need are 875,000 signatures from Californians that say, yes, we want this question on the ballot. If you want to stick it to Gavin Newsom, if you want Gavin Newsom to cry live on TV, if you want to make sure that Republicans can gain in fair elections in the state with the #1 largest population of Republicans, Laura, this is incredible. I didn't know this, but the most Republicans in the country actually live in California. It's such a populous state. If you want them to have a voice, if you want to change politics forever, give California voter ID. We're going to be heading to California and making sure that we start the California revival and save California.
You know, it's curious, isn't it? If everything's fine, if there's no fraud, no abuse, no manipulation, then why do Democrats fight audits? Why do they fight transparency? Why do they fight voter
No
ID?
idea why the Democrats fight
Why
it.
is Tim Walz hiding the Medicare fraud records? Why are Michigan officials telling poll workers
I
it
am.
doesn't matter when chain of custody seals are broken? Why does California need a citizen petition and nearly 1 million signatures just
barely.
to implement basic voter ID before voting? You know, there has to be a reason. And very simply, I mean, I don't think it's a controversial statement. Actually, I think it's probably one of the least controversial statements I've ever uttered. The American people deserve transparency. They deserve to see what's happening with their tax dollars. They deserve to see what's happening with elections and to be able to trust elections. So yeah, I gotta tell you, it would be very interesting to see what would happen in these states if the proper laws were actually implemented. You know, if the fraud is confronted head on, if voter ID is implemented, if there's real transparency in the system, if mass mail-in ballots are banned, it would be very interesting to see what would happen in these states. Would these blue bastions suddenly
Can I get one of each? Hot pocket and a Salisbury steak dinner? I assume you got a Hungry Man one or whatever. Yeah, I'll have the Hungry Man one. No, I don't mind the Stouffer one, I don't think. I don't think I mind any of them. They're all good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in the spicy mood. Well, well, she's okay. You're okay.
Needed her.
Yeah.
She's very playful.
You doing? You doing? Yeah, how are you? I missed you. I missed you today. You got your fingers. You got your fingers. Oh, you gotta sit back up. I missed you. Watch it. Watch it. Pinky. 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 Ooh. Make sure you keep it in your room. Oh, isn't Gabe helping you set it up? Missy, eat my fingers. Why you eat my fingers? Little lady. She's chewing. She's chewing on me. Okay, go ahead. Come here. I miss you. Miss you, love you. Love you, miss you. Miss you all day long. All day long. Where you going? You want your baby? Wow. Wow. Oh, I missed you. Hello, lady. Hello, lady. Hello, lady. Get that bear. Get that bear bear. Get that bear bear. What are you doing? Hello, lady. Oh, yes. Oh. Oh. What are you doing, Missy? What are you doing, Missy? Hi. Hi. Just don't. She found my microphone. She found the microphone. What are you doing? What are you doing? Hi, Missy. Yeah, stand. You try to stand. You try to stand up. This what you trying to do. You trying to do this. Hi. Hi. Oh, hi. Missy. Where's butter? Where's butter? Oh. Oh. You help taking everything off, Eli? The Powerball. I got him. Well, no, but hey, hey, where you at? See better? Yeah. Totally. Mm-hmm.
You want me to get your food first and then deal with this?
No, you can deal with them. Standing. Hi. Oh, oh, oh. They went upstairs. They left us. They left us all alone down here. Look at your stuff. Huh? The drill. Hey, what are you doing? Huh? Like this? Huh? Almost. There you go. Okay. She's okay. Yep, you did. How you feeling? Oh, no. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why, do you have a lot of cheesesteak?
No, Dad, what you do?
Yeah. Cheesesteak. They don't always have cheesesteak. Sometimes they do.
This is what happened. I just got nauseous. So I was like wanting to use that. Well, to lay down on the couch. Then wait, what if something does happen? So I'm gonna want to give my phone. She came, and what was I doing? In the middle of the hallway.
Oh, no.
Yes. What? They mom found me, and mom was trying to take me to the bathroom, but I feel failed.
What happened? Ate too many sweets. Mm.
So that's what.
Doing a little lady.
But you can see what.
What's it?
Does Santa have 8 reindeer? Does Santa have 8 reindeer? Yep. It means yes. Wrong. So if I said, does Santa have 1 reindeer? That would mean no.
yeah. Whoa. You're strong, Missy. Strong one, Missy. Yeah, you're really strong. You're really strong, Missy. Ah. I can't. What are you doing? Oh. Good, but bad at the same time. Yeah. You're right. Chicken. Frank kick me. Frank kick the. We. Better. The brothers. More fine brothers. Your brothers. You go. Yeah, you see your brothers. Yeah. Oh, really? You want to play on the ground with them? Look at them playing over there. Them over there. Oh, you okay? What are you doing? Slobberers. Slobberers. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Will we? Yeah, you tell me about your day. Oh. Yeah. You going? Wow. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Very tiny nose. And if you ever saw it, can see him? See butter? See the butter? No. See the butter? He doesn't grab it. Leave. Stop banging my chair. Eli, be careful. Yeah, only grab what you're gonna use. Only grab what you're gonna use, right? Listen, Eli. There, stop testing. What do you need? You need your drill? Or you want my cane? Here. It rolled over on me. You need more jumpy. Jump, 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 jump. You jumping? Jump, 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 jump. You want that cane? You want that cane? Oh. Don't know. I should. Okay. You can get the baby, you can. I don't know if you're able to yet, though. Yeah, it's supposed to snow a decent amount. No, the cold and I do not get along at all. I love the snow, but correct. Cold just hurts. You do it. Yeah, the cold doesn't make me feel too great. What? You know. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa. Hit the desk. It's not fun to chew on. I don't understand why you think this is so awesome. Tomorrow, but tomorrow is snowing. Oh. How about this? What about this? You good? You done with the cane now? What about the drill? Yeah. What?
Not a yes, sir, not a follower. Fit the box, fit the mold, have a seat for you. Take a number. I was lightning before the thunder. Thunder, thunder. Lightning and the thunder.
What's up, guys? Spenny. The single most viral post on all of X yesterday came from a very random account, the account for the Minnesota Department of Human Services, where hundreds of government employees in Minnesota accused Tim Walz of massive crimes, saying that he is allowing for
Is he better?
statewide fraud to happen to benefit
you gotta get your
Somali
seat.
communities and potentially fund Muslim terrorism back in
Hey, you
Somalia.
gotta get your seat.
A wild post here that has been seen by 37 million people, 127,000 likes, 35,000 reposts. Tim Walz is 100% responsible for massive fraud in Minnesota. We let Tim Walz know
you tried
fraud
comfy
early
now.
on, hoping for a
You don't
partnership stopping
explore.
fraud. We got the opposite response. Tim Walz systematically retaliated against whistleblowers using monitoring threats, repression,
You
dismissing
done
discredited
exploring
reports.
now.
Instead of a partnership, we got the full weight of retaliation from Tim Walz.
You done exploring.
Certain DFL members, this is the Democrat Party in Minnesota, and in different mainstream media, scary, isolating, and left us wondering what we can do. It goes on to say that this is a cascade of systemic failures by Tim Walz and the agencies appointed to try and ensure that fraud doesn't happen. It details billions of dollars in fraud stolen from the taxpayers of Minnesota and federal taxpayers. And it links to a right-wing site that no leftist ever trust or read, the New York Times. Yes. Here's the actual article itself. It's real in the New York Times. I just can't believe it. Fraud scandals rattle Minnesota. Staggering scale and brazenness. Federal prosecutors charged dozens of people with felonies, accusing them of stealing hundreds of millions of dollars from a government program.
Why are you getting done? What's the matter?
During the COVID-19 pandemic. That's just one of many, many frauds that have to do with Medicaid, Medicare, state pension funds. Law enforcement officials say fraud took root in the pockets of Minnesota's Somali community. Scores of individuals made small fortunes by setting up companies that billed state agencies for millions of dollars worth of social services that were never provided. Fake claims of autism in their children. And then also, straight up threatening of state agencies, saying that they're going to call them racist if they don't deliver the funds. Agencies do deliver the funds. Look here. I mean, this is remarkable. Red flags in the meals program surfaced in the early months of the pandemic. The money kept flowing. In 2020, Minnesota Department of Education officials who administers these programs became overwhelmed by the number of applicants seeking to register new feeding sites and began raising questions about the plausibility of some invoices. Feeding Our Future, a nonprofit group that was the largest provider in the pandemic program, responded with a warning. In the group told the state agency that failing to promptly approve a new application for minority-owned business would result in a lawsuit and accusations of racism that would be sprawled across the news. Feeding Our Future later sued the agency, which continued reimbursing its claims and approving new sites in the months that followed. Oh, so it worked. A report by Minnesota's nonpartisan Office of Legislative Auditor about the lapses that enabled the meals fraud later found that the threat of litigation and negative press affected how state officials used their regulatory power. Well, would you look at that? It's amazing. Get brought here because Somalia is a failed terrorist state, and then claim that they're being racistly acted upon when they're committing literal frauds against the taxpayers. I mean, it is just brazen. Remigration. It's the only way, ladies and gentlemen. There are some cultures that are incompatible with Western civilization.
Yeah, you can be.
Anyway, the account that
Sure.
made
What's the
the whistleblower claims that went so viral
He wants
was
to get in.
suspended on X. This is after the account said that Tim Walz was actively trying to sabotage them and to attack the whistleblowers themselves. The group is run by current Minnesota Department of Human Services employees critical of Walz. What is going on? So the account was suspended, seemingly permanently suspended. After their post ripping Tim Walz. Is Tim Walz directly responsible for this? The account has posted since, actually just moments ago, saying, as many of you are aware, we were permanently suspended several hours ago. We're back up due to no small part to the support of many of you. We're very grateful. We started this account in 2022, finally saying effectively that they need to list it as a commentary account and not an official account for the state of Minnesota. So that was, you're not allowed to run accounts that are listed as official when they're not.
Yes.
So that's what happened.
No.
Anyway, continuing on.
Just hungry.
Caroline Levitt, who just absolutely and totally
No, I'm not. Not mad at anything. I'm hungry.
Immigrants ripping off American taxpayers here.
Why were you angry?
Because I was being annoyed. So that when I told
You were being annoyed?
I told me stop it. I told you stop. I want to play the vampire after
Buddy?
Oh, why?
Because they're kind of lame. They're fun for a little bit. But I was going to play a different game.
Oh, like cooking.
Diva, really. Diva. Dog. Just barrels through.
Yeah.
Diva's always happy. She's just a grumpy dog. Nah, naughty. She's a good doggy. Mm-hmm. She does that? Is that what Diva does? Hmm. Yeah, it's good.
Can I watch my I'm the pig. Yeah. Go home. Go home. Go home. spicy. Bring the spicy. That's uh-huh. Yeah, I want it.
Apparently, North Korea has smartphones. I wanted to watch this. I thought it was really interesting. Testing North Korea's illegal smartphones.
These are two extremely rare phones from North Korea.
Oh, wow.
And it's kind of insane that I'm even
Look at all
holding them.
this.
The North Korean population is so
How'd you get 'em?
cut off from the outside world that
Yeah.
it's almost impossible to even get a text message out, let alone two
Wow.
fully functional smuggled phones that show us in crystal clear detail what it's actually like to be a North Korean citizen. So this is...
Isn't it crazy how North Korea is effectively like just a total fucking lockdown shithole? Like in today's day and age, like we have people that are living like with total freedom. They're able to go on the web and, you know, do anything they want. And like in North Korea, like you're basically fucking a prisoner. Isn't that nuts? It's like a time
Is the
capsule. Yeah.
Heian 701. It's one of the country's budget
Oh, wow.
phones. Just to give you an idea of how little is known about this stuff, you can Google the phone's name and nothing will come up. Absolutely
Damn.
zero. And then the second is the Sam
Nobody-
Taesung 8, which is a
Sam Taesung? Yeah, I seen these at the flea market. Right next to the Pokemans and the Prey stations.
North Korean phone. And
Uh-huh.
yet this is different to South Korea's Samsung, which translates to 3 stars. This is Sam Taesung, which translates to 3 huge stars. You're going to be seeing a lot of this whole my dad could totally beat up your dad
Oh my
energy. But
God.
that's because convincing North Koreans that they are superior to South Koreans,
Yeah.
that
Thank
they
you.
are morally pure.
So that's the entire goal, is just that South Korea sucks. Their entire identity.
And militarily stronger is about the most effective way of
Oh my
keeping them
God.
loyal to the government. And it's pretty clear when you look at these phones that the smartphone is playing a
Yep.
big part in that. I can actually show you this right now by trying to type on these phones. So if I write Namhan, this means South Korea. The second that I hit the spacebar, that gets auto-corrected to puppet state.
Absolute control.
Damn. Damn. They just do that, huh?
It is bonkers seeing censorship this explicit happening in real time in front of my eyes. You physically cannot send the word Namhan even if you try, which shows just how committed North Korea's government is to sustaining its narrative that South Korea is this inferior, less individual country that just blindly follows whatever the US asks them to.
Of course.
Other ways of wording it, like Republic of Korea, that doesn't even get corrected.
Mhm.
That just turns straight into asterisks.
So you
South
just
Korea.
can't even say it. North Korea doesn't even exist.
Like you're a child and you just tried to make your Club Penguin username a swear word. And you can actually see the censorship becoming more invasive as time is going on. Because if we use this Heian phone, which came a few months before, this one lets you write North Korea as North Korea. But the Sam Taesung doesn't even let you do that.
Wait.
The only way that you're allowed to refer to North
Real Korea?
now is Joseon, the traditional name for the Korean kingdom. And then South Korea...
I see. So they don't even recognize that there's a distinction. It's just there's North Korea and then there's no North Korea, it's just Korea.
Almost as if they're belonging to them.
It's all
as
Korea.
South Joseon. But it gets worse because
South
Daily
Korea
NK
doesn't even
News,
exist.
the guys who actually secured these phones in the first place and whose basement I'm sitting in right now, they've probed around and found all sorts of extra oddities in the software. Like how, if you type Kim Jong-un, the name of the current leader, into
the main
any
guy.
app, it will make the text bold the second you finish the word. Or how all
Heated.
sorts of...
This is like if a fucking tyrannical 12-year-old took over a country. It is. It's like a 12-year-old thought up these rules.
South Korean slang is just subtly corrected to the more proper North Korean approved way of saying the same thing. Presumably because a lot of this slang originates in some capacity from South Korean media. And the North doesn't want their population to even indirectly experience that.
That's
Probably
right.
the single craziest example of this is if we type oppa. This is a common South Korean expression that
Oppa
can be
Gangnam
used
Style.
to mean either
Yeah.
older brother or, in slang terms, boyfriend.
이거 좀 따주세요, 오빠.
Which in itself does raise a few questions. On these North Korean phones, though, it corrects the word to comrade, accompanied
Comrade. Okay, I got it.
by a warning. This
Got
word
it.
can only be used to describe your siblings. Imagine
So it has to even tell you. Holy shit. It's telling you why you can't use the word that way.
getting a warning for attempting
Jesus.
to type a slang word. That's moderation on a level that I have never experienced before.
That's nuts.
But I would say even more significant than autocorrect, the biggest factor in controlling information going in and out of North Korea, and the main reason that the country is still this cryptic bubble
It
and
interrupts you?
we
Yeah.
barely know these phones even exist, is the internet situation. Or
Let me guess. You can't use the internet that well. And there's a bunch of rules for how the internet works. I don't know why, I've just got a feeling.
the lack of one. Look at this.
There's
On
no
a Halo
internet.
phone, you can swipe down from the top and you see your control panel that looks basically the same as every other Android. And there's even a Wi-Fi button there.
Yeah.
When you press it, absolutely nothing happens. Weird.
I would have never guessed. So you can't use the internet on
Be
the
careful.
phone.
How's it going over there?
Let's go into settings to click on Wi-Fi directly. But you can't.
Oh.
And they've actually gone a step further
Oh.
with this more recent Samtae-san. Because you go into the quick settings, there isn't even a Wi-Fi icon at all. It's like they
That's smart. You know, you're never going to use it anyway. Why even have it?
don't want you to even consider that
Yeah.
the feature could be as accessible
The
as that.
internet
The
doesn't
only
even
way
exist.
to get something that even resembles Wi-Fi is this.
What's this?
It's called Mirai, and it needs so many details from you, including your government ID and an authenticated North Korean physical SIM card, that it's
Oh my god.
pretty safe to assume everything you do while using it can be traced right back to you.
Holy
and even
shit.
with all of that, this still doesn't get you onto the internet.
Oh,
There's
what
actually
a
no way
surprise.
for a North Korean citizen
Digital
to
ID.
do that. All this is access to a highly curated North Korean intranet where you can look
Ah, okay. So this is like, remember back and like, again, you go to the flea market and you see like there's something called the Super Game Machine, and it looks kind of like a Super Nintendo, but it only has like 3 arcade games on it and it doesn't work. I feel like this is basically the same thing.
at specifically government-approved TV, news, propaganda, and apps. More on that in a bit. But the key thing to know for now is it doesn't look like it would be a great experience.
Yeah,
the app
okay.
itself tells you to expect speeds between 2 and 33 megabits per second.
Slow for an internet.
What?
Less than a 14th
You okay?
of the speeds that South Koreans are getting on their public Wi-Fi.
Damn.
I imagine
Yeah.
the way that North Korea's leaders are seeing this
What a
is
shithole.
they know that the second they give their population access to the open World Wide Web,
Yeah.
it's game over for being able to control the way they act
Exactly.
and think. But then at the same time, they can't give the people nothing if they're trying to convince them that their country is truly superior to all others. Hence, this careful substitution of traditional Wi-Fi features.
So it's like a whole fake internet. And it makes them think that, oh my God.
for this highly traceable Wi-Fi equivalent that reinforces national pride as
Yeah.
opposed to diluting it. But those speeds are so dated. And to be honest,
Yeah,
everything
I bet.
about using both of these phones feels dated. Like, it's
I wonder
pretty
why.
sad that this Samtae-sung is one of their modern flagship phones.
Yes.
It was only released recently in 2023
Holy
in North
cow.
Korea. It was priced pretty close to $1,000, but it looks like
Well,
a
how do they have any? Do they even have money over there?
mid-range Huawei phone from
Yeah, look at this here. This is, yeah, like what the fuck? I had a phone like this in 2014.
2021. Actually, let me be clear. It really looks like a mid-range Huawei phone from 2021. I'm almost getting deja vu looking at it. The way the camera module has an identical style position.
Oh,
the way
wow.
the body and the screen
Wait, did they just copy it?
curves around in a seemingly identical way. Even this incredibly unique Huawei-style cutout around the buttons and this red line in the middle of the power key is the same. Plus,
It's not the same, it's worse. But yeah.
for security reasons, I've got to keep the IMEI number hidden. But when we traced it back, it does look like this phone was manufactured in China.
Kinda just sends them.
Huawei
Yep.
phones. So I think there's
So they just
Yep.
so China makes these shitty fake phones for North Koreans? Oh my god.
Two possible explanations.
Jesus.
Either this phone was actually secretly made by Huawei themselves and supplied to North Korea for them to add their software layer, or Samsung just decided, we like the look of that one, let's copy it. Because you're about to see this yourselves, but so much of the content on these phones is copied content already. Why not the phone design too?
Yeah,
but
sure.
Also that, unlike the Huawei that this looks so similar to, this phone does have a thicker bezel and a notch, this extremely tasteless font on show throughout the whole user interface.
Yeah, it looks like a jailbroken phone. Like like this is like a phone that like a hacker in a movie has.
And then the only form of branding on the camera is a feebly written 64 megapixel that gives me absolutely zero reassurance it's going to be a good experience. And it is
Can you
not.
take photos?
On the Haeyang phone, we're just getting extremely poor, grainy image quality all around.
It's just a piece of shit. What a surprise.
And even though there are 3 cameras on the back of this phone, there is still no ultra-wide and no zoom. So both...
Oh my god!
Hopefully.
I wonder if we're going to see the end of North Korea in our lifetimes. I think that we will. I don't think this can go on for too much longer.
Extra cameras are just useless macro
I hope
in-depth
so.
cameras. A trend that, globally speaking, started to die out pretty fast after 2020. And so the idea that this thing released in 2023 with that kind of setup shows the time lag that we're operating with here. And then on the flagship Samsung, the camera is super buggy. We couldn't even get it to flip around to the rear cameras. It's also got this really unusual watermark plastered over it.
Wait, so they put a watermark right over your face. I think maybe they just read 1984 and they used that as like a checklist. Maybe that's what they did.
Which, when we reverse, it spells out, please contact Heinetron. Now, I did a little digging and turns out Heinetron is a small, private, China-based company who...
so they are... Yep, there you go.
Makes a lot of smartphone parts. So it kind of looks here like they've supplied some of the bits
not
for
Asian?
this phone, but then North Korean Samsung has just like not paid their license fee or something. Regardless though of whether this phone is a secret Huawei collab or just a blatant ripoff, it doesn't change the fact that it is terrible value when you consider the global market. But that makes a lot of sense. With North Korea, we are talking about a very unusual market that has almost no competitive pressure. There's almost no incentive to give people cutting edge tech. And if anything,
You just can't even open up the Wi-Fi. Yeah, you can. Like, there's a button, you can click the button, it just doesn't do anything.
The more dated the tech, the simpler it is, and therefore the easier it is going to be to control. That would also explain why the Haeyang is still running Android 10 with seemingly no ability to update beyond that, and why Samsung is stuck on Android 11, making it 5 years worth of updates behind current
I would say 5 years is pretty good. I would have expected worse than that.
Android. Let me show you what I mean by all this copied stuff. So there is an app literally here with a Microsoft Word logo. You open it up and it gives you the option for Excel, PowerPoint, or Excel. But I can assure you what you are getting here are not Microsoft apps, not even close in functionality.
This is just Samsung Notes. So they basically they call it Microsoft Word and it's just a notepad? Oh man.
I would actually go as far as to say that at least
Why am I not
50%
surprised?
of the icons that you see on these phones are stripped directly from other companies.
Yeah,
like
I can
File
see that.
Manager and Compass. Those are basically Huawei icons that are very slightly reskinned. Maps is an almost one-to-one
Maps.
of the Google Maps icon. This random game uses the same icon as the Mobi Office work application. But let's just zoom out for a second.
What a
Even
shithole.
the official Samsung wallpaper. I'm pretty sure they have literally just downloaded the wallpaper from an Honor phone and then
Wow. That's crazy.
added an 8 to it. And then if I go over here to the About phone
Are the apps
section,
even in English? I don't know.
I recognize that image. That image is actually stripped straight from the promo material of the completely different looking Huawei Mate 30 Pro phone from years ago.
So they got China making these things. That's what it has to be, right?
Yet it
Has
is
to be
serving
China.
as the poster image for the Samtaesung 8, which makes me side with the theory that this is a
This is why China sucks. They steal things. No, you don't understand that this is stolen from China. Like, a lot of these things, yeah, some of them are from, like, fucking Google or whatever, but the majority of these are stolen from China. It's China's phone.
Of Huawei as opposed to made by Huawei. Because
Yeah, it's
if it was
double
made
stolen.
by Huawei, surely the company would use an image that at least matched the design of the phone.
I
There's a
guess
whole
not.
library of informational videos that you can buy as part of North Korea's
Informational
internet. Like this one,
videos?
all about the football club Arsenal. And on the face of it, you're like, oh, this is really premium. How
nice.
professionally produced. But
Yeah,
look a little
wow.
closer, and you can see this is actually ripped straight from an Amazon Prime series. It's just instead of Stay in the Game, it's titled Sweat for the Win.
Okay.
And it's got the logo of a North Korean company.
Every branded TV series.
So they stole it from, and then they just put their own logo. Oh my God.
Plastered across the entire length of
Wow.
it. But there is literally no way that this North Korean
It's a
company
knockoff
could
of a
have
knockoff,
bought
yeah.
the license to sell this content, since there are literally sanctions on US companies like
Right.
Amazon for collaborating with them. There's games too, tons of them. But I just want to show you this football game for a second.
Oh
It
my
opens with,
God.
bizarrely, the same logo that we just saw on the Amazon Prime show. So it seems like this is some sort of
So it's just everything. Everything is this app.
large-scale media redistribution
Right.
brand who's taking international content and making it North Korea compliant. Then we see the boot-up screen with the game's title being International Soccer League
International Soccer League? What the fuck?
2.0,
With Messi?
which is just so
Why does Messi have elf ears?
interesting, because this shot of Messi's face, I reverse image searched it, is not from International Soccer League 2.0, but instead a screen grab from a trailer of Japanese-made Pro Evolution Soccer.
So everything is stolen. Wow. Okay.
Thing that I think is absolutely fascinating about
Yeah.
this football game is the Asian players are missing. Like, you
What?
can select the team, Tottenham Hotspur, with all the correct roster as of
Yeah.
2022 when the game was launched, but with the only South Korean member of that team, Son Heung-min, not present. They just
So they just. So they. South Korea just doesn't exist. Nobody from South Korea exists. Nothing. Wow.
chopped him. Again, presumably to not show North Koreans that
Crazy.
South Koreans have
Are able to
proper
do this.
international athletic careers. In fact, just the general situation with apps in North Korea is so different to what you and I are used to. The first thing that jumps out is there's just so many of them. Like, have you ever seen this many apps pre-installed on a smartphone? This right here is a medicine app, but a medicine app where you can order whatever you might need for home delivery. There's maps with navigation too. Although, fascinatingly, it doesn't show a clear dividing line between North and South Korea, and also doesn't let you zoom any further out than the country itself.
Everything else is grayed out except for Korea. Oh, man. I need one of these, but for Texas. Yeah, I've been wanting this for a while.
It's a little bit
It's
more
not unlocked
advanced than I
yet,
was
yeah.
expecting in some ways too. Like, there's a store here where you can buy things like smartwatches
private
and
server?
TVs,
Yeah.
all using an electronic wallet, and it's part of the intranet. It's also on this phone, really surprising to see. If we look past the logo that is very clearly just an NBC ripoff, this is online gambling, with even the option for sports betting, as well as...
So wait a minute. Are you telling me that everything else is in the past except for gambling? That's the one
Probably
thing
because
that
Kim
they're up to
Jong-un
date with.
loves gambling.
That's the one thing they're locked in with. They're on the cutting edge of gambling.
just a pretty hefty catalogue of video content that you can download onto the phones. But you can also see that the North Korean government's influence permeates every layer of this, even the types of movies available. I couldn't find one from the US or South Korea.
Wow.
Russian movies? Loads of them. Remember,
So
the
you could just watch Russian movies about how great communism is. Okay.
criteria
makes
here
sense.
is not which movies does the North Korean population like the most. It's which
Yeah.
movies
Are
does
they
the
allowed to
regime
see?
want the population to watch.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that it's all filled with Russian content, since Russia is one of North Korea's closest political allies, and Russian ideologies line up very closely to North Korean ones. There's also, weirdly, a bunch of Indian movies, including one.
What? Indian movies? What the fuck? So nothing woke? I don't know. I don't think so.
I've seen before, like 3 Idiots. The link between North Korea and India isn't as clear-cut, but the guys from Daily NK have a theory that Indian culture hits a bit of a sweet spot. It's kind of different enough to seem exotic and interesting to North Koreans, but while still not posing a threat to their culture in the way that...
That's like the biggest diss that you could possibly give somebody. Yeah, no, it's okay. No, people can, everybody in our prison state,
We're not threatened by you.
Your country. We're not, no, they don't want to be like you. They're so certain that everybody will see it and then not want to be like that they just let people see it even in North Korea. That's wild.
Do they have, like, YouTube?
Western content does.
It's fucked up, yeah, it is.
There's just a whole load of apps that feel not just guided by the government, but directly requested by them. Like this one is entirely biographies of past and current North Korean rulers. Something else
yeah, I wonder who has that.
I've never seen before is a general guidance app, which is split into 4 categories: laws, regulations, illegal...
So it's just all the... Oh my god.
Dictionary, and then...
So they got all these rules.
It really is exactly what it sounds like. It's so strange. It's like, how should we legally understand the family?
How should we legally understand the family? What's the
Can I get ice cream?
Relatives? Can't relatives marry? What is same-sex marriage? Please click on that. Please.
Who are relatives?
Please.
Can't relatives marry? I wonder if the idea is giving
I want to see
every single person the same set of ideologies and learnings.
Of course they're gonna rip
Maybe I go there and princess. And he was one.
Maybe later. I kind of want sweets. That brownie was good though. Well, no, the one that was in the mail. Oh, cool. Great. Play.
That's gonna be 1, 2, 3.
Crazy kid. Crazy kid, don't you know that I love you? Yep. Super glue will ruin Legos too, though, if you're not careful with it. Yeah, it'll melt them.
get half a gin free. Limited supply. Get it while you can. Premium blood-based stove. Blowout sale will begin in 1 hour. Genuine
such
fur
brutal force.
coats. Proudly crafted by the 8th of the 8 talents of Hudong. Salamander
I thought
meat.
this was just friendly
Gain a
sparring.
decade of strength.
We're all
in
neighbors
one
here.
bite.
Someone go
Only
stop them.
20 available. Salamander meat. Gain a decade of strength in 1 bite. Only 20 available. Jin Shanghai is your reliable guide to fortune.
Quite the crowd at the arena, Mrs. Fung. A few new faces in the mix, too.
Must be Madame Han's fine wine bringing so many people to Tsinghua.
You there. Think you could walk past me without a word?
My apologies for disturbing you.
Aye, divine might feng shui, well of heaven, never strike the unprepared. You there. Ready your weapon and prepare for a beating. When I first joined Well of Heaven, your junior brother hit me with 4 sticks. Within a few years, I made him cry. Call me Tissue Brother. Martial skills are beaten into you. Today, I set that lesson free. Right around! No! What's happening? Still fighting? My blade! My wind! Winding storm!
Did you win?
My wind! My blade!
Win, 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 win. What's that? old lady?
Ow! 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 Oh, that hurts a lot. That's strange. Why was I so hot-headed? That shouldn't have happened. Get moving! The prize is already with that merchant. His treasures are nearly gone. If he bolts, he will fought that fight for nothing.
Hurry up, young one. Don't let that outsider con you.
This is called the where one meets. Where one meets. Okay. How are you doing? Hi. Oh, you're okay. Oh. Ice cream. Jeez.
Uncle Jung used to visit here a lot, and always made me bow my head. I wonder where he is now.
What are you doing?
Don't cause any trouble.
Cool. A cool little.
What are you doing?
Too many people here. Don't cause any trouble.
Boss, this person's like a ghost. No description, no clues. What do we do?
I assigned you this task to find solutions, not to ask questions. If everyone before you could handle it, why can't you? If you catch this person, you can use the merit to earn your official title. And the rewards won't stop there.
Then we'll do it this way. Yeah, I see. Yes, good idea. Right.
Absolutely. I think I heard odd noises too. Good for me. Well, I heard that. Oh, you learned it. I got to pee. How's that baby? Yeah. Okay. Frogman. When's that horny? About 30 FPS and 2K. Cool. Oh god. These close seem like someone northern bow. Huh. I break that. Or fire arrow. Take any of this? You get anything? Any of this? This and that there? Oh god! Scared to be Jesus. Not done that. Got an umbrella.